Got my teacher.
Accounting is strictly regulatory and investor related. And this is why, I warn people by strictly trying to use accounting as a legal defense. Because when you use accounting as a legal defense without understanding its true functions and how it's measured and its mechanisms, you will run into major issues when trying to assert your accounting defense. As a matter of fact, an accounting should never be used as a legal defense. And when we get to the court section of Set U, you're going to understand why all this is going to tie together. You will understand why I'm saying do not use accounting as a legal defense. What's going on? For we want to get to the debt.
Have to understand how they see it, how they operate. Once we understand how they operate, you'll realize that in many cases, the debt that they're already trying to collect from you is a debt that they already. A lot of the balances, look at your contracts, they remain in balance. It's never what's actually booked. You ever looked on TILA, page 2 of your contract? Notice that the itemization, that number is always low. And then when you get to the finance charge, it's always a bigger number. Isn't the finance charge supposed to be disclosed? The items of the finance charge supposed to be disclosed on TILA? But it's on page 2 or whatever the page, your itemization. It's always some amounts paid to others on your behalf. It's always a low number. But then you look back at your finance charge, when you subtract that low number from the finance charge, you be like, well, where the rest of this money at?
Breaking off another hot explosive mix.
They studying the source now. Supreme Elite.
You're rocking with the best.
Came on reading numbers, they were reading memes. He was reading fire, planning out the dream. Turn every late fee in the case law heat. Judge bang gavel, he don't skip a beat. They like how you flip stress in the last
rocking with the best.
How you turn the loss in the last check.
Gotcha, bitch.
Thomas took notes, broke codes, then he proved it. Now the classroom global and the language fluid. Thomas is the blueprint. Write that in the sky, let the crew print.
You're rocking with the DJ that keeps the hits coming.
He designed the way we move our 2 cents. Whipping up, he got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global stand. On my wrist like a stage, I can't claim. You look like you wanna let go straight. I thought so, okay. I'm back in the symphony, stuck on the band. What's up?
We about to take it back.
Gotcha, bitch.
You're rocking with the best.
Put a 30 to the semi and shoot it. Put a stand on the Glock and just use it. It's gonna be a headshot, we aim at your medulla. I got all my jewelry on, so I ain't tryna be a brawler. So we gon' shoot like a hooper. Hop in the car, put it in turbo mode.
You're rocking with the DJ that keeps the hits coming.
I might just kill the club. Hop in the car, put it in turbo mode. I might do 200, I might do the whole dash. I might just crash it with, when I have to pay for it. I might just kill the club. Put it in turbo mode, I might do 200, I might do the whole dash, I might just crash it with, might have to pay for it, I might just kill the club. Hop in the car, put it in turbo mode, I might do 200, I might do the whole dash, I might just crash it with, might have to pay for it, I might just kill the club. I'm on the stage, I'm lit, it's turned up. They see my ice, I'm lit, I do it all the time, all my life on the line. Shorty be acting real shy, she wanna show me, yeah, she wanna slide. Hop in the back of the ride, they look at my eyes, it's demon time. Like, do you wanna ride with me?
Gotcha, bitch.
Are you down to die for me? Are you down to die for me? Do you wanna ride with me? Shorty, you mine.
You're rocking with the best.
Gotcha, bitch.
Come for a ride. Hop in the back of the ride. Hop in the girl, you dead. Girl, you thick. Is you from the deep? She ain't got a man. Baby, you can leave. Damn. Baby, you can leave. Damn. Girl, you dead. Girl, you thick. Is you from the deep? She ain't got a man. Baby, you can leave. Damn. Baby, you can leave. Damn. Girl, you dead. Girl, you thick.
This is the new culture hip hop. You are rock with the supremely universe. The attorney for credit acceptance with the case, the lawsuit, I called him up after we settled, just to let him know when I got the title, and I've been texting him because I'm trying to get him to be a part of the professional team. I actually have like real live professionals in these fields that got extensive years of professional that I'm in cahoots with. Mr. Gamble, how you doing, sir? Hey, nice talking to you. I just wanted to let you know personally, I appreciate your help with the matter of resolving this with credit acceptance. I did receive the title. Just wanted to give you a thank you, man. I appreciate your hard work, man.
I'm glad we were working out.
Yes,
and, you were a big part of that process too. So.
Yeah.
I never heard of that.
Promissory note. The note you signed for your mortgage, bro. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
But if I was to get into the mindset of criminals,
because you came up here like lightweight trying to check me on my credentials, and you don't even know it from a professional level. See, this is the difference between me and you. I know things you don't even know exist.
I'm answering with procedural language instead of the banker's language that I spoke about earlier.
Internally, if you live in that world, you know all of them do it. This is the difference.
If I was to speak on...
Let me tell you this, hold on. I'll let you get the mic back. This is the difference in how you will argue and the way I will argue. Because the name, what they do, the new name it takes on, the new ways they move around, that all plays a role in a consumer claim. I operate from that realm. I don't operate from TikTok consumer level consumer claims. I operate from a corporate professional realm, bro. In real life. So, respectfully, bro, there's nothing more for me and you to talk about. You don't even know that answer. I really don't even want to talk to you about anything else no more. I'm respectfully, bro. There's really nothing for us to talk about no more. You don't come on my channel trying to G-check me, and you don't know what I know. Don't try to G-check me. You're supposed to know the answer. According to your conversation with your friend, the attorney, what we go over in group is right in line with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know when you attack these people.
The words that he used was, "You're going about it standard operating procedures."
Yes, sir. Welcome to another Saturday edition of the New Culture Empire, where we are setting the standards, raising the bar, and executing greatness. Now, y'all know I've been having my normal talking points, and I've been at first thing first, I apologize for not having the time. I kind of had to rush to get here, but I want to apologize for not having the time to actually got some TikTok links that I wanted to let y'all see of these social media gurus telling people, what you should do, how to sue them, and they'll quote statutes like 12 USC 5058 and use statutes, right? If they violate these statutes, sue them. The thing about the trying to sue a bank and the manner which most people will go sue them, especially about all the claims that they're going to sue them for, you have to realize that there's federal preemption. It's federal preemption. It's federal preemption that these banks and these institutions have. So you can't just go in there and sue a financial institution just because they didn't they broke a 12 USC statute, because that statute is not really predicated to your rights. So if they violate the statute, like 12 this, 12 USC this, 12 CFR, if they violate the statute, what remedy or equity did that statute allow? So the statute, you see what I'm saying? So it's still, no matter how they slice the cake, no matter how they put it, no matter what they say, it's still wrong. It's still off. And no matter how we word it, it's all the same thing. You're trying to set off your obligation. You're trying to make them pay for their infractions, and you want to redress the wrongs and get your remedy, right? That's no matter which way you go about doing it, whether you go about it the sovereign citizen way, the way you go about it the normal way, where you go about it the legal way, the patriot way, the moral way. That is the nucleus of it. Now, this is a system that generates $16 trillion a day. This is a system that has been running like this for many decades. This is a system where the government-sponsored entities, GSCs, all have the biggest hands in it. The United States Treasury is the biggest holder of mortgage-backed securities. That means they own most of the debt. So when people on TikTok saying securitization is fraud, this is fraud, this is fraud, this is fraud, I don't think they truly understand that it's not fraud. But the ways that they go about it, the cutting corners, could open the door for some redress. I don't think they understand that part. And another thing that I've seen lately is that I want everybody to go back and watch that video that I put out, and I'm gonna post it on my channel, about doing a process based on belief system versus, is this what the court rules, and does this meet the standards? Because the number one thing that a lot of people do, y'all, when they come into these spaces, they all submit documents, take a course of action that is based on what they believe to be true. Okay. And what I'm trying to tell you is, and this applies to me as well, regardless of what I say is true, regardless of what this person says is true, there's a set rule, a set standard. It's already set. And from my research, it's been set since the earliest I went back to was 1948. A set procedures. It's a set way we can get our remedy. It's a set way for us to win in court. That way to win is already set. But it's the least talked about. It's the least promoted. And I have yet to see anybody else on social media even covering it in depth the way I do in my group. And I'm not trying to toot my own horns, because the only way that we can really gauge to see that what we're doing is on the right path, especially if we don't have any legal background in this. Not too many people in these spaces has went to school for this, went to school for advanced accounting, MIT, Michigan, law school. So they go to school for all those years to learn the rules, learn the procedures to the game. So once they learn the rules, depending on the position that they take in a field, they get on the job training on the same things that we would later represent as our claim. On the same thing. Okay. So without any background education in this, the only way that you can confidently come and say, y'all, this is the way to go. If you try it any other way, you're going to lose. That is a bold statement. It's a bold statement because majority of the people that are in these spaces see it a different way. And everybody wants to believe that their way is the right way. So the question is, why do some of these people still get a lot of following? Why do they still get a lot of people following? Why do people still try the stuff that they say? And then when it don't work, they hide their embarrassment. They don't say nothing about it. They will literally, let me tell y'all real life, they will literally, there's some people that will literally pay for a package. It gets rejected. The person, the teacher is still selling the same package that they know their own got rejected and not say nothing in the chat. So why are these people even purchasing them? It's one thing. It's one thing, because they all believe the same thing. It's the same mentality. You can't buy a person that has legal background, legal professional. They never submit this stuff on behalf of their sovereign citizen clients in court. Why do you think the judge, the lawyers always getting off the case and they're going pro se? Because they get their sovereign citizen package from their social media guru, and then they give it to the lawyer saying, file this, this is law. And the lawyer saying, no, I'm not going to file this garbage because I can get in trouble for filing frivolous documents. I can get in trouble for filing frivolous documents. So they have a standard. Lawyers can't submit stuff. Lawyers would get in trouble if they did what most of the people did in the South. They would go to jail because they have a code of ethics they have to follow. So what I've been saying is, regardless of what we believe is true, when we're talking about set-offs, recoupments, your mortgage, your autos, that is a system that the 1% maintains, dominates, and control. So the only way, even if you do years of studying like me, I'm going on my 12th year, even if you put in 20,000 hours of studying, even if you rate thousands of documents, hundreds of court cases, the only way to really measure if you're really ready to go to court and take on these people is to have the professionals on that side take a clear look at your shit, because they obviously know what to see with the look. They've been there, done it. And depending on the professional's response, that really lets you know where you're at. The problem with social media is all these hundreds and hundreds of teachers, there is no one in that 1% world. When I say 1% world, I'm talking finance companies, SPVs, securitized. I'm talking about that world. There is no one from that world that they can point to and say, hey, you're on point. So it's a belief system from the world that they're in, and they take that belief system, what they believe is law, what they believe is facts, what they believe is truth, and they go and pose it on that 1% world. Now, logically, how do you think that's going to turn out? How do you think that's going to turn out? So, if you're not learning from anyone that has the understanding of that system and has professionals that they consult with to make sure their interpretation is clear, then anything outside of that, it's nothing more than a gamble. It's a theory. It's a belief system. So keep that in mind. And we're about to get into this call because I know a lot of people hear me talk about I got professionals on my team. I got access to an ex-SEC attorney for 27 years, just recently hired by Trump as an advisor to the SEC. 100 court cases, 100 court case wins in the same stuff that I teach and advocate for. 100 of them. And thank you. And through the grace of one of my good friends, who's friends of him, he's going to give me his personal repertoire for incorporation in my move. I know courtroom procedure. I know courtroom standards. I know the standards to the angle we're trying to take. I know all that. But what better to have as a plus than an experience, an accomplished, and was number 2 and 3 on the totem pole at the SEC when he worked there. The number 2 or 3 guy, top 3 at the whole SEC. What better professional incorporation than that? What do you think is going to happen when the judge sees our documents versus what you see on social media today? Because I'm going to tell you this, unless any of them can prove that they got professionals that says, yeah, they're correct, I would stay far away from them. Because no matter how you look at it, it's all the variation of the same sovereign citizen. Now, let me grab something, and we're going to get into this whole video, this whole phone call. We're going to get into it. But I want to read something to y'all. Before we get into it, because I just want everybody to be level set. I'm going to read something to y'all. Now, I posted this. When did I post this? I'm about to say, I think I posted it yesterday or the day before yesterday, right? I posted the day before yesterday or the day before yesterday. And it says this. And this is off Wikipedia. And for the people who comment saying, oh, it's bullshit, I ain't true, they just trying to stop our rights. I just hope that y'all see the light one day. And I hope that you see it before it's too late. Because there's nothing that those people can come into my chat or comment on a video. There's nothing that those people can tell me, because
you're rocking with the best.
It's nothing they can tell me. Self-made, what's going on? Everybody, what's in the building? Everybody that's in here, what's up? Who we got right so far? What's up, brother? Tony, what's up? What's up? Okay, pre-Father's Day. Yes, sir. Shout out to everybody. Father's Day. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to everybody, man. All the fathers in here. Self-made, what's up? The Simple Natural. What's going on? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I make sure I ain't miss anybody. What's going on? What's going on, y'all? All right, so what does this say? The sovereign citizen phenomenon is one of the main contemporary sources of pseudo-law. Pseudo-law. So pseudo-law is basically a jurisdiction at any time. They're talking about a time with the government when everything was kind of like federal common law kind of took precedence. But since the Erie versus Tompkins case in 1938, federal common law has been taken out of the courts in a general application, and it's only invoked in certain civil court cases and scenarios. That's where the equity comes in at. The equity redemption, the equity resolution, it comes from that. It doesn't mean that in order for the court to have jurisdiction over you, it doesn't mean that there has to be an injured party filing an affidavit. It has nothing to do with that. Sovereign citizens believe that courts have no jurisdiction over people and that certain procedures, such as writing phrases on bills they do not want to pay, and loopholes can make one immune to government laws and regulations. Yesterday, we seen where the lady wrote that verbiage when she had to tender a payment to the court. She said she sent the notice of tender of payment in a bill of exchange, but when the judge asked her to explain it, she got an attitude and got frustrated because they never, ever, ever want to actually break down and explain the stuff that they're submitting because they don't understand what they're submitting. They're following a script blindly. That alone is reason enough why they won't win. They also agree. They also regard most forms of taxation as legitimate and reject Social Security numbers, driver's license, and vehicle registration. Driver's license, vehicle registration is up for debate. You know, it all depends on how you go about that. But for the most part, y'all get the sentiment. The movement may appeal to people facing financial or legal difficulties or wishing to resist perceived government oppression. Now, at the origination of the sovereign citizen movement, it was perceived government oppression. Now, I think the former has taken control. It's pretty much people facing financial or legal difficulties and can't afford to pay the bill or don't want to pay the bill anymore. But yeah, let's keep going. As a result, it has grown significantly during times or economic social crisis. Most schemes sovereign citizens promote aim to avoid paying taxes, ignore laws, eliminate debts, or extract money from the government. So it doesn't matter how it's titled. It doesn't matter how it's styled. No, it doesn't matter if you reject the title of a sovereign citizen. If you submitted a process or done a process with that intent, you were doing a sovereign citizen process, whether you knew it or not. Sovereign citizen arguments have no basis in law and have never been successful in court. So when people come to me and say, I know a guy that was successful, I said, okay, show me the case law, because if you saw them in court, if you actually was there in court, you should be able to give me the case. I should be able to read the case, and I should be able to decipher the facts and circumstances of this case. But actually, someone told me that, and that's how I responded this morning, and no response. We call that in the Supreme Elite team a third-party remedy, where you're in someone else's chat, someone else's group, talking about another person's remedy, when I thought you were supposed to be over there getting the same remedy. But no, they just want to argue belief systems. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying it gets hard out here. It gets hard for everyone. This is not a process where if you don't get $100 million out the government, you're not successful. It was never that. It was all a scam. It was all a fraud. You're never going to get $100 million out the government. That will never happen. Even if your documents are legit, they're not fucking cashing you out $100 million. Like, regardless of how legitimate you think it is, just look at the reality of it. Why would the government cash you out $100 million? Like, why would they cash you out $100 million? You can see like 100,000, 50, 30, 40. And that's the thing. Being modest has gone completely out the window. And I believe that if people were more modest in the numbers that they put on those documents, hell, sometimes you may get the benefit of the doubt, or that you may catch them at a time where they're so backed up that they don't feel like going through all the examinations and just like, oh, it's only $30, only 40, whatever. But when it's like 5 million, 20 million, of course they're going to flag it and scrutinize it, regardless if they're backed up 50,000 documents. When it comes to financing, mortgage, autos, credit cards, it is one of the most complex transactions you will ever engage in your life. There are 15 players to every one securitization transaction. 15. The money funnels 15 different ways. It's like moving parts on a chessboard. And these gurus don't even know that. They don't even know all the players to the game. They are playing in a dirty, vicious game. And you have to learn the game before you play the game. And when you play the game, you must play the game to win.
You're rocking with the best.
You don't play the game just to be right. It's not about being right. It's about winning. I don't care about being right. I care about winning. And this is a long game. You can't play the short game with this. This is a highly complex, sophisticated system. It generates $16 trillion a day. They're not just going to let you win off just exchanging documents. You have to know the game. Let's get to it.
Well, tell me when to start.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
All right, so the attorney says that the mortgage note absolutely.
My apologies. Let me just say this. This is the edited version of it. Some things, ladies and gentlemen, Matt, I done took time and years and almost over a decade at this, y'all. And I got clients who've actually paid for my services. I got clients who I'm representing now. I got people that paid to be in my group. I got people who's actually invested in their understanding. And it would be a disservice to them, to the intricate parts and the intricate stuff that we go over in my Telegram group, that I would just come out here and just be like, blah, 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 here you go, everybody. It's not fair to them. And I feel like no one, this information wasn't held back from me. All I had to do was seek the right understanding, and the information made itself available to me. The people I've met have came into my life. Everything that we talk about in the group, you would be amazed how it's nothing but a simple Google search. It's a simple search. And if you're in my Supreme Elite team, put a 1 in the chat if that's true. Put a 2 in the chat if it's not true. Because I post legal documents from the top lawyers in the world. And all it takes is the simple input it on Safari and bam, right, simple Google search. So what does that mean? The understanding has to be there in order to know what to look for. If everybody is searching the same things, you're not even going to know this exists. So when you don't know it exists, you're thinking that they're holding it from you. They're gatekeeping. I'm not gatekeeping. This stuff right here, you can easily do your own research and come to the same conclusion. But for the protection of my group and for the protection of the people who've actually invested, and here's the elephant in the room, y'all, they bite off my talking points all the time.
I see them all the time. I start talking about security, they jump on securities. I talk about accounting, now their life is about accounting. Like they sit back and watch me from the clouds, look for some new talking points, and they run back to their groups like they made it all up, like they studied and did all the research, because that sovereign citizen, it runs its course. But when you are actually on the right path and given the highly complexities of this systems, there's always something new to learn and figure out. And this is why the Supreme Elite team has progressed in its 3 years of its existence. This is why it's always something new. We're always taking it to the next level. We hasn't gotten stale. It always elevates. So this is why when you hear something blocked out, that's the reason. Thank you, Trey. I appreciate you, man.
Well, tell me when to start.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
All right, so the attorney says that the mortgage note absolutely serves as in this process. And he says the deed of trust, he says you're dead on. And he said in the language is the characteristics. Okay.
Yes.
He said, and that's the key that if you go to the U.S. District Court or a state court, he said in this process, he said the key thing that you want to look for, he says when you're going in there is looking for of the initial documents going in through the process. He said they do this all the time, and he says they do it willy-nilly, and he says they break the chain of title, and he says they break the assignment and of it. And they said, and he says, he says they blur the lines between it, and he says that is exactly where you attach.
I knew it.
Says, and he says you can break apart that whole in documentation of this. He says they do it all the damn time. I said, what is all the time? He said 90% of the time.
It's 90% of the time, it is nothing but business to those people. It's nothing but business. That's what I'm saying. People get so stressed out. They get so worried. And it's like I'm trying to scream at them like, no, they got you in an alternative universe. None of that's real. None of that ever took place. I know the note, the deed, your monthly pay, I know it seems real because security interest. But when you really attack it or know someone that knows how to attack it, we're proving that the transaction never took place. It never happened. Everything has to come back. Now, this is where your perception of reality has to change. This all starts with your mindset. We don't even get to the knowledge and the X's and O's and accounting and securities law. No. Plenty of people in these spaces right now, process and teaching, they still have the same mindset. They don't have that credit, the blind leading the blind.
That's all I've been saying. That's all I've been reading. It seems like that's what they do.
So he gave me a shitload of notes because I took notes with him over 18 holes of golf. I couldn't play, but I talked to him while we was driving on the golf cart. And so he filled my damn, I had a damn pad of paper. We had another driver driving the cart. And so I just took fucking like 25, 30 pages of notes. And so I sent him back my notes and some of what I'm preparing for you. And he says, from our initial talk, he said, your things that you got and you're preparing for whoever you're doing it for. He said, it's point on. He says,
he's talking about me. The lawyer is saying, whoever you got, you're working with, you're doing, he's talking about me. And that's the point where he says, spot on. 100% spot on. And I highlight this Not only for the people that's in my group, because the people in my group know, they know I'm official, but I highlight this for people who still are following teachers just because they like them. And so when they following teachers just because they like them, that means they are personal. They're treating this stuff as personal feelings, personal likes, when it's business. You see what I'm saying? It's business. Most people would stay with the teacher that doesn't know what they're doing because they like them. And when you are trying to get things done and you're actually trying to win, personal likes could go out the window. Because a lot of people that I know that work in these fields, they are some of the biggest assholes I've ever met in my life. And y'all know that's true. You ever been to court? You know someone that's been to court on their mortgage? You see how the lawyers be treating them? You think the lawyers be all kind to the borrowers? You see how they acting? You see how the lawyers be acting with the borrowers? They don't give a shit. The lawyer, they don't care because it's business. They're trying to win the game. And this is why they look at these financial institutions like they have no heart, where they're willing to put you out with your kids because they don't look at it from the angle that we want them to see it. We want them to have a heart. We want them to have a heart. We want them to understand our plight. We want them to give us a break. We want them to, put it on the arrears, put it on the back, and don't kick me out. I got kids. That's what. No. We get just like them. We get just like them. We get dirtier than them. And when we had the opportunity to put our foots on their necks, we don't let up. Because when they have an opportunity to put their foots on their necks, they're not going to let up. It's all legal warfare. And they don't respect nothing but the blood, guts, and gore. You can send in your documents to them all they want. If you ain't willing to bury their ass in litigation, this ain't the game for you to play.
Just go into it a little bit depth. And he said, add to it anything that you can do to help him. So I'm working on that, but I won't be able to get it to you probably until next Friday.
That's cool.
Now, what he's talking about there, and this is, once again, this is one of the benefits of being part of the Supreme Elite team. What he's actually talking about is the lawyer's own personal like tactics that he has used in his 100 victories. And actually, I know who that lawyer is. He told me his name. I'm not going to tell y'all who he is, but I know who he is. He's a top dog. He was a top dog at the SEC. He took down some powerful companies. He's a top dog. 27 years. Top dog. Highly respected. He ain't no poop-putt lawyer fresh out the bar. He a big dog in this.
That's cool because I'm doing the research.
But it's going to be a very thorough dictation of this process and the points of it.
So all the stuff that he's giving me, I'm just adding it to my repertoire. I may not use everything. I may add this, or this is good for me, because remember, everybody's situation is different. So bits and pieces, I'm going to style that for my clients and just incorporating the strategies and that 27 years of experience that I don't have. So I'll be getting that extra to it.
And what kind of actions need to be brought. And he says, you're absolutely right. He said, you can bust us just as easily, but he said, I'm going to just tell you, he said, I break them up courts effectively.
Wow. Wow. In the U.S. district courts as well.
Yeah, as U.S. district courts as well. He says you just need to be sharp on your litigation
Yep.
and your rules of procedure.
Oh yeah, that's all I talk about. Procedures. You got to learn the rules of procedure. It's for your state court and federal. I fought the government for 5 years. So I know the federal rules of procedure like the back of my hand. During my federal trial, I'm sitting there taking notes, watching my lawyer, watching the government. Oh, you just got up and made an oral Rule 29 motion, Rule 29B. I said, what motion is that? Oh, it's a motion to dismiss when the government rests, when they haven't presented enough evidence to convict. I said, let me write that down. Write that down. Facts.
Yep.
He says, make a U.S. district court and follow through with it. And he said that is the key to the element of it. But he says, because when you do your subpoena and you do on your discovery, he said that's where you tear them the fuck apart.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it seem like I'm just trying to hide it from y'all, but I'm y'all. This is public. This is YouTube. My Supreme Elite team. You can hear the whole unedited, but what he said right there was, oh God. Yep.
And he says, when I get done with them, he said they don't even have a leg to stand on. He says they go in the back rooms with me and settle out.
Yep. That's
settle out. And I've actually read court cases where both parties, that's what they've done. When we bring up the claims in the venue that I pretty much teach. Because it busts the books open. There's nothing they can do. So imagine settling out, a refund of everything you paid, a refund of the excess interest, and getting clear legal title, and having case law to support that, where judges have already done that on a consistent basis since 1948. So it wasn't that the system held us back. It was that we were just operating within the wrong system. Oh, this ain't nothing new I'm talking about. This is old as dirt. So it lets you know how good they are at keeping the secret. Oh, this is old. This is the strategy that the top professionals use. This ain't nothing new I'm bringing to you. This is very old, but it's new to all of us. But what I'm saying is having that extra in your repertoire, because when you get a check from the IRS, let's say your mortgage, auto, credit card, you get a check. Just because you got a check back doesn't mean the debt is settled. It doesn't mean the receivables is settled. So in reality, you would get that check for your house. You would still have to go take it to them to settle the receivables. What we're raising the bar is getting that same outcome, like the check, the refund, getting that in a goddamn court order. So not only you get the proceeds back, you get clear and legal title to the property. Come on, man. Come on, man.
So that's all.
And he says, I brought up something extra because I said, because we are the initial person of that. We've got a security interest in it. We've got a legal interest into the proceeds.
Yep.
And he says, yes, you do. You got what's called. He said it's called.
Yeah. But as he said, we have a legal interest in the proceeds. So it ain't no phantom. A lot of people actually, oh yeah, you got to tell you to the proceeds, but can you identify where the proceeds went? See, that's the intricacies that we go over in the group. So in the Supreme Elite team, you will learn exactly where the proceeds went, where it was supposed to go, how they characterized it, how they accounted for it, and the balance sheets in which they record that same liability to us that they owe us. No, they actually record it. They got to send it up to the FDIC. They actually record it. It's not no mystery. I can literally pinpoint the balance sheet because it's a promissory note to us. But when they record the assets and liabilities associated with the transfer of that note, it takes on a totally different name. It takes on a totally different name. And I have yet hear any social media guru even say what the real name of the note is after you give it back to them, because it's not a promissory note anymore. I'm yet to hear one even know what it is. Oh, we know, but I was saying, let me see if anybody's going to take it to the next level. None of them know the accounting characterization of the note. And if they do, I would definitely like to get up with it because I know where they mind at. We could cook something up good. I like to build with people. I don't like to, I like to build. And if I see teachers teaching and feel like they got their heart in the right place, but they just a little off, I'm not going to go in there live in their comments. I'm going to send them a private message. I did that today to someone. And he's a teacher on TikTok. And he reached out to me. And he was like, damn, bro. Yeah, you right. So now you're about to be a part of my group. So I'm like, bro, if you're going to teach your people, like, at least teach them the right way. Hold on.
District court or a state court, he said, in this process, he said the key thing that you want to look for, he says, when you're going in there is looking for of the initial documents going in through the process. He said they do this all the time, and he says they do it willy-nilly, and he says they break the chain of title, and he says they break the assignment and the notes, because I took notes with him over 18 holes of golf.
Hold on, y'all. Point on. I missed the. I'll just stop right here.
And so he filled my day. I had a damn pad of paper. We had another driver driving the cart. And so I just took fucking like 25, 30 pages of notes.
Yes.
And so I sent him back my notes and some of what I'm preparing for you.
Yes.
And he says, from our initial talk, he said, your things that you got and you're preparing for whoever you're doing it for. He said, it's point on. He says, just go into it a little bit depth. And he said, add to it anything that you can do to help him. So I'm working on that, but I won't be able to get it to you probably until next Friday.
That's cool. That's cool because I'm doing the research.
But it's going to be a very thorough dictation of this process and the points of attack and what kind of actions need to be brought. And he says, you're absolutely right. He said, you can bust this just as easily, but he said, I'm going to just tell you, he said, I break them up in courts effectively.
So, all right. So every time he's talking about he said, you're absolutely right. He's talking about the lawyer. Basically, the lawyer's talking to me through him. Because I get a good buddy of mine who's a 7-series securities broker. I get him to, hey, send this document to your lawyer. And I'll ask the lawyer questions and this. Oh, do I have the right? Because I believe it's this because of this. Is this the right interpretation? So when he's telling me he's absolutely right, that's based on what I'm basically saying. This is how I see it's going. This is how I see it went. But you're the real professional. So I'm right, ain't I? And that's where you say, oh, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So that's him talking to me through him.
Wow. And the U.S. District Courts as well.
Yeah, as U.S. District Courts as well. He says you just need to be sharp on your litigation. And your rules of procedure. He says make a U.S. District Court and follow through with it. And he said is the key to the element of it. But he says because when you do your subpoena and you do on your discovery, he said that's where you tear them the fuck apart.
So the rules of evidence and procedure, y'all, it has nothing to do with common law. It has nothing to do with not unrebutted affidavit. You see what I'm saying? Not everything that these sovereigns and these more, I don't care this because they don't want to use the name. That's exactly what it is. None of their way of how the system works actually comports with economic reality. And it just has no basis. There's not even a process or procedure set up to even handle those type of claims. Literally.
Yep.
And he says, when I get done with them, he said, they don't even have a leg to stand on. He says they go in the back rooms with me and settle out.
That's all.
And
I brought up something extra because I said, because we are the initial person of that. We've got a security interest in it. We've got a legal interest into the proceeds. Yep.
And he says, yes, you do. You got what they're called. He said it's called. And he said that makes you a part of the process and the right to the proceeds.
An ex-SEC attorney, 27 years, saying we have a right to the proceeds. I mean, it's already new. But now you know. So it ain't a matter of if you get it. It's a matter of when. You see the finish line. You know what it's going to be when you come correct. You know, we all know what the end goal is. We all know what we want. So why not take the steps in a slow, methodical approach to get it? Because once you follow that path, the courts are already consistent on how they're going to rule. That's the whole thing. It's not going to be if follow the standards, follow procedures, make sure you have everything correct. When we do that, they've already ruled in our favor. With people who had cases like this, they've already ruled. So there's already precedent. It's a fucking golden ticket.
He said, yes, you can.
Oh, wow.
He said one lady, he did his on her securitization thing. He said that he went in and he made them pay all of her stuff back to her and got her a free clear title deed.
Yep. That's what I said, Troy. I swear to God, that's what I said in class. I said it looks like you can get all what you put in back, the whole value, and clear free title of everything.
Yep. And he says this right here is the magic that 99% of attorneys don't even have a fucking clue about.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
So, if what I teach in my class, 99% of attorneys don't even have a clue about this, what makes you think I care about any of what these sovereign citizen social media teachers talk about? Because none of them know this. Not one of them. People come back to me with their classes all the time, videos on their classes, people that's in their Telegram group, sending me all shit out their Telegram group. That shit don't even be worth mentioning. That shit's so child's play. Like they still stuck on 1997 sovereign citizen stuff. Like, no cap. I get videos of what these gurus charging people to attend. People attend it, and then they send me the video. They send me the video. The documents that it's all the same, just reworded. It's all the same stuff. And I know he's not lying because I contacted a corporate attorney and I started speaking that stuff to him. He had he wanted to get off the phone, but he did say, he's like, hey, man, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't think you'll find a lawyer who's going to submit those claims for you. He's like, I don't think you found a thing. I think they're not even going to touch it. He said, they're not going to touch it. So he actually said, you go to school for that? I said, nah, I was all self-taught. I just studied and learned it. He was like, in so many words, like, you better off doing it yourself. You already know what you know. You might as well go. But he said, good luck on finding any attorney to present this claim for you. If you was to go to your attorney with these claims, when we go over in class, they're not going to present it for you. They will be considered going against the grain, and they'll get blackballed. The only reason why they was coming on this side during the mortgage bubble is because they already had a bad name over there. So they say, let me get out of this because it's shit about to be bad over there, and let me defect to the borrower side, charge them, get them their shit back because I already know the game. It's all about who you know, for real. No, for real. It's about who you know in this shit too. It's all a game, y'all. They just playing a game. It's all a game. It's all this shit is.
That's what I figured. I say no one knows. That's what I figured.
He says when you're talking to them in this realm, he says this shit. He said this right here is the magic that 99% of attorneys don't even have a fucking clue about.
That's what I figured. I say no one knows. That's what I figured.
He says when you're talking to them in this realm, he says this shit's like speaking a damn foreign language from a country that they've never heard of.
Yep. I swear to God, Troy, because I was like, hold on, man. Court, they never talk about this. You don't hear them making these arguments. Yeah. Oh, man. Thank you, Troy, man. Fuck.
And so that evening, I went out with one of his CPAs for dinner.
Yes.
That does in the securities realm audit.
25 years. She's the one that comes in to find the money you've been hiding. She the one that comes in if you've been cooking the books. She's the one, when they see her, they all get nervous. She's the one where they'll be like, the owner come out like, yeah, man, yeah, we're getting the books together too. We're probably gonna need another week, and slide it. It's like a little rectangle upside down, white. At the top is gonna say, do not sign below here, do not endorse below here. And they slide it face down. She picks it 50,000, 75,000. Yeah, we're gonna need you to come back in a week. $50,000 check, $75,000 check. My mom used to do auditing. They used to bribe her all the time. I threw that scenario out there because that actually happened to my mom before. She went to a business to audit them. Exactly what the manager, the owner, whoever he was, said, Ms. Black, I'm gonna need you to come back. Can you come back in a week? And slid it right to her. She looked at it, it was 20 racks. And she said, I can't take it, because she a deaconess at the church and all that. The God's watching me. I don't want to go to hell. I said, Mom, shit. I took that 20. She, how long you need? 2 weeks? I said, I need a 10. Maybe I can find a 10 in Cancun. Oh, yeah. All right. I'll be back in a week.
And all that shit.
Yes.
And she told me, and she's been doing it for 25 years.
Yeah.
Because he uses her effectively to come in on the accounting side.
Yes.
So here's the misconception that people that know securities know accounting. That's not the truth. It's not the reality. People that know securities don't know accounting. But people that know accounting don't know securities. So the securities team use the accounting to get the accounting characterization of these securities that they're transferring, and the accounting uses the securities to get the security language on what they're doing with these instruments and their assets. So that's very common. The security is always going to bring the accounting in for the books, and the accounting always going to bring the security specialist for the instruments. That is standard. That's norm. But if you work in accountings, you don't even learn securities because you got accounts for it. When you work in securities, you don't learn accounting because you got accounts for it. I know both.
You're rocking with the best.
Tear apart their fucking arguments.
Yes.
Are you following me?
Yes, I
And
am.
she told me, she said CPAs for dinner
Yes.
that does in the securities realm audits and all that shit.
Yes.
And she told me, and she's been doing it for 25 years.
Yeah.
Because he uses her effectively to come in on the accounting side.
Yes.
To tear apart their fucking arguments.
Yes.
Are you following me?
Yes, I
am.
She
told me, she said he uses her.
Right there. He uses her to tear apart their arguments because she knows the accounting characteristics of how these instruments are styled, how they're titled, how the transaction really goes. They use trust law to siphon their property from us. They use contract law, installment agreement, mortgage note, sign the deed of trust. They use contract law to stick you with the obligation. And they use accounting to hide the payables from us and the true nature of the transaction. Something's overboard. And everyone I talk to securities always brings an accountant for this. And then the accountant always brings the securities for this. So I said, well, fuck it, I'm going to learn them both.
Her effectively to come in on the accounting side.
Yes.
To tear apart their fucking arguments.
Yes.
Are you following me?
Yes, I am.
She told me, she said she's been doing this for 25 years. She says she can tell you from the accounting side is that this is absolutely attacked and that you.
What he said right there, I blocked out, is the same thing that I teach. I don't know this lady. Guess what? I didn't go to school for this. I don't have a background in this. I didn't grow up with securities. I didn't. But guess what? Without the formal training to train my eye to know what to look, you know what I used? Two things. And those two things brought me the third. I used common sense, meaning if I was a bank, what would I do? I use wisdom. What seems right? What seems like a proper course of action? And those two brought me understanding. Once I had all three, then it's knowledge. And I still am learning. You don't have to, oh, it's so hard. Hey, it was hard for me too. I have no background in this. This shit was like, what? When I first, like, what the fuck are these? What is this? Oh, man. Common sense, wisdom, understanding, knowledge.
Jacket at any time based upon securitization and accounting.
Yep. I try to tell them.
And she said, if you want to go out to dinner with me, she said, I'll break this down to you much more thoroughly. And
yes.
She said, show you. And she said, get you a game plan.
Yes.
And I said, well, we kind of got a guy that's already on top of this.
Yeah.
And I said, he already knows all of this. And I just basically just reconfirming whatever he needed, you know. And she said, well, he's right on the right attack. I said, he's been going at the accounting securitization issue. But all of this, and I'd get you a game plan.
Yes.
And I said, well, we kind of got a guy that's already on top of this.
That he's talking about me.
Yeah.
And I said, he already knows all of this, and I just basically just reconfirming whatever he needed, you know. And she said, well, he's right on the right attack.
You're rocking with the best.
Well, we kind of got a guy that's already on top of this.
Yeah.
And I said, he already knows all of this, and I just basically just reconfirming whatever he needed, you know. And she said, well, he's right on the right attack. I said, he's been going at the accounting securitization issue. And but the attorney said that is the thing, and based upon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm gonna add that. Oh, Troy, good God, man. I wish I had my prompt right now. I'll drop the bombs. Yes, sir. Man, you don't know how much valuable you are to this group due to your connections to the professionals, bro. Nah, for real, man. This is professional confirmation.
You're the one that's the smart one, brother. You're the one that's put all this together.
Yeah, but Troy, like the have the professional confirmation and know that you have the right interpretation and the professionals are confirming it, man. Oh,
and if I wouldn't have went to school or had a degree for this confirmation wouldn't have been much. But y'all got to remember where I came from. I started learning this in federal prison. So to be on par with the people that's got a combined of 53 years of experience more than me, to be right on par with them. I mean, when you're learning this by yourself, you really have no one to confirm it. You just got to shoot it out there and try. You don't have no one confirming this, because on this scale, you don't have too many people that can even confirm it for you. Like, really, you don't have the people who are equipped to have the conversation with you. They're not going to have the conversation with you because you're an outsider. This is for the insiders. So they're not going to have the conversation with you. So before going to court, before you go to court, you got professional confirmation before you take their ass to court. And this is what the Supreme Elite team offers. I'm sorry we can't offer a birth certificate. I'm sorry we can't offer a social security card. I'm sorry we can't offer a $500,000 withholding on your on a 1099 for you to get you an erroneous check that they're gonna be asking for it back later. Like I'm sorry we can't do none of that. I'm sorry we can't do affidavits. I'm sorry we don't do common law. I'm sorry we don't just rely on constitution law. I'm sorry we're not gonna bring federal law into a state case. I'm sorry we're not gonna sue. I'm sorry we don't have a fee schedule. I'm sorry we're not going to put private plates on our vehicles. I'm sorry we're not going to get our vehicles registered. I mean, like I don't, there's nothing, if that's your belief, that's cool, but we don't have none of that over here. We don't talk about none of that. Not at all.
My gosh, bro, that is because you don't have that in these spaces, bro. You don't have no professional coming in, looking at your stuff saying, yes, this is legit. Nah, you may want to add this. So you gave me some key pointers, and that the initial, sorry, y'all, I had to block this part out. Too much sauce.
Yep.
Right there.
And he says that he gets all of his wins based upon fucked up accounting. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
That's why you got to tap in with me. The value was worth it.
Yep.
And he says, It's just basically if they can't.
We discussing in courtroom documents and tactics right here.
And he said they do this all the damn time.
Yep.
And he says these SPVs are notorious for it.
Yes, that's what I said. Because Troy, it's impossible for them to do it legally and stay within the confines because they would have to pay taxes at every stage.
And and he told me, he says the reason that is so that they're trying to avoid taxes.
Yep.
Yes.
What do I always say in the group, y'all? If they really did this legally by the book, they'll be paying. So, okay. So, you know, they need 2 true sales. So basically a mortgage, let's run up a little quick scenario. You got Supreme Elite Team Mortgage Company, Supreme Elite Team Funding, Supreme Elite Team Mortgage-Backed Securities Trust. So you got the sponsor, which is the originator, the so-called lender. You got the Supreme Elite Team Funding, which is the depositor, and the special purpose vehicle or bankruptcy remote entity. And then you got Supreme Elite Team Mortgage-Backed Securities Trust. That's the issuing entity. So it's 3 players, but they all consolidated on their balance sheet. This is why they hate for you to bring them into a certain venue, because the assets that was transferred eventually is going to be transferred to the issuing entity. It's going to come back on the Supreme Elite Team Mortgage Company, the lender's books. And that's where the liability gets, you break the books up from there. Anyways, so with the issuing entity, Supreme Elite Team Mortgage-Backed Securities Trust, what they're going to do, they're going to enter into an agreement with the participants on the secondary market to raise money. So they're going to take your application. Your application is going to be underwritten. Once your application is underwritten and it meets the standards of the participants, that's how you get approved in that. The metrics on how they approve you, only they use a scale. How much loss are we expected to take on this transaction, and how much we are expected to gain? If they expect to gain, meaning you're going to make more payments than you're not, that determines on whether you get approved or not. So they use your credit score to determine how many payments you're going to make. You get it? How many payments are we going to get out of you versus how much allowance for credit loss we going to have to write off? I don't think you got me to say it again. The main factor is how many payments do they expect to get out of you versus how much loss do we expect to take. You don't get it? They already expect to take a loss anyway. It's just how much. That means they never expect you to pay it off, regardless if you got a credit score of 850 or 530. It's never designed for you to pay it off. Yeah. So people, oh, credit score, credit. They never expect you to pay it off anyway, because it's not set up for you to pay it off. They lose money the longer you pay consistently. They need the default in so the credit default swaps can kick in. It's like they take insurance. Like they take pictures with you at closing, give you the keys, and then they go place a bet against you. So when you default, they get insured. The whole thing. They never want you to pay it off. It's never designed for you to pay it off. Why do you think when you approach a year or so on your auto, you start getting shit in the mail? Refinance, because they looking at it like, oh, okay, they had a year straight payments. Because that's what all finance companies expect you to do anyway. make your payments for a year consistently, then go get refinanced, cash them out. Now you deal with your bank.
You're rocking with the best.
So after we underwrite your application, we go get the money from the secondary, get the money from the secondary market. We transfer it to the SPV, Supreme Elite Team Funding, Supreme Elite Team from right there. What happens before you close? What is the number one account that they set up for you? Escrow account. So since they already got the collateral, that portion of the proceeds generated goes right there to the account. Because you never really know how the money actually gets there at closing. It just shows up. It's like the transaction's already done before you get there. Right. In order to win, you have to actually know how did the money actually get there to close. I seen a TikTok joint yesterday. It was a dude kind of not heavy set, not real big, but he was saying, and then people asking, make them prove that they fund the loan. You see what I'm saying? And then when they don't do it, you take them to court. But if you're making them prove something, send them a notice and respond within 30 days. When you don't sue them. If you're going to sue, you're considered the plaintiff. You have the burden of proof to prove. You can't use, well, they didn't respond to this notice, so there's no debt as an argument. You have to prove that there was never a transaction in the first place. See, that's totally different what you hear on social media, ain't it? It's totally different, ain't it? Nobody's talking in those terms. Nobody. Don't worry, y'all. These social media gurus ain't even gonna know what. They don't even know what the hell I just said. Supreme Elite Team. I ain't gonna spill the trade secrets. They don't even know what that is. Because they always try to prove that you fund the loan. Prove that you fund the loan. Prove that you fund the loan. We the only ones saying, ain't proving that you ain't fund the loan. We know you didn't fund the loan. Want to know how we know you ain't fund the loan? Because bam, 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 bam. You see? You see? I'm never going to come into court or go against them telling, prove this, prove this. You know what I tell you? I tell you, no, this is what you did. As I say, no, this is how the transaction went. Oh, yeah. My clients, it's a note, they signed it, but after you got the note, you booked it as this. Yeah, it's a deed of trust on its face, but nah, the characterizations of it is this. And to back it up, check this out. Bam, 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 bam. So once you close, sign the note gets purchased. Or does it really get purchased? Do they actually buy the note? That's what they're saying. Once you sign the note, the debt is settled. They still don't get it. And I get kicked out of TikTok lives all the time because I hear the teacher say something that I know is false, and it's hard for me to stay silent. So I'm like, actually, no, it didn't go down like that. I think you're a little off. How about looking at it from this angle? And then as soon as other people see, that's when I really get blocked. When other people see the comment and start commenting on what I just said. I remember one time, it was 2 weeks ago, I made a comment like, hold on, what if the debt note didn't create the credit? Your signature didn't create the credit. What if your signature created the receivable? What if? I already know what it did. I said, what if? And then it was like 2 people. I remember one said, hey, Thomas Legacy 723 on TikTok. Explain that. That's an interesting take. The live viewer has removed you from this live. I said, damn. Yeah. He said, he added me, he said, explain that. That's an interesting take. And I'm about to explain it in a roundabout way, you know. And as soon as I'm still typing, I ain't even send it yet. You know, you get kicked out of live on TikTok, you've been removed from this. I said, God damn. Oh, I get removed by asking a question. That's when you know you're not dealing with a teacher. Because if they know what they know, they're supposed to be able to take all questions. I take all questions. You just ain't gonna just pepper me with questions and shit.
And he says, basically, they're committing fraud to the IRS.
Yep. That's what I let the IRS know.
Supreme Elite Team, what do we always talk about? ATS. What do we always say, Supreme Elite Team? Every single one of them are this. Every single financial transaction in America is committing fraud. Every single one of them. They never have standing to foreclose. They by default, they don't. And that's big. By default, they don't. Just by the order of their operations, how they go. And by default, you don't. By default, they don't. It's all an abusive tax shelter scheme. That's all it is. That's all it is. And they hate when you know it and can break it down to them exactly. Oh, they hate that.
Yeah, and he told me, he says, the reason that is so that they're trying to avoid taxes.
Yep. Yeah.
Remember I always say, if they did this the right way, they'll be paying millions of dollars in taxes at 2 stages. From the sponsor to the depositor, then from the depositor to the issuing entity, they have to pay taxes. Shit, they even got to pay taxes when you sign the deed of trust and transfer it over to them.
And he says, basically, they're committing fraud to the IRS.
Yep. That's what I let the IRS know. I told them.
And he says, when you bring that also as a side account, like that, you're gonna fucking rat them out.
Yep.
He said, I do it too. He said, I do it all the time.
Yep.
He said, you got it. He said, this is a dirty game.
Yep.
He said, these fuckers are dirty. And he says, you got to get dirtier than them. But he says, as long as you can get dirtier than them, and he says, you can stand on your spot and not move. He said, you'll win every time.
Yep. You heard me say it in the group. Blood, guts, and gore. Guts and gore. That's the only thing they respect. That's the only thing they respect.
Yep. But he says, you know, he says, I wear these guys out. He says, man, I take them into Discovery, and he said, I wear them out.
Oh, yes.
And he says, you know, he says, I attack them in depositions. And he says, you know, by the time I get done with Discovery, he says, they don't even want to go before the judge now. He says, they're talking money.
Set out.
And he says, we're talking in a back room. And he says, we just send a conference agreement to the judge. And then we settled the matter.
I settled the matter right there. And that's what I told the group. I said, hold on, man. I've seen a lot of these cases where there's a joint motion to dismiss because the matter has been resolved privately. I've seen it. I said, oh, they don't want this in court. They don't want this in court.
And so he went over with me a lot of the things on the civil rules of procedure because we were playing 18 holes and stuff. Yeah. And he told me that, you know, because I've got a pretty good understanding how the rules and stuff, because
Yes.
I've got a
Yes.
lot of legal background. And so I'm going to create for the group
Yes.
basically what I call it rules for dummies.
Yes. Yes.
Just do a little thing that this is what you use this for. This is what it's for.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I'll throw it out to you when I get it all done and
Yep.
put it before you, and
Yep.
then you can decide who
Yep.
gets and what gets.
Yep. Yep. I definitely will, because
well, first and foremost, that right there, that's gonna be part of my added to my repertoire. Cause don't get it twisted. I know the rules and procedure. I know how to put a mean blicky together. But if I got an additional professional 4 letters, 2 words, you know what I'm saying? So that's a plus. So I ain't got that type of complex. I don't want to say I don't want that. People got that complex with me all the time. Because they feel like they're supposed to know it all. And no one is supposed to know it more than them. The pride and ego issues I see with these social media teachers is beyond belief. Because in reality, they don't really know shit. How the hell you been teaching? You was in Patrick Devine's class. You in this class over there. Now you seen that the same packet that you brought that ain't work. A lot of people want it. It's popular. Now you teaching a class selling it. What makes you think that you know it all? What makes you with the nerve of those teachers to really think that they actually know it all? And no one is supposed to know more than them. And they be wrong through and through. The discharge that shit class, almost 500,000 views on YouTube. All wrong information. Not one success story from it. Not one. Oh, they said, oh, thank you. An email. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It worked. You know that's fake. You know they typed that themselves. It worked. What do you mean it worked? What do you mean it worked? If it's legit, that's just a course. That's how it's supposed to go anyway. What do you mean it worked? Already told themselves there. I don't care about those fake testimonials. You don't get victory with this type of shit with your mortgage and auto just by sitting in the. Granted, that Navy federal case is a one-off. I never expect any case to go that way. When they just got, satisfaction and lien without going to court, that's just a one-off. That's an anomaly. I don't even tell people that's going to happen that way. I tell people, we getting on the battlefield, we going to court. Oh, 98% of you, it's going to court. Because you can send in all the documents to the mortgage company all you want. They're going to continue to steamroll right over top of it, play games, gaslight. Oh, it's going to court. Oh, yeah, worry about that. Oh, don't even, well, maybe I'll be the 2%. Well, I could just get my documents in. Oh, no, your ass going to court. Oh, you best believe that. It's definitely going there. Don't even worry about it. So what would you rather be? On the right side of the knowledge and understanding, or still trying shit like everybody else out there? They still just trying shit. Playing with their assets like that.
That's the next phase I was going to get on with the group about the rules, court rules, because you got to know courtroom procedures and the standards, and you got to be able to pass the sufficient.
You hear my daughter being bad as hell in the background?
I'll to you when I get it all done and put it before you, and then you can decide who gets and what gets.
Yep. I definitely will, because that's the next phase I was going to get on with the group about the rules, court rules, because you got to know courtroom procedures and the standards, and you got to be able to pass the sufficiency test.
You got to know warfare. You got to know legal warfare. That's what the attorney said. You got to know legal warfare. He said, if you ain't, he said, if you ain't willing to step
Courtroom procedures in the state.
You heard what he said? What do I say? You heard what the lawyer said? You got a little legal warfare. Legal warfare. Because I'm telling you, y'all, these mortgage companies, especially the big ones, like United Wholesale Mortgage, especially the big ones, they don't respect nothing but the blood, guts, and gore. You got to get down and dirty with them. They don't expect nothing but that legitimate court filing. Taking their ass into that jurisdiction, into that venue, and nailing their ass to the cross. That's the only thing they respect. If you don't have the ability to do that, if the teachers are not showing you, laying a foundation for you to do that, those administrative processes are all futile. That's why I call 99% of the documents dead on arrival in these spaces. Dead on arrival.
Anderson, you got to be able to pass the sufficiency test.
You got to know warfare. You got to know legal warfare. That's what the attorney said. You got to know legal warfare. He said, if you ain't, he said, if you ain't willing to step inside the courtroom, he said, you can only do so much with paperwork exchange.
Yeah.
So, heard what he said? If you ain't willing to step the big dance, if you ain't willing to take them to the dance, they're going to ignore that shit and they're just going to keep ignoring it. You know how frustrating it gets when they keep ignoring it? Or you know how people be thinking like you reach out to a teacher and that, this is how people really think. Regardless of what you tell them, that's not how it goes. They still got that sovereign citizen belief system because that's how they started. So they really think in their mind that your documents, you're going to send something to them that's going to get them to stop trying to collect. Like just the document. I'm just going to say, all right, you don't owe anymore. That's no, people really be thinking that. And you notice that and this is real life, they only reach out for an update when they receive another bill in the mail. That's always how they reach out when they get a bill. Yeah, I'm still getting a bill. That's supposed to be taken care of. Thought what?
Yeah, it's on some, and this is, and I'm glad that you said that because this is coming from a professional attorney, and I try to tell people the administrative claim with some of these finance companies ain't gonna get it so far. You got to prove that you can take them in court and win.
Like, so just to tell you something, he just took a position 2 weeks ago with Donald Trump, and he's the main Securities and Exchange advisor.
Oh wow!
To the president.
Oh shoot! Good God Almighty! God Almighty! Shit! Damn.
That ain't working. You got 5,000 different people talking about get the cases on your markets, get the cases on your auto, on your court case. They all got that same red shit. They all got that same red. I did a reverse search of that red sign. You know where that red sign comes from? An actual legitimate company. So they took the red sign and just put that on the document. Because when you really get a QSIP results file, it's like 12 pages. And sometimes it's 19, 20 pages. It's like a registered statement. It don't come with one page. And guess what? It's all people that don't even know each other selling the same QSIPs. They're all going to give you this. And guess what? You know what they do? They go online. They go get a QSIP for a real fund that you have no benefits in, because even if you found the QSIPs to the fund, a legitimate QSIPs, the beneficiaries are registered. So the fund gets paid when you make your payments. So you can't even use the CUSIP anyway, because you have no rights to any security issued to it. You would have to take them to court to show that you're the principal. But you can't file. No, people actually file taxes with this, y'all. No, literally. They literally filed taxes on this, on a fraudulent document. Literally did that. I ain't lying.
Yeah, so like I told you, he used to be 2 to 3 down on the total poll in the SEC.
Yes.
But now Donald Trump has gave him a special advisory role.
Oh, wow.
Where they just tapping his brain for the knowledge between him and the president and the financial management services.
Yep.
The looking for.
Oh shit.
You can decide who gets and what.
With your friend, the attorney.
He says he must be on his, the Treasury Exchange advisor.
Oh.
So yeah. Hey, you must know every move they make before they even move. That's a fact. That's a fact. No. He's not lying. Ron T is not lying with that. Ron T is not lying with that statement. That's an absolute fact. No. Dead real life serious. That's an absolute fact. You gotta know what they do before they do. And when you study that's why I say study the history of the company. Study how they consistently do things. Study their SEC filings for the past 10 years. It's going to lay that down the ground. Like UWM. I went back to UWM like the past 7, 8 years, and I realized, oh, they're consistent. They do it like this. They do it like this. So they already pretty much tell you how they're going to move because they never expect you to read the shit. So everything I do with them, I'm already thinking 5 steps ahead of the game. And this is why the short-term steps that you make, they're not the most popular in the beginning. They never are. The short-term moves, they're never the popular ones. Because you got to position. You can't overshoot. You can't undershoot. You got to slide. You got to guide them into a corner. You can't overtalk too much when you talk to them. You can't undertalk. You can't let them know everything you're going to do. You can't go jump out the window and make a filing. Sometimes you got to sit back and play defense. Remember, in this system, y'all, it's strategic planning over fact documentation. I'm going to say it again. Strategic planning over fact documentation, meaning you're just telling them everything that happened. This, they did this, then they did this, then they did. It's strategic planning because they strategize. They strategize. They're looking for ways. See, I look at it like this. It's like you got Elmer Fudd, man, you looking for the rabbit. He got the double barrel shotgun looking for the rabbit, walking around, but not knowing where the rabbits with the double barrel at the back of Elmer Fudd's head just walking behind him. Don't even know it yet. He looking for the rabbit. We the rabbits. They looking for us whole time. We right behind them, following them with the barrel to the back of their head. Facts.
Wow.
To the president.
Oh, shoot. Good God almighty. God almighty. Shit. Damn.
Yeah, so like I told you, he used to be 2 to 3 down on the total poll in the SEC.
Yes.
But Now Donald Trump has gave him a special advisory role
Oh
to where
wow.
they just tapping his brain for the knowledge between him and the president and the financial management services,
Yep. Yep.
the Treasury, the IRS.
Yep.
And he's like an advisory go between for them and the SEC.
Wow. Wow. Because yep, and that's what they do. They get these professionals on, hang on as advisories to advise. Yep, that's a fact. So Troy, so according to your conversation with your friend, the attorney, what we go over in group is right in with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know uh, when you attack these people.
The words that he used was, "You're going about it standard operating procedures."
Okay, perfect, perfect. Because that's one thing I always want to make sure is that I got the
And
right
he
interpretation.
said, whoever you got to doing this.
That's a fact. So Troy, so according to your conversation with your friend, the attorney, what we go over in group is right in line with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know when you attack these people.
The words that he used was, "You're going about it standard operating procedures."
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Yeah. Yeah. The Supreme Elite team is the standard. Every guru is going to mirror their knowledge and understanding of this group. They already mirrored their talking points. Oh, this is the standard. When you hear something like this, you can't go back to, you're going to do that affidavit of truths. What? This is the standard. No. The Supreme Elite team is the standard. And I challenge any guru and their supporters to a live debate. Any one of them. Their guru, I would take on any guru out here. Even the ones who went to school for this, I take them on too. Hell, you notice how JT from Pocket Watch I slid in. Hey, you should check that dude Thomas Legacy out. Gave me the heart and the light. I'm going to do it. JT from Pocket Watch, what? What? False what? Shit, I could teach JT something. And that's a fact. Everyone in that group, this is the minimum bar of the Supreme Elite team. This is the minimum bar. This is the bare minimum that you're going to know. When you join the Supreme Elite team, and of course, take it serious, come to class, you're in your studies, you're dedicated. By default, you're automatically going to know more than any guru out here. Any social media guru, you're going to know more than them already. You're going to be telling people like, nah, I don't think you should be doing that. Because they're learning courtroom standards, courtroom procedure, the sufficiency test. Oh, they're learning. So y'all not going to be able to siphon them away from my group because they're going, you know what, want to know why? Because they're going to look at the standard of what you're teaching. Like, oh, hell nah. You ain't getting into advanced accounting? I don't want to hear that shit. Advanced securities laws? You're not getting into the balance sheets? You don't know how to break down the balance sheet? Oh, hell. This is why they don't want people coming to my channel. Because the bar is so high that most people, when they come over here, they're learning stuff that they didn't even know exist. God damn it.
You're rocking with the best.
In reality, it's not a fair debate. It would not be a fair debate. Because all I'm going to do is ask you, okay, after you sign this, what is it called now? And what is it titled on the balance sheet? Oh, man, they're not going to know the answer to that. They're not going to know the answer to that. Like I said, all right, it's one question. So there ain't no big harder for me to have a debate because I know it's going to be unfair. And then there's going to be more time of me throwing a whole bunch of statutes out here that don't really apply and consumer law. Then I'm say, hey, you read the court case and boom, 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 boom. What is saying that? You know what I'm saying? There's too many angles I can come from. Can't talk about court. They don't know about courtroom procedure. So, you know, I just stick to the Supreme Elite team, man. I just stick to the Supreme Elite team.
Okay, perfect. Because that's one thing I always want to make sure is that I got the right interpretation.
And he said, whoever you got to doing this, he says, he must be on his game. He said, because he said, most attorneys that's got 10, 15 years of practice, he said, don't even understand this language and procedures.
You're rocking with the best.
On his game. That's a high praise from an ex-SEC attorney. So if I'm on my game, say a word about me. My students know more than your teacher. God damn it, that's a bar.
You're rocking with the best.
The people that's in my group, they know more than your teacher. No, I swear to God. Because they know the accounting characteristics for these instruments. They know it. You instantly know more than the guru just by joining my group. You instantly know more than the gurus that's selling packages and stuff. You're going to know more than them. The Supreme Elite team is the standard. Whether people know of my channel or not, whether you're hip or not, and we're not talking about what the school degrees. We talking about out the mud knowledge. This is out the mud knowledge. And we will wax the floor with them. You think I'm worried about a bank's attorney? The attorney I'm talking to now with UW, I already know she don't know more than me. 2 conversations. She's a rookie. Now for real, no, I'm representing clients that's dealing with them, they can tell you. Why do you think I'm slow walking her? Can't hit her with an avalanche. She gonna run. That lady don't know more than me. She's a rookie. I researched her. She ain't been doing this 25, 30. She ain't nobody. She's a rookie. I can hear it in her voice. For about 5, 6 years. Her law school ain't teaching this. Her law school ain't teaching this. Notice why he said standard operating procedure? Why you think he ain't say, oh, this is some shit you learn at MIT? Wanna know why? Because he know you don't learn this at school. You learn this shit on the job. This on the job training, depending on your position. That's how you learn this. Only the higher ups learn this. This is on the job shit. Facts.
Okay, perfect. Because that's one thing I always want to make sure is that I got the right interpretation.
And he said, whoever you got to doing this, he says, he must be on his game. And he said, because he said, most attorneys that's got 10, 15 years of practice, he said, don't even understand this language. He said, they don't know nothing about this realm, this world. It's a foreign world to them.
Yep. Foreign. Troy, let me ask you a question. Why do you think they go through so much to do it like this? Like, what is it? I know, I mean, they can't have a hard on
he told me this right here. I asked him, I did ask him a question, not this time, but another time. I asked him, I said, why do they go to such simple means to be able to do this? And he said, well, watch this. He said, those that are in power and money, they stay in power and money. And he said, let me just tell you a real number. He said, you won't find out. But he said, I know from being on the inside. He said, the 08-09 bailouts was $29 trillion.
Wow.
$29 trillion. And he said, do you know how many 08-09 bailouts?
Remember, it was all on the news, an $800 billion bailout package. Remember, they kept telling that's what the banks are getting, $800 billion. Remember that $800 billion package? Or was it 800 million? 800 million, 800 billion. Remember that stimulus package, the bailout? This is the real number. We wouldn't even know that. It's the real number.
Was $29 trillion.
Wow. Wow.
$29 trillion.
That was the official bailout number. These gurus wouldn't even know anyone to even have that information. And I got more. I just don't make it public. That's what I say. Man, I will blow this space away with shit I got recorded. I'll blow this shit away. But it'd be too much editing I gotta do. So I'm like, man, I don't want to release that.
And he said, do you know how many Learjets and yachts and mansions that they bought with that money? And he says, the reason for it, he says, he says, it's an illusion house of cards is what he said.
An illusion house of cards. So on the taxpayer dollars, these people got bailed out 29 trillion Learjets, man, to just spend squandering away. Squandering it away.
Wow.
And he said that those that are in the high positions, they're going to protect it.
Yep.
Till death do them part. That's what he said.
Wow. So it's not even personal against people. It's just the game.
No. Yep. He said it's nothing. He said it's nothing personal. Nope. He said they don't want to.
Sure, I think only the Supreme Elite team is taking notes and the new culture family taking notes. Everybody else trying to compare what their guru may know that could trump that. Everybody else trying to one up. They're going to try to one up.
give up what they have stolen for so long, and they don't want to give an inch away of it. And he says it ain't targeting no certain person, no their thing or their property or nothing. It's their house of cards, and he says they're going to protect it at all costs.
If that's just the game. That's just how the game goes.
Yep. And he says I just told you the game. You said your friend knows the game. He said study that parts of the game, the secondary, recharacterization, securitization, and accounting. And he said attack it on that. Get brushed up on how to litigate in courts. And he says you'll win. He said you'll win. And he says don't get discouraged. He says you got to perfect your craft. He said, do you think that I could win 100 cases in a row when I start now? He said, hell no.
Right.
He said, I got so many damn bumps and bruises and punches in the nose.
Right.
He's like, he said, I got my ass handed out to me on silver platter. He said, He said, now I'm the one doing ass handling.
Right. I tell everybody, losses are part of the same game.
It's all part of the game. It's all part of the game. You think that lawyer was able to get to 100 victories starting out? You're gonna take your bumps and bruises starting out. That's wins and losses are all part of the same game. You can learn something from your wins, and you can learn more in the losses. The losses are sometimes more valuable than the wins. Want to know why? Because the losses, you learn more in the loss than you learn in the win. Look at your average court case. When people get rejected, you can learn what they did wrong, and you can learn how to beat the standards more than you could do in a win. When an entity wins in a court case. Losses are all part of the game. You cannot have your wins without losses. You have to take your L's before you can win. That's the reality of the world. But these social media teachers want to simplify everything and got you thinking that just because you're about their packet, just because you became woke, I call it the Walking Dead, that you're automatically supposed to be winning in every document you send. Everything's supposed to go your way the first time. They're supposed to just rule in your favor on the documents. Ain't supposed to have no hearing. Ain't supposed to make you win. They look at these sovereign citizens. They never want to talk about their documents in court. All they want to do is just submit it and have the judge rule in their favor. Your process doesn't start until you get your first pushback. And every victory is not going to look the same. One document you Xerox for the 50 people that brought it, you got 50 different circumstances. There's no one blanket document to cover everybody's circumstances. It's hard out here. It gets hard for everyone. This is not a process where if you don't get $100 million off the government, you're not successful. It was never that. It was all a scam. It was all a fraud. You're never going to get $100 million off the government. That will never happen. Even if the documents are legit, they're not fucking cashing you out $100 million. Regardless of how legitimate you think it is, just look at the reality of it. Why would the government cash you out $100 million? The thing, being modest has gone completely out the window. What do you think is going to happen when the judge sees our documents versus what you see on social media today? Because I'm gonna tell you this, unless any of them can prove that they got professionals that says, yeah, they're correct, I would stay far away from them. Because no matter how you look at it, it's all the variation of the same sovereign citizen. So it doesn't matter how it's titled. It doesn't matter how it's styled. No, it doesn't matter if you reject the title of a sovereign citizen. If you submitted a process or done a process with that intent, you were doing a sovereign citizen process, whether you knew it or not. This email was sent earlier today.
It's lit. Okay, I'm almost wasted and my drip is on a spaceship. One more sip, yes, I can taste it. Come to my exact location. I'm so tired of my probation. Doing time for real vacation. I just toasted this occasion to give myself standing ovation. What I'm drinking, that brown, that white, up with the bar, sirs. That ass is attractive like a magnet. I never dodged her. Why drink my problems away? And that alcohol is my sponsor, and I will indulge it to the point of death. That's only if my heart hurts, cause relationships never last, and being faithful is a thing of the past. Everybody's only after one thing. Both sexes can relate to that. Can we place the bed when I hit it from the back? Get your face in my pillow when I palm on your ass. Yeah, I graduated from the bottom of my class. Now I'm sitting at the top, you see the bottom of my glass. We can keep talking, I know this won't last.
The end of the university, you will know and learn how to put your own legit legal claims together. That's going to be the biggest thing. So you won't ever have, you'll always, there's no better feeling than already knowing what to do. There's no better feeling than having multiple points of attack. There's no better feeling that knowing that when you send that document off to them, there's nothing they can say. There's no better feeling by taking their own words and language and using it against them.
You're rocking with the best.
There's no better feeling than being 100% control of your own domain. There is no better feeling. Not only to know, yeah, you may be charging me this amount on the contract, but this is not what I really owe. And then being able to say, see, look, this is how y'all account for it. There's just no better feeling. And how to maneuver and apply these claims to a legal, sufficient, legal claim in court. Knowing how to evidence this and knowing how to maneuver in court, knowing that you can prove this in court.
Blazer out of spaceship.
Hey, yo, Carter, you going crazy. Hey, run that shit up, Chase.
Put this dick in the thotty. This is Jalo and gimme. Down on her knees. My pockets on sugar. My bitch cooking like silly. My weed color purple. Got me stuck to the ceiling. Straight to the moon. I order up dope. Yeah. She don't cut, she just send it. Watch out for whip. Finesse the niggas, watch it shake. 100 pies, watch it bake. What's that? Package dropping off the route. Okay. Candy spraying like it's mace. I put
You're rocking with the best.
Started out with a stack of bills.
Hand-me-down suit, no fancy skills. Library card, late night, cheap coffee. Highlighting on every page he copied. No letters on the wall, just notes on the floor. Scratch math running down the old front door. Every question that the others let fade, he turned into a rule and a plan he made. Time to start to teacher. Build it all from broken pieces. Read the books, the words got weaker. Turn confusion into secret.
You're rocking with the best.
Who's a man behind the speakers? Tell them that's my quiet leader. Time to start a teacher's teaching. He can turn a red line black in a week. Balance out the numbers while he barely speaks. Spreadsheets open like a map of his mind. Sees a hidden pattern where the rest go blind. Court dates circled in a second-hand phone. Drafts every filing like it's carved in stone. Plain white paper, but the case shines through. Just start seeing what he already knew. Time to start the teacher. Build it off from broken pieces. Read the codes, the words got clearer. Found the cracks and closed the leaks in every form each time each feature. He's a quiet, heavy thinker. Tell him that's my step leader. Time to start the teacher's teacher. Oh, no cap, no cap, no cap.
You're rocking with the best.
But he wrote every page. Self-taught, self-made, self-drive. That fire turned out into something higher. We don't just follow, we climb behind him. He draws a map, we rise inside it. Time to start the teacher's teacher. Build it all from broken pieces. Turn those late night scrolls in research into freedom, into defense. When they ask who shapes the future, who we call when things get deeper, we just point and say our leader. Time to start the teacher's teacher. Started with a stack of bills. Now he's signing better deals.
You're
From the
rocking
back
with the
row to the
best.
speaker. Time to start the teacher's teacher. Teacher.
But they were in his classes. They didn't even know. They had to Google it while we was live. So you're teaching people about Forms 1099B and none of them knows the regulations that govern them? But as soon as I bring it out, now people want to start reading the regulations. I swear to God, when I say I'm your teacher's teacher, I'm your teacher's teacher. The question is, if all these gurus on social media got the sauce, why aren't they attracting professionals? Professionals in those fields where they could come back and be like, yeah, what he's saying is absolutely right. None of them got professionals behind them. So it's all a theory. It's a belief system. That's all it is. They ain't got no professional. They could be like, yo, you're right. None of them. They give a damn about what, someone on TikTok and social media.
It is I want to tell the class and whoever that's listening is that if you pay attention to the things that he teaches in this class and start taking notes, do your homework. Do your homework. You know, he can only lead a horse to water, but he can't make it drink. You have to drink yourself. Missed 85% of the classes and stuff, but I had the core things and the core principles down, and I read whatever he put out there. I throw it on my iPad and just start scrolling and reading, scrolling.
Who securitize their contracts or receivables? Don't know. Credit acceptance agrees to settle. All of
Take the deal. They say you can't win. Time is to read the fine print, smile. Say, watch this, then watch this. They had that paper, thought the game was over. He pulled receipts out, dropped the photo on the table. Every call,
You're rocking with the best.
Just looking sideways, bank looking unstable. They tried pressure, he chose pressure back. He did the homework, they just ran the same track. In that gold burn when they whispered in the corner. You can smell that burn. Thomas beat the bank, that's fact, not fiction. Had them circle back for quiet submission. Except we settle in the truth, got loud. Now the online guru got a show in now. Praise a new culture empire. Say it from the soul. Supreme elite team, turning pressure into gold. Thomas beat the bank, that's frame, that's proof. Put respect on the name when you speak that truth.
You're rocking with the best.
Accept your fate. He built the case up, brick by brick, no haste. Zoom screen froze when the lawyer saw the file. Emails on display, all that just in case style. He ain't flex on, just to calm, alright. When they slid papers, he said numbers not right. Walked out lighter, they walked out tight. Whole play flip in a Tuesday live. Thomas beat the bank, that's fact, not fiction. Had him circle back for quiet submission.
You're rocking with the best.
Truth got loud, now the online ghouls got a show wins now. Where's the new culture empire? Say it from the soul. Supreme elite team, turning pressure into gold. Thomas beat the bank, that's frame, that's proof. Put respect on the name, we speak that truth. Yeah, talk.
That's my teacher. Started out with a stack of bills, hand-me-down suit, no fancy skills. Library card, late night, cheap coffee.
They're reporting the account as current, meaning they're not going to report negatively. Let's focus on that for a second. Let's just figure out ways. Let's just figure it out. How is this mathematically? You don't gotta know what's going on. Because even the thing that's so good about using common sense is that you may not know what's going on, but the universe and Father God is going to attract you to the people that actually know instead of the people that's trying to scam.
That's what I know. The vapor money theory states that any debt based upon a loan of credit rather than legal tender is unenforceable. This was argued in Johnson versus Deutsche Bank. This theory has been consistently rejected by federal courts as frivolous and insufficient to withstand a motion to dismiss. But these are the same things that they will tell you to send to the company. This is why they don't ever want you to go to court with it. They all want to administrative claim your ass to death. This is why they stay away from courts. All the plaintiff's claims are based in whole or in part on this frivolous theory, and they are therefore subject to dismissal.
The only dispute he appears to have is that a few paragraphs here, he does not agree with the fact that by virtue of defendant's default of breach, the entire balance of the account is now due, and these statements were attached, that the contract and or monthly statements are written instruments, evidence indebtedness with a specified interest rate, and that he disputes whether or not it's account.
You're rocking with the best.
Gotcha, bitch.
Welcome to today's live stream brought to you by the New Culture Empire and the Supreme Elite Team. In this live stream, we uncover the latest development in Thomas' lawsuit against Credit Acceptance Corporation.
With the best.
Got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global stand. On my wrist like a stage, I can't glance. You look like you wanna let go straight. What's up? I thought so, okay. I'm back in this symphony, stuck on the band. What's up? I thought so, okay. Yeah. Run it up, running it bang. Whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf on global band. It's bang. Fresh white tee, chrome on the rim. Big body slide, whole block looks slim. Wrist on chill, but the boy too hot. Turn my last cell to a key to the spot. Plug on the phone, say let's slide. Came from the back, now we front row live. Couch full of cash, can't see it, can't fold. Used to pray for a play, now it's overload. Run it up, running bang, bang. Whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got looking at van. She spinning that leaf, going global. Ooh, ooh, expand, blue, blue, blue.
Yes, sir.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Welcome to another explosive live today. Now, we're going to be here for a while. It's Saturday night. It's a storm brewing. So if y'all not East Coast, Midwest, bundle up. Bundle up. Because it's about to be a doozy out there. But today, we have some groundbreaking news. Now, I think I said going into 2026, we was going all gas, no brakes, and we wasn't letting our foots off the gas. Well, 2026, we are starting out with a bang. We planted the seeds in 2025. Now, 2026, we are all actions. We're not online talking. I'm going to get into what happened on TikTok last night. But, you know, as we navigate through these spaces, what did I say to y'all? What did I say to all y'all? What I said was 2026 is going to begin the same way they ended 2025. All talking, posting everything they do every 5 seconds. Every document they put together, they posting it. And they just keep posting it. And I noticed one thing. Why do these gurus always post documents that they just filed? Now, like, I can see if you're going over it in your class and y'all, see how this document measure up to what we was going over. Okay. But it's like they're posting documents that they just filed. And it's like they're like, do they want somebody to come contest? Do they want somebody to see if they know what they're talking about? Because there's this person on Facebook, I won't name her name. She's taking on a client's mortgage. And she said, reading the mortgage, I found this. But when they're posting, one thing that they're never posting, they're posting from books they read. They posted from documents they found on Scrib. But one thing that they're not posting is actual court cases that are validating what they're saying. But then I noticed, there's a glare here, y'all. They're posting the documents they just filed. But then when it comes to the finality of the case, they don't ever want to tell you the case. They don't ever want to tell you the outcomes. They all say that they won. They all say that they won, but they never want to show you the order. They don't want to show you the settlement. They all say they won. Oh, I won that. Show us. If you are a teacher and you are advertising or you're leading people, it's just like any other service that people want to gain clients. You advertise. You gotta you advertise your wins. You advertise for your losses. Do you take that to your group and say, hey, we got to tighten up? But one thing that I've noticed, everybody is just posting documents they just filed. And everybody is just telling you this is how it goes. They're telling you this is how it goes. They're telling you it goes like this. They give you a statute to read. You type up the statute. You're literally telling them, yo, this says it doesn't apply. Oh, no. You're not listening. You're not. I'm literally reading the statute you just told me to look up. And it's literally not saying what you're saying. Oh, no. See, you're not paying attention. Oh, you're not listening yet. See, all those gaslighting, filibustering tactics that they use, because one thing that I'm going to tell you, when I or the Supreme Elite team comes in your lives, everyone gets defensive. When I come into your live, everyone's mode gets thrown off. Because one thing, y'all, and I want to warn the people, they're only used to everybody just agreeing to what they're saying. No questioning, no, hey, yo, dig a little more. Let me get some context. Because, you know, I'm really trying to follow you here. And you may teach me something. I'm not above learning. But one thing that I've always noticed is in 2026, they still don't like to be questioned. And they still don't like to have to explain themselves. It's like they don't like to explain themselves. So before we get there, I just want to tell everybody that this has been a 22-month journey, 16 months of dedication, hard work, and research in preparing my lawsuit. And I can come to you on good authority today. I can come to you on good authority today to tell you that we have reached a settlement in the credit acceptance matter. The details will remain confidential. You'll never hear me talk about the details publicly, but I am here to tell you today that we have reached a settlement in the matter in order to prevent, so I don't have to continue with my lawsuit. We have reached a settlement. I will tell you this, because I'm not going to get into all the details because it's being formalized as we speak. We're going to meet. We're going to sign the settlement agreement. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a non-disclosure in there somewhere, which is cool because I have no problems with that. But one thing that I can tell you is that everything that I teach, everything that I advocate for, everything that I stand on, everything that I can defend, everything that I put in court papers, it has resulted in the same outcomes in which a lot of people want today. A vehicle that you legally are not responsible for or don't have to pay anymore, in a vehicle in which you do not have to satisfy the outstanding balance as related to the contract. My understanding and my teachings have saved me upwards of $45,000. And legal title, free and clear, is definitely part of the settlement. So it's not about what you want out of this. It's not about which, I mean, of course, we all want some don't have to pay for. We get all that. But when I say there's already a set way, there's already a legal standard to anything that you're trying to do. When I say it, I don't care if you don't like it. But at this point, you just have to accept that my way is the right way. The way I teach it is the right way. When you are going up against these attorneys, these companies, one thing that you got to understand, these attorneys are not stupid. Actually, the attorney that they hire is very qualified. And he is a hell of a litigator. And he is a dog too. And the way that me and him were communicating back and forth, but you'll see little snippets of our emails. It goes to show that the preparation, the time, through the years that I put in this, I am now on the level of a top litigator when it comes to financing and lawsuits regarding that. I'm on their level. We're not even going to act like it's not. But even more important than me is that my Supreme Elite Team University, in which a lot of what I use in my credit acceptance case will be incorporated in the curriculum,
is going to put everybody else on that level. So you will start to be in control of your own domain, and you won't have to worry about someone telling you what to do step after step after step. This is not where, you know, you get fed a little bit of information, then you got to come back for more. No, because these gurus want you to remain reliant on them so you can continue to pay them. Now, you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to care what I'm saying. You don't have to like it. But what better way of leading the people than using yourself as an example? What better way to be a living example of what you teach, what you stand for, what you advocate? What better way of being a leading example in this new wave of pro se litigants than the teacher to step out there himself? And that's more the reason why.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby. Folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
If I would have lost or that case would have got thrown out, I can hear I can hear it. Now, we're going to get into a little snippet of my private Supreme Elite Team group that I host on Telegram, in which we go over the sauce that you will never get in any other class, teachings, space. You will not get in anywhere else besides that group, unless you are in a professional setting. That's the only way you're going to get it. If you're not in a professional setting, you're not going to find what I teach out here. Want to know why? Because a lot of information and stuff I employ comes from people that worked in the highest levels of it. So the average person is not even going to know exists. You get what I'm saying? It's a tad bit. But before we get into that, let's do a check-in. Let's go. Let's check in in the comments. City, age, where your city, yeah, your age and where you're calling from. Let's get the check-in. Let's get a 30-second check. I want to see you all's in here, man. Let's get a little check-in. Like, share the stream. Oh.
Get it, bag it, get it, bag it, get it, bag it, get it.
Get it. Check in. The check in. Where you calling from? Where you be? Where you at? What we got up in here? Oh, we go to the top. Drama news. Here for the drama. Damn, let's get it. MCC up. Run it. Donate. Let's get it. MCC up again. Yes, sir. One day at a time. One day at a time. Yes, sir. Ali, we are live. Damn. Back again. What's up, y'all? Famous Nobody's in the building. I was blocked by a few people on IG and TikTok, all capping. Of course. He says no actual evidence, just BS paperwork. Like clockwork, Tony. Facts. He said they'll get mad when questioned. Past the freedom, prime example. Hey, shout out to Tamika for just being persistent. All I can say about that. As they should remain confidential. Yes, sir. Sir. Tapping in. All right.
cash vaults, working niggas with the bad song. I know he think he get the whole thing. We just tripping right the hair block. Weeds coming in a glass jar. The trappers moving like a NASCAR. Blessings coming from the trap guards. Bushes chopping like a hacksaw. Run through the money and push. You get to see us cooking. Master B, I got the hookup. We're laying no cuss like a hooker. We waiting on wax like a taxi.
Okay.
You're rocking with the best.
Okay. So the first part of this stream, we're going to have it a little. I'm going to take y'all a deep dive into the Supreme Elite Team, which is a private group. Yes, there is a lifetime membership fee that you have to pay to be in the group. It is what it is. There's no real house rules in that group. The only thing about that group is class participation. Everybody knows coming through the door. If your class participation drops, you may be subject to a little suspension and continues. Because I ain't got time to play around. See, most people think, oh, I paid you so I could do whatever I want. No, I don't care if you pay me $1,000. There's still rules that you have to follow. And that's the problem with a lot of people. They think that what you pay, like you could just break the rules, like you're bigger than the rules, like you're bigger than the group. Nobody is bigger than the group. Nobody is bigger than the group. So for the people that were banned from the group that I banned, the people that were banned, please know that they were banned because I gave them a year and their class appearance did not meet the standards, so they were banned. And I do have a refund policy for the group. So if there's a reason where you end up, let's say you joined for 7 classes and you say, nah, this ain't, I don't think this is too much for me. You will be charged $250 per class you attended because you actually received the benefit of my hard work and effort in putting these classes together. So you'll be charged $250 a class, could be way more. And whatever the balance is, I'll just send it back to you, Cash App, Zelle, however you want to do it. So that's how that goes. But if anybody's saying that Thomas is going to just take your money and kick you out, which I don't even think that makes sense. You could continue to listen to him, but one thing that I do know is everybody wants to talk about me in all these other different ways instead of what I teach. You notice they all dance around that topic. Nobody ever has a comeback for what I teach. You notice that, right? Nobody ever has a comeback for what I teach. Nobody ever has a comeback for what I teach. So without further ado, let's get it. This email was sent earlier today. 1 second, y'all. If you don't know, credit acceptance agrees to settle.
Congratulations, big guy. Congratulations.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, boy.
Congratulations.
Congrats, bro.
Thanks, bro.
Very proud. Congrats, man, on the scout.
But listen, Cat, real talk, man. I don't know why you didn't. I don't know why you didn't already know this.
I had a long talk with the lawyer today. I had a long earlier. That's what I'm saying. This was like 10, 11 in the morning. That's why I didn't. We was going over the hashing about, me, the notice of withdrawing the entry, the fault of entry. And I told him, I said, listen, man, let me just talk to you for a second. I'm not a man that kicks the dog while down. I'm not here to blow up the scene. I'm not here. And you know what's so crazy? I can't say it's true. I really can't say it's true or not. I don't know. I can't confirm it, but I actually think credit acceptance was like
you know, and I told her, I said, listen, man, tell credit acceptance this. Listen, man, no one's here. I'm not this. The last thing I want to do is have this long drawn out in court and have a bunch of copycat filings. That's what I told him. Like, that's the last thing I want. A lot of people, when they get in this position, they can't see any beyond anything but their immediate situation. They look at, ooh, a big money grab. Ooh, oh, I can fight for it all the way to the end. Ooh, I can do this. Ooh, I can do that. Ooh, this is an opportunity for me. And I said, I'm not that type of guy. Like, I already told you, like, where we can meet in the middle at. And it's generous and it's very reasonable. I laid it down. So I said, credit acceptance, there's that. Like, I told the lawyer, I said, listen, man, the reason why I don't want to drag this out longer, because I believe that I'm kind of the one that's actually getting in the way of their real defense.
Yes.
Rosen Law Firm. He's like, yeah, I heard they have. And I said,
yes, that's very true. The Rosen Law Firm has just filed another class action lawsuit against them, and another law firm is investigating them as we speak. So they're getting hit from all sides. What makes my case with them so unique is that the arguments that I raise were the equivalent of what class action lawsuits would raise against them. It wasn't the typical consumer law, UCC law claims. It was actually top investor-like claims. So the claims that I raise, it's hard for them to fight and combat those without exposing themselves on the back end with their other lawsuits. You get what I'm saying? It's kind of like on a rock in a hard spot. So that's why this conversation you're hearing that. Oh, y'all don't leave. Oh, there should be no reason for anyone to leave. I mean, what more do y'all want from people? You know what? I'm starting to think that many people just follow you if they like you. I mean, I done got mortgage receipts, auto receipts, IRS receipts, debt buyer receipts, case law receipts. Oh, no, I'm talking about all the stuff I can show. It is like, it's still not good enough. Like, what's good enough? Like, just let me know what what do I have to do? It's like everybody mad at me. Why people get mad at me? Because I lead with receipts and don't lead with just do this, do that. Why does it seem like people mad at me? Don't be mad at me. I ain't do nothing to y'all. Shit.
I know I'm that thorn in the side to credit acceptance right now, because, and of course I could have took advantage of that and said, no, we're not doing no settlements. We going all the way to trial, and then they would have been exposed on the end. Then it would have opened up. It would have opened up a can of worms, but it just and you got to still remember, this is still one of the biggest, if not one of the world's largest finance companies, even though they say they're not a finance company or indirect auto lender. You got to understand that sometimes, instead of trying to fight the system, sometimes understanding your position in the system and capitalizing on that, it kind of does you better than the actual results that you see. Because I'm be honest with you, one thing that I've noticed throughout my journey with this, the outcomes that I thought I was looking for was never really the outcomes that I actually needed to have and could benefit from. Once again, the system is bigger than our individual debts. It's bigger. It's a whole bigger picture going on out there. And the system is going to come out on top regardless. The system is going to come out on top. They are going to win way more than what they lose. They're going to win way more than what they lose. Do you think credit acceptance is going to do this for the next person? Do you think it's going to happen again? Absolutely not. And part of understanding this stuff, y'all, is you have to protect them as well in order for you to get what you want.
That is something that I wish a lot of pro se litigants will understand. It's not about exposing a grand scheme. No, because want to know why? When you come that hard, you're going to put the judge in a tight spot. And the judge is not going to face the backlash behind the scenes for their rulings when you fly too close to the sun. So this is when you set yourself up for being railroaded and having these adverse rulings against you because you're flying too close to the sun. Yes, with this stuff that I teach privately, it's not used to expose a grand scheme. Leverage negotiations. You don't want to put yourself in a position where the whole system can collapse because of your filings. They are not going, the system is going to win in the end. Banks don't loan money. It doesn't matter how they get it. It's not going to stop the way they do it. And this is why I say you have to look at the bigger picture and step outside of your own singular case so you can make a more objective approach to it. Yes, protecting them in the process is part of the game. And this is why I know these social media gurus, they have no clue on how the game goes. You have to protect them in some way. That's just how it goes. Even when we review these law reports, these law reviews, and they give in the game, you notice that they're wording things differently. They're not coming out and just saying it. They're talking around. You have to protect the system at the same time. It's a balance. There ain't no question, no doubt. That's not even enough of discussion. If you go any other way, you're going to find yourself at the ass end of the stick.
You have to protect them as well. And I'm talking about from a legal standpoint. You have to learn how to protect them. Another thing that went good in my favor, and which we talked about today, is everything that I filed, which me and the lawyer talked about, and
that RICO talking claims, you might as well rip it up and throw it in the shredder. That's definitely flying too close to the sun. Not the fact that you're saying RICO. Do you know the elements that you even got to go through to prove it? Like you know how much research that you got to go through to prove criminal liability, and not just they violated my Constitution, Acts, color of law. No, they are going to make it so hard for you to get through. And let's just say that you got everything down pat. Guess what? You're not going to trial anyway. You're going to settle anyway. You're not going to, you're not even going to refuse the offer that they make you not to go to trial. You're never going to refuse it. Anyway. So let's just, you got to tone it down. Know when to stick, know when to tone. When you got the knife to their neck and they like, all right, don't keep pushing, fall back. It's called legal warfare. You got to have grace even when legal warfare. This is a practice amongst all attorneys. One on this side, they're at war, but they still have that professional grace towards each other. That's how, and when even as pro se, when you come at them with that mindset, like on a professional level, number one, they're going to respect you more. Number two, they're going to be more willing to work with you. When you come out with a RICO and you violated this and the UTT and you did this and you're going to jail and you did this and fee schedules and you owe me $500, they're just going to.
He did say that's one of the strong considerations that they were considering, that I was paying on my auto contract on time, even though I already knew what all this was going on, and I was still paying.
Now, this is the part where it gets a little tricky in these spaces. The way I look at it is, if you can, even if you find out they're doing BS, I would still pay during the whole process of you know, until, you know, get to the lawsuits. I would still pay because it actually shows equity and good faith when you're in. And that actually is going to go a long way into negotiations. It's actually going to go a long way. I don't believe in the mindset, oh, I found out you frauded, so I'm not going to pay anymore. Because if you want to raise a breach of contract, like they always like to say, the ones who's bringing a breach of contract has to fulfill their obligations the whole time, regardless if the other side hasn't. So once you stop paying because you feel they breached the contract and then you stop paying, then your breach of contract falls in a legal court setting. That, hey, listen, everything that I'm telling you is from a legal court professional level. It's no feelings. It's not what I saw online. It's not for no private citizen American trust group. Everything, I'm doing it from a court lens, court rules, court procedures, court precedents. So maybe I'm on a different page than a lot of people because I deal with practical law, no pseudo legal law, no common law, no equity. I deal with practical everyday laws that everyday attorneys use. And a lot of people say it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You don't use their statutes. You don't use their codes. Hey, you be the judge. I believe it works just fine. I believe the American justice system, civil system works just fine. Now, there may be some little holes, cracks in it, but no system is perfect. And newsflash, court is not made to be 100% fair. Court is not 100% fair. But how do I know this? Because 20 years of dealing with the court system, the in-court experience. Like most of these teachers don't even know what voir dire jury instructions are. They don't even know what they are. They don't even know how to strike a jury correctly. They don't even know how to legally object. They don't know how to lay a foundation for their line of questioning. But they're teachers.
Other thing that you have to understand, bringing lawsuits while you are in default is one of the worst things that you can do in this system. We could talk about securitization. We could talk about autos. We could talk about all that stuff all you want. I can lay it down from the time you make a down payment, from the time they close and what they're doing. I can lay it all down. But the thing about that is laying it all down to what end? What is the end goal that you are looking for? If your end goal is, I want to keep this property without paying for it, the equity side of that situation, you're gonna have to, all that stuff is weighed in. All of it's weighed in. Another thing that was being weighed in.
But okay, before we continue, I do want to comment on this part. So when I was talking to my class and I said that you could bring up the accounting, you could bring up securitization, to what end? Court works differently from a lot of way people think. I'm just going to tell you, court works totally different. Court is not, oh, accounting and securitization, chain of title. Do you want to know why those cases fall? Prime example, from a court case off the top of my head, a borrower cannot use the accounting as a legal defense because the accounting for the transaction is only for financial reporting purposes. Oh, a borrower cannot use lack of chain of assignment from a securitization as a legal defense because the borrower is not a party to the securitization agreement. I mean, there's court cases all over the world.
So when you come with accounting securitization and that's your legal defense, you're going to fail. And that is what I'm trying to say. Your legal defenses and your legal vehicles in which you bring those claims are totally separate from just saying accounting and securitization. The accounting and the securitization, as I mentioned all throughout my filings, was only used to support my legal cause of action. It wasn't my legal cause of action itself. It was used to support my legal cause of action. That is a difference that only top professional lawyers know.
Hell, shoot, he knows about that. Not really hard to release them from the contract. You get what I'm saying? Like, these are things that, and so when me personally, when I was uncovering this stuff, I don't ever do this stuff for the sole purpose of, yeah, I ain't got to pay you no more. I ain't got to pay you no more. I ain't got to pay you no more. I uncover this stuff for the sole purpose just to be like, hey, come on, man. Like, I paid $10,077 on that. Come on, man. We are try to tax you as much as I can, because many people lose out trying to look at situations like this as money grabs. Like, you're trying to lightweight extort them.
Yes. Yes. These fee schedule claims and these demands for release for $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, it's not from a legal reasonable standpoint. A lot of people base those monetary amounts because of their financial situations. I'm not getting on them for wanting $1 million. I mean, who wouldn't? But when you're in professional legal litigations, you have to, it just doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. You have to be reasonable. Let them overshoot. Let them say, all right, you threw a number out there. Like me, I threw a number out there for the settlement. I threw a number out there. The number was so reasonable. If they want to overshoot, let them overshoot. But taking all facts and circumstances as in the totality of the case, I thought that was a legitimate reason. It's not hitting their pockets too. It's legit. It's perfect. If they want to overshoot, if they want to be like, nah, we'll agree to this, let them do it. Remember, they're not talking like injuries or major stuff. I mean, we're talking contract instruments, transactions. And you also got to look at the fact that your position is always going to be stronger when you come in as the plaintiff, when you raise certain claims. The claims that I raise, you cannot raise them as a defendant. You cannot 100% all of them. You could use certain elements of it. But when you're the defendant, as I teach in my group, we sit back in the cut and lay traps. Prime example, besides my case, every year, every other of my clients' cases that started in 2025, which are still ongoing, coming into 2026, they were the defendants. Every single one of them had a complaint filed against them. Every single one of them complaints asked for a judgment. Once we responded to the complaint, every single case went to civil pretrial. They didn't get the judgment.
You're rocking with the best.
And then January 5th, Velocity tried to move for summary judgment on my client with a coinkydink, because I was moving for summary judgment myself. They were just a week. They beat me to the punch a week ahead. So they filed it. I finished my summary judgment motion January 12th. I didn't know they already filed it January 5th. Do you know that the judge from January 5th until they went to court on the 22nd, January 5th to the 22nd, the judge didn't rule on a motion for summary judgment. However, the judge made them respond to our motion for summary judgment. So even when they attempt to move for summary judgment, which was 3 months down the line, even when they attempt to move for summary judgment,
the way I teach, the professionalism in it, the case law, the precedents, it's always going to be hard for the judge to give them a judgment on their pleadings. But if you look all across the landscape with these sovereign citizen teachers, the other side are getting judgment on the pleadings. With me, at least, we get into the next stage. You ain't about to get this judgment on the space right here. We get into this next stage because I take what they value the most. I take their biggest shield and I invalidate it.
I could have lightweight extorted them. I mean, I could have said, nope, I want that. But I understand it's a bigger system going on. Your intent, your spirit, the way you approach this stuff, all that stuff has a lot to do with your outcomes. I know, hey, listen, I'm not God. I'm not here to judge people's spirits and intent. Hey, that's not my thing. I'm not God. But I do tell you that your inner spirit and intent, you can't separate that from this. You can't separate it. Even in times where it gets tough, it gets hard, shit is kicking your ass, I'm telling you, you have to weather the storm. Remember, this is 22 months ongoing with these people. This started, let me say, about March 1st, 2024. This whole journey started.
But I got the contract February 29th. So the very next day, and this is how it started. I was in the house, I was looking over the contract and I said, read it through it again. Then I started reading. And then I looked at the arbitration clause. I started reading. I said, now I ain't the sharpest knife in the drawer. I started calculating the finance charge and the interest. I'm like, these numbers are off. And it started from there. I investigated them for 16 months before I filed the lawsuit, paying during that time. Although sporadically, I was sending them letters like, yo, there's some serious issues with this, still paying, because I'm bringing a suit. I don't want to give them no reason to duck it or try to come take my vehicle during the process. So I'm still paying. 16 months of investigation till I filed the lawsuit. From the time I filed the lawsuit to the attorney made the appearance, as soon as he made the appearance, after we spoke before he made the appearance, settlement. They don't even need to respond to my complaint. There's no need.
You got to understand that sometimes instead of, I already knew what all this was going on and I was still paying. Other thing that you have to understand, bringing lawsuits.
Oh, and another thing about this is sometimes in life, you're going to have to let go in order to let in. There's some instances, and we try to save our homes. We want to save our hard-earned possessions. But sometimes you're going to have to learn how to depart. Because if you're real confident when you're going to get them on the back end, I'm telling you, some things, I always tell people, I don't know why people want to make me their last choice. Everybody wants to be their own attorney first, try this. Everybody wants to go to this person because they said they was going to get them out the debt by submitting this document. Everybody want to try here. So after you got like 3 or 4 people you got to work on your case, now people want to come to me with 3 or 4 different arguments, just all convoluted, just all over the place. I'm like, hey, Thomas, I need you to fix all this. People don't want to make me their first choice. They want to take the quick, fast, easy route first or do it themselves because they want to save money. but they always end up double back and talking about, damn, I wish I would have known you. I wish I would have went with you first. The quick, fast, easy route is going to be enticing to 98% of the people. And most people it's not like they want the results fast. It's like they need the results fast. Like they need you to do something that's going to stop them from taking my home in a week. Like that's not even realistic. There's no way anyone can operate under that, trying to put people under that pressure. There's no way, especially if you already filed stuff on the record and the judge denied. You see what I'm saying? Like you're making it harder and harder and harder for people to adequately assist you. And this is why, no matter what, I always hop on not being desperate in my group. Because when you become desperate, you make decisions that are not in your best interest, and they actually do more damage to you than good in the moment. But when you're in a desperate state of mind, you're not thinking objectively. When you're emotionally attached to the situation, you're not thinking objectively. No matter what's going on around you, the system is going to stay the way it is. The court process is going to play out the way it is. The court proceedings are going to play out how they always go. And they're not going to speed it up or give you favoritism just because you need to keep your house or your vehicle in the moment. The court system is the court system, and feelings and emotions have no business inside of a courtroom. You're going to learn the easy way or you're going to learn the hard way.
While you are in default is one of the worst things that you can do in this system. We could talk about securitization. We could talk about autos. We could talk about all that stuff all you want. That they're ever going to come at the time you need it. This is why I separate what I really want from the work that's needed. This is why I separate the things that if we all know what we really want. But the system operates on its own time. Do you know how many times I dealt with sending them letters and just kind of, hey, y'all, hey, man, yeah, we need to talk about these things. And I got met with complete silence. Do you know how many times I said that I got met with complete silence? But the thing about being met with complete silence can do some things to some people. Because if we're not firm in our foundations, being met with complete silence can mess with someone's psyche or their confidence, or they can use that as fuel and keep pushing. Don't matter if you remain solid or not. I'm standing on what I'm saying, and I know it's true. And in my spirit, I know it's true. I know it's true.
You're rocking with the best.
100% facts. I don't need the finance company to validate what I'm saying is true. I don't need an attorney to validate what I'm saying is true, because all they've done is just confirm it. Once you know it here, wisdom, discernment, and understanding, use those pillars. The pillars that you use to build your foundation on. Remember, I never went to law school. I never went to legal school or nothing. All self-taught. So I didn't have the benefits of law school to guide my decision-making and understanding and interpretation. I use what we all have. Wisdom, discernment, and understand it. Does this feel right? Start questioning the question. Hold on. So I have a secret account with $100 billion in it. And everybody else has it. But it's somewhat a secret. But if they give one person $100 billion, they got to give everybody else $100 billion. Better yet, since the banks are in cahoots with them, why don't the banks just tap into your secret account, hit it for the principal and interest, and then just let you go with the house? because they lose money when they got to foreclose. They got to pay expenses. They got to kick back to the investors every month you go without paying. They got to spend money on getting it sold, appraised. They lose money because the highest bidder may not even be. Remember, when they sell them, highest bidder. So if the contract, you still owe $500,000, but the highest bidder is $250,000, that's it. Contractually, they lost $250,000. It's more a headache for a bank to foreclose. So this whole talk, well, they already got the money from the treasury, but they want to make you pay again. And this is what I mean, without no legal experience, wisdom, understanding, discernment. Hold on. Logically, that doesn't make sense. Because if I'm a bank, why would I want to deal with the headache of foreclosure on you or worry about you got to pay me back or not for the next 30 years? Why don't you just tap into your account? I get the principal, I get the interest, and let you go about your way. You see, when I started asking those questions and they started to dance around that question or just go back to a belief system type answer, that's when I knew this space is shady. And you don't have to be a professional just to even think like that. Like, hold on. That don't make sense. Y'all know how the saying goes, 9 times out of 10, if it doesn't make sense, then it doesn't make sense. If it sounds too good to be true, it's too good to be true. There is never one singular document that anyone can ever file that's going to get you out of your debt. That document is going to be in a series in the totality of the events taken in. There's no magical document that exists. The sooner people understand that, the sooner people will start approaching this stuff from a realistic standpoint. Your belief systems, how you think it goes, the system works totally opposite. Hey, listen, I'm telling you this from a professional standpoint, not my opinion. Listen, I have conversations. I done converse with people who reach the top levels of this stuff. This ain't an opinion. This is an absolute fact. In my spirit before any professional confirmed it. There is no process that is going to remove the thunderstorms that we're going to have to go through. I done dealt with all the stuff that some of y'all may be experiencing now. They're not answering the questions. They're not addressing the core issues. I've been there, done that. There is no system, y'all, where you submit a document and they just let you go. The only way that they're going to settle is you have to go all the way to the edge and stand on your square 100%. And can't be wrong in any assertion, because that first wrong that you are really at, they're going to not take you serious and they're going to fight you tooth and nail to the end. And they're going to throw curveballs at you. That June 20th, let me tell you this. Before we get to that, yes, you have to be 100% spot on with your arguments. Every argument that you raise, you have to be 100% spot on. My original complaint was 90 pages, not counting the attachments. I couldn't have been wrong on one argument. And that's one of the things of being pro se, going up against these multi-billion-dollar corporations. You have to be 100% correct on everything, not 50, not 70, not 80, not 90. You have to be 100% spot on every claim. That's the only way they're going to respect you. And no, they're not going to settle unless it's in their best interest to do so. In their best interest to do so, you have nothing to do with that. Your documents can influence the situation, but if they still want to fight, they're going to fight. But from a business and legal standpoint, they're weighing the pros and cons. Your job is to make sure that the cons of them fighting outweighs the pros.
I sent them, and I sent the and guess what? Although I was engaging in good faith, I never let them butter me up to the point where I was getting off my square, because I sent, you know what I had? My amended motion to strike the arbitration clause, in which they got a good brunt of it yesterday, that I sent the credit acceptance.
One of the biggest hurdles that 99% of pro se litigants can never get past.
You're rocking with the best.
The arbitration clause. And that was one of the things that we talked about on the phone. Actually, he already, in the email to me, he already said, I know you're going to fight against it. Invalidating the arbitration clause, like I did, is the gateway to a settlement with them. I'm not telling you anything that's wrong here. Many people do not know how to get around the arbitration clause. And then there's nuances with that, because each state law has their own different rules. Some states, you're not going to be able to get around the arbitration clause. Other states, you can get around the arbitration clause. But even in the states where you can't get around the arbitration clause, you can still get around the arbitration clause. There's always a back door. And this is the stuff I teach privately.
I told them, hey, regardless of his gut, hey, lawyer, Jeffrey, I like you, man. I told him to find somebody, I like you, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. You cool. I like you, man. I like you, man. They couldn't hide.
He is a very good, I like that guy. That guy is very cool. I like that guy. Like on a personal level, I like that guy. I like the attorney that they hired. I really like that guy. Like, I really like, hey, very decent man. Facts.
I'm not gonna lie. I thank God they hired him as a lawyer, man. That dude has been nothing but cool to me, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Some lawyers, they try to run over top of you. That lawyer, that Jeffrey, he's been cool as hell. Keeping me up to date, let me know what the position every 5 seconds, no blindsided, because me and him, when I first talked to her, I said, listen here, man, I operate in good faith. I know you on the other side, but let's operate in good faith, man. We just good faith dealers. I'm coming with clean hands. I'm not trying to, pull the curtain all the way back on them. Let's want to know my position. He said, man, I totally agree, man. Like, same here, man. Like, I appreciate you. They appreciated that I was willing to operate with them in good faith. Not for real. You talk about credit acceptance, they say they appreciate that. That's credit that they appreciate that I was willing to operate in good faith and not try to put the dagger through them. Nah, because there's no need. There's no need.
I told my group like a few classes ago, I don't even feel like going to trial. If you was in that class when I said that, go ahead and comment in the chat. You want to know why I said that? I proved my point already. I think I already made my point. Like, I don't even want to continue to keep going. I don't even want to go to trial anymore. So if they willing to settle, I'm going to settle, because I proved my point. It's no point.
I told you, there's no need to put the dagger in them when you don't have to. We have investigated your question. I'm happy to find our findings. We have reviewed the allegations in your letter to the various statutes you reference and determined they are inapplicable. Right there. Let me just say this. I'm just talking to the mindset. If you're not firm in your foundation, if you're not firm in your convictions, you're not being led by your inner spirit, you would start to second guessing what you studied was right or wrong. Many people indirectly seek the other side to validate whether they're right.
Yep. I said it and I'm standing on it. Too many pro se state nationals do this. All these people online, they secretly seek the other side to validate them. Why? Because look at their reactions when they don't tell them what they want to hear. They get mad and upset. You want to know what that getting mad and upset really means? It's a projection because their foundation is shaky and they start second guessing themselves. And they thought that if they knew that I knew this, they would just let it go, because most of these people, they don't have legal stamina. They got just enough to send their first set of documents. When it don't get dismissed right there, you see it in court all the time. They always want to dismiss, challenge jurisdiction, dismiss. As soon as it doesn't happen, they run out of gas. They have nothing left. They don't know how to take it to discovery. They don't know how to take it to pretrial. They don't know how to federal rules of evidence. They don't know how to go through the different stages. They run out of gas. And as soon as they run out of gas, the desperation kicks in. Now they're back to the sovereign citizen filings. It's the same with all of them. And what does that highlight? Your foundation. 98% of people in these spaces have no foundation. They think they got a foundation, but they don't really got a foundation.
Many people actually want the banks and finance companies and whatever to validate if they're right or wrong. The inner spirit and your inner conviction, that's the only validation that I need. What feels right? And this is why I say we got to strip that other stuff that they was telling you. You got to remove it and build your foundation on solid ground, because once you do that, you are going to know if this is right or if is it not.
I spent 5 full years building my initial foundation. 5 years. See, a lot of people think I just popped up out of nowhere. And I kind of did from 2022. But what a lot of people don't understand is I'm not like the rest of these online people. You know, they don't ever have a backstory. You ever really talk to your gurus? What's your story? Ask them what their story is. How did you get into this? What group did you start off in? What's your guru's story? Because they all have the same ones. I was a student in this group. I saw the teacher making money off this. I went and started my own channel from studying the stuff my guru was teaching me. And I built a following, and now I'm teaching. But if you really ask them, how long have you been studying the right things? Most people, I've been doing this for 10 years, 15 years. You could be doing it for 50 years. Have you been studying correctly? And if you haven't been studying correctly, you're still on square one 15, 20 years later. And it's evident on the responses that they get. You notice they don't ever want to show their court results. Or when they do show it, it's skewed, or the little wins that they get, it's a little $200 credit card debt. It could be any other reasons. I'm talking about autos, mortgage, big boy crap. I'm talking about the big boy stuff. I don't see a result in sight.
Does this apply or does this not apply? This was a curveball letter. And no, I didn't switch up anything. I just doubled down. I didn't switch up anything. I just doubled down. So when Troy told me what the lawyer said about my lawsuit, I was like, I knew it. That's all I kept saying was, I knew it. 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 I did not need the lawyer to tell me I was correct to proceed. I was going to proceed regardless. We also reviewed the details of your account and found no concerns with the retail installment contract you entered into with S&G LLC that was assigned to credit acceptance.
Oh,
a big
yeah.
money grab. Ooh.
Oh, sorry, y'all. My bad.
That lawyer, that Jeffrey, he's been.
Hold on, we get into it.
Actually want the banks and finance companies and whatever in the credit plan. That's when I knew. I said, okay. So when Troy told me what the lawyer said about my lawsuit, I was like, well, knew it. That's all I kept saying was, I knew it. 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 I didn't.
That's the ex-SEC attorney that reviewed my complaint and said it was spot on. 27 years at the SEC, number 2 or 3 on the totem pole, decorated career. He's the ones, like, when they show up, these finance companies settle and pay the fine.
I need the lawyer to tell me I was correct to proceed. I was going to proceed regardless. We also reviewed the details of your account and found no concerns with the retail installment contract you entered into with S&G LLC that was assigned to credit acceptance.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? And when I read that, I said, okay, if that's what they want to stick to, that's all I said. Okay. That's it? That's it? You ain't got more? Okay.
To be clear, you saw.
Listen, bro. Listen, bro. He says, every guru should be giving you props for selling the case with credit acceptance to let their people know it has been done recently. Bro, let me tell you this. This is what an old head told me about these spaces. These spaces are filled with haters. All the national, Moors, redemption, sovereign, state, national, all of them are haters. Because they know the arguments that they make, they've been making them for 40 years, so they know that I get nowhere. It's nothing worse for these people to see a person getting results that are so totally different than what they believe. Because it's basically saying everything you know, everything you think you know, everything you think how the system goes, you've been wrong. And since it's now become a belief system to them, ain't no way somebody is going to tell them their belief is wrong. Oh, this is not anything factual that they can point to, because everything that they try to use as facts to support, it's always saying the opposite of what they're saying. This is a belief system to them. They believe it goes like this or it should go like this. These spaces are filled with haters. They don't want to see you with results that's different from the way they think about getting it. If I would have told them I got it through the color of law 42 USC 1983, they'd be like, oh, what you found? Oh, you did that? Oh, yeah. See, I know. Oh, I'd have gave them hope. But when I said everything that you're talking about is wrong, it's not going to get you no results, I did it this way. Oh, by the way, here's my results. They hate to hear it and they hate to see it. In these spaces, it's reverse. Showing receipts in this spaces is a taboo. Nobody wants to really see a receipt because everybody has a certain belief on how it should go. And there's a certain thrill about chasing it, hoping to get there. So when you see someone that reached the mountaintop and settled with a multi-billion-dollar company, one of the largest auto lenders in the world, one of the world's largest multi-billions, settled with them pro se, that was totally different from what they believe, they hate it. They'll never give you my props because they are haters. And it's not the fact that they hating me. They're hating the reality that my situation brings. My situation basically tells them
You've been wrong the whole time.
Signed a contract to finance the purchase of a vehicle, not to obtain a credit card, and your account does not involve an open-ended credit plan. That's when I knew. I said, okay, that confused me. I'm like, do they not know that that's exactly what I'm arguing? My account doesn't involve an open-ended credit plan because you can't. Do you get what I'm saying? If it was an open-ended credit plan in the letter, I clearly told y'all this is not an open-ended credit. You get what I'm saying? So that's when I was like, oh. I was going to proceed regardless. Like and this is what like and this is what in the credit plan. That's when I knew. I said, oh. So when Troy told me what the lawyer said, credit acceptance. To be clear, you signed a contract to finance the purchase of a vehicle, not to obtain a credit card, and your account does not involve an open-ended credit plan.
I know. That's what I told y'all. So the arguments I was going to use, I said, you know, I can, by the statute, I can use this because my account doesn't involve an open-ended credit plan. Why the hell would you say that? Okay, if that's what y'all, okay.
That's when I knew. I said, okay, that confused me. I'm like, do they not know that that's exactly what I'm arguing? My account doesn't involve an open-ended credit plan because you can't. Do you get what I'm saying? If it was an open-ended credit plan in the letter, I clearly told y'all this is not an open-ended credit. You get what I'm saying? So that's when I was like, okay. Do they not know they made my point? Like they and this is what oh man, they don't know, like, yo, this is exactly what I'm going to tell the courts, that my account doesn't involve an open-ended credit plan. Like, this is evidence against you. And yes, y'all, they don't make these rulings and agree to settle. They consult the attorney, they consult other advice, they consult the
when they agree to settle, it goes from, it's the president, the CEO, the COO, that little board office. They meet with the representative for the investors, and then they make the decision. Remember, I sent my proposal to them. 24 hours they agreed.
You're rocking with the best.
They was actually hoping I would want to settle. I sent them a proposal. What I required to make this, for me to stop pursuing, they agreed 24 hours later.
investors, they consult the corporations, and then they all come to, it's not just no, all right, no, they're going to look at the case. They're going to look at all angles. Well, do we have him here? Yeah, we got him here. Okay, yeah, we ain't going to settle. We're going to hit him here. Or do we have him here? Well, how can we get around the arbitration? Well,
y'all, what have you known people to get them to not even want to pursue arbitration because they know your arguments against the arbitration clause after you've already signed the contract, agreeing to the arbitration clause, is still coming back and saying, so what? And then saying, okay, let's table the arbitration now, since we're going to be settling here. Just name a guru. Just name them. This stuff should be so easy to do. Everybody should be getting settlements left and right, just so. Because the way I look at it, I'm the only one who's got a settlement. No one else has got one on this magnitude. And we're not talking about no $4,000 or $5,000 car. Talking about upwards 50, 60,000. There ain't no little piece of shit car I got either. It's a GLE 350. I actually got two now. But still, you get the point.
with the settlement, what means with the Supreme Elite team, I don't know if these gurus or people watching and knowing, but it goes to show that we are the standard. The new culture empire is the standard. We're the standard. Anything less than what we do is uncivil. We're the standard. If you're not approaching these people in a way that what we do over here, you have no chance of winning. You have no chance. I'm telling you, but not from a braggadocious standpoint, from a legal standpoint. Remember, everything I'm saying now is from a legal standpoint. You have no chance of winning. I already know what they're going to do. They're going to argue the chain of title. They're going to argue securitization. They're going to argue all that shit, UCC9. They're going to argue all this. It was split title. The note was split for the more. They're going to argue. I already know what they're going to argue. They're going to argue all that. And you're still going to get your case thrown out. So that lady on Facebook that was taking on her clients for their mortgage, guess what she posted? About something she researched about the split title, the note from the title, and this and that, and the note was detached from the deed of trust and the securitization. And I said, yo, you about to walk yourself right into a trap. Want to know why? Because people don't realize they update the laws. The deed of trust, whether the note was separated from that, doesn't even matter anymore. See, that's a little doctrine that the judges came up with to slow down the floodgates of these finance companies losing. See, that's the problem. The deed, and that's what she was fixated on. The deed of trust can be separated from the note. It's not really a big deal. That's what they're going to tell you in court. Want to know why? Because I've read plenty of court cases where all multiple different judges saying the same thing. See, everything I say, I can show black and white. When I'm talking an opinion, I'll give you the disclaimer. This is what I think. So, and what is everybody online? Chain of title. I'm telling you, bring up accounting and securitization as your legal defense in court. Watch what happens to you. And if you don't want to listen to me, the judge is really going to tell you.
No, because the statutes that he cited, it's going to be hard for y'all to get around it. And then he brought up y'all internal operations. You know, you can't deny that here because you got an open case over there. You know what I'm saying? Like all these conversations they're having behind the scenes. When credit acceptance agree, or any corporation, this is why I watch a lot of corporate movies, corporate documentary, any corporations that agrees to settle, it always comes from the tip of the top. Right. And I'm not gonna lie. I truly believe kind of pushing for the settlement too, because that was the only thing me and Mr. was trying to get out there. No, let's just settle, man. Tell credit. He said, the first conversation said, all right, I think we should. Of course. I don't want to. It's not my job to expose the system, and I'm not going to expose the system on a broad scale. Want to know why? Because anytime you try to expose the system on a broad scale, it has an adverse effect in what you think it's going to do. Because many people who want to expose the system are only thinking about themselves in their own singular situation. I have foresight that I know this is bigger than me. This is bigger than my contract. This is bigger than their securitization operation. The whole world revolves around this function on how they operate with financing. Without this system, their functions on the secondary market, none of us will get access to credit.
Go ahead, expose the system, shut it down. Now you got it. Now what you gonna do? But they're not thinking that far because they're so tied up in their singular case. Go ahead, just pay for everything outright now. Y'all, the system is undefeated and the system will remain undefeated. I don't care about how much courage you got. Get the word out. Let's do it. You're never going to beat the system. You could sit there and virtue signal with your pom-poms and when type online, they can't do this. It's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal. They can't do this. Courts ain't got jurisdiction. State courts are fraud. Madison versus Murdoch. They didn't do this. UCC, supreme law of the land. You can. All frivolous gibberish that sounds like it belongs on a legal document. It's just words stringed together. That's all it is. It has no legal validity from a legal standpoint, not a common law equity belief system standpoint. From a, I told you, I do everything legal from the legal side of the courts, the practical law, court rules, civil procedures, case law, precedents, case laws from the 21st century on up, not the 18th, 19th century. Not talking about driving, citing case laws, talking about for a driving situation where cars weren't even on the road at the time the case came out. Yo, the misinterpretations, the misquoting, misinterpretations, because how does everybody have the same misinterpretations? Because everybody's reading from the same script. Very select few will get access to credit. And you talking about a $49 billion a week. That's just on the mortgage side alone. You talking about $16 trillion a day on the secondary market dealing with these transactions. What the hell do you think any of us is going to stop in that regard? Nothing. But you got these sovereigns online. They swear they're going to be the second coming of Christ to expose it and bring it all down. Okay, you expose the system. You top of the system. What's next? So you got to keep that in mind. Like, even once again, this is why I did it the way I did it. Anytime you bring up these stuff like my lawsuit, anytime you file it, you don't file it just because it's a defense you came up with. The communication is supposed to start with them behind the scenes, and then you come in as the plaintiff and you file it with court, and then you try to resolve it. Court is the placeholder to preserve your claims, but you always aim to resolve it. There you go.
You're rocking with the best.
That is how the professionals do it. Lamont, why you always talk about professionals? You want to know why? Because I look at the professionals, they're the only ones that seem to be winning. I look at the lawyers that work for these finance companies, they always seem to win. Finance companies winning way more than they lose. And I looked at the professionals that worked in that field, and I was like, I don't have no legal background in like court law, court cases. I went to college for business management and applied science. So it taught us how to apply different metrics and look at things from a different angle and just don't go off the first answer. That's one thing my professor said. Like, we don't just go, oh, we see it, all right, go. Nah, we dissect it, break it down. What does it mean? Put it in multiple situations. So I used that background. And of course, we just use common sense. So I said, who am I going to follow? Who am I going to chip away and study from? The people that always seems to win, the people that conduct these multi-billion-dollar transactions, the people that actually work in this field, or a social media group online where the guru is just telling you what to do. Social media posts online, or social media teacher, or the actual professionals that work in this field. Social media guru, the professionals that work in the field. Social media guru, the professional that work in the field. Come on, man. It was a no-brainer. Because they was getting scared when they didn't hear from me for a week that I was willing to go all the way to the box, and they did not want to go to the box. He was excited as hell when I called him yesterday. Oh man, thanks for calling. I said, oh yeah,
Y'all got into the spam for some reason. I just happened to check my spam. I didn't.
He sent the email, formally let me know he was making an appearance on the case on the 15th. I didn't even know he sent the email until I checked my spam to delete it. But before I delete the spam, I always scroll and read and make sure, and I seen it. Set on credit acceptance. I said, whoa, what the hell are you doing here? Click that. Oh, the attorney finally reached out. Let me call him. Got the ball rolling right there.
You sent it. He's like, oh, okay. All right, thank you for reaching out to me, man. Start talking about my background a little bit. His background, what school he went to. That conversation with.
Hey, the government ain't going for none of that sovereign citizen stuff. They're not going for not. You can't even get a sentence out in court with that stuff. As soon as you start the script, they're gonna shut you down. Federal, why you think they always talk about state court or traffic court? They are never, they are owing like 500,000 in federal courts with these claims. But they always want to seem to take the case to federal court, and they all get dismissed for failure to state a claim.
And he's on the other side. But one thing that I noticed,
yes, when you owe money from credit cards, the lawyers always try to settle. Exactly. They're, hey, you owe this, but we'll accept the reduced amount here. So we know, like, come on now. That's part of the game. Settlement is everyone's friend. Settling is everyone's friend. Everybody benefits from settling. Especially if you're pro se, you benefit the most of settling. It saves you, bam, you good. You ain't got to keep going. You may make a procedural mistake. They got it for them. They ain't got to spend money. They ain't got to expose. Everybody wins in the settlement. What's wrong? Why does everybody want to just be the exposer? Because it's nothing but pride and ego that's motivated through their wicked spirits. 98% of these teachers and these people in these spaces have wicked spirits. That sovereign citizen community, there's nothing positive about it. It's all a scam. It's always to get something for nothing. Parasites on the country, frivolous violence. There's nothing. What do they teach you that's positive? Take a $1 money order, scratch it off, and put $27,000 to pay your bill. Filing frivolous tax returns, filing nonsensical court filings. What is so positive about the sovereign citizen movement? What's so positive about it? Nothing.
I don't care if they're on the other side. I'm going to try to build a line.
1 second.
Build a relationship. I have to build a relationship with people. That's the only way this works. He's the bridge. Right? He's the bridge. I know what I'm trying to settle. I'm not trying to, because I know what's going to happen if this goes all the way to term. It's not going to be good on the back end. It's about 12 emails between us two. 12 emails. We're working together on this. No, we're literally working together. And I was like, hey, listen, how should I style the...
You could say what you want about me, right? But one thing that you can't say, my ability to attract and network with professionals in this field and what I teach has been unmatched. There hasn't been any other guru, that can actually say they have linked up with professionals. They know people that know the professionals that work, and they got access to these professionals. I started this stuff with just me. And now I have professionals that I have attracted, that I've spoken to. The recent professional is the one who processes the payments to the investors for Fannie Mae. Who processes the payments. I had a 15-minute conversation with him. He said, yo, you are absolutely right. Because I asked him a key question. I said, it's like that, ain't it? He was like, you are absolutely right. So when you default in a mortgage, guess who knows how it goes? Guess who knows how it goes? Behind the scenes. What happens before a foreclosure starts? Guess who knows? Do I work for Fannie Mae? Nope. Do I haven't been hired by them? Nope. But we attract professionals on our team. Why do we attract professionals? Because of the content of what I teach. What I teach attracts professionals because only people with a professional mindset and a practical mindset is going to attract to me. If you are in a desperate mindset, you're looking for a quick fix, you want to get millions of dollars out the government, you're not from the United States, all that sovereign citizens repel away from me. The sovereign citizens, patriot, national, they can't stand me. Want to know why? Because when I challenge them, they only have their belief systems. But what makes it worse, they don't know enough about my lane to even challenge me because they're closed mind. They don't study nothing outside of what they believe. If they don't believe it, they don't study it. This is why everyone in the sovereign citizen community is on a hamster wheel. Even their responses to being called a sovereign citizen is nothing but passed down literature. Do you know what they told people in the early 90s what to say when you got called a sovereign citizen? They told them to say, sovereign citizen, what? There's no such thing. Oh, sovereign citizen, that's illegal. Or sovereign citizen, that's an oxymoron. Or sovereign citizen, there's no such thing as a sovereign and a citizen. Ask a sovereign citizen today, tell a sovereign citizen they're one. What they're going to respond, there's no such thing. It's an oxymoron. There's no such, you can't be a sovereign and a citizen, or sovereign citizen is illegal. Want to know when you're dealing with a sovereign citizen? Call them a sovereign citizen and watch how they respond. Nobody gets called a sovereign citizen unless they're saying the buzzwords that most people who admitted that they're see, this is the part that they don't understand. When I call people a sovereign citizen, the reason why I'm doing it is because I listen to you ramble for 5 minutes. Haven't made logic hasn't made one appearance. Ain't making no appearance in 5 minutes of your ramblings, right? Everything you just said, I can find it in a case. I can find it in literature from people who actually admitted, like, I am a sovereign citizen. You are saying the exact same things they're saying. But what you're saying is supposed to be different now because you don't like the name. And yes, they used to put out bulletins and say, y'all, we're going to stop using the word sovereign citizen. It's getting a bad rep in the court. So if they call you a sovereign citizen, you start saying this. Tell anyone they're a sovereign citizen today, I guarantee you on my soul, they're going to say there's no such thing. It's an oxymoron. It's illegal. You can't be sovereign and a citizen. That's their only thing. But ask them, what makes you not a sovereign citizen from your documents and what you said, where the people who actually admitted to it, stood on that shit, said and filed 40 years ago. You're filing the same things and the variations of it. So what makes you not one? See, they don't even understand the ideology. I know more about their sovereign citizen origins than them because I studied these people. The Southern Poverty, the Southern Law Review studied them. Colleges studied them. They are a case study. I know how everything that they do. All their documents dating back from the late 80s, early 90s. What you see today in 2026 is nothing but a different variation of it. It's all the same. Private discharge bond, private promissory, bonded promissory, all that stuff is old. They already tried it. They already found it in the courts. Affidavits of truth, fee schedules, the maxim. We don't respond with motions and pleadings. We respond with notices and affidavits. UCC is common law. How can the UCC be common law when every state has adopted its own UCCs in its statutes? So the UCC is actually statutory law.
And this is the problem when you just jump on the bandwagon because it sounds good instead of doing the research into the things that you want to partake in. And I can tell because I trick them up all the time when I talk to them. I know these sovereign citizens, they'll ramble on a lot, but they don't really know shit. They don't know shit. These sovereign citizens don't know nothing. They don't know shit. They cite in court cases from 1968 that's already been overturned. The Credit River case, y'all. Remember the Credit River case, John Daly, 1968, the promissory note that the case was discharged because the John Daly, I think that's his name, didn't get consideration. And the sovereign citizens like, look, that case right there. What did forensics law on TikTok cite yesterday? The 1968 case. What did the lady on forensics law cite yesterday? The John Daly case, the 1968 case. This is the one case law she cited. I told her to provide case law. She didn't want to provide case law that supports her positions under Title 42. So she cited the John Daly case. Let's take a ride on the wild side. 1 second. I'm not trying to lose what we got going on, but let's just look up the John Daly case because all the sovereign citizens like to cite it. It's the Credit River decision. And it has the links. Right. Look, y'all. Scribd. Look, Scribd. And yes, 98% of these gurus go on Scribd, download those documents, and then come back and post it like they just came up with it. They get the documents, they reverse it, they revamp it, they come post it. Scribd is 98% of these gurus. That's where they go get their learnings and teachings from. Scribd. Scribd is a sovereign citizen haven. The 1968 Credit River decision, First National Bank of Montgomery versus Jerome Daly, okay, I had his name wrong, was a Minnesota Justice Court case where the judge, Martin Mahoney, ruled that a bank's creation of money through bookkeeping entries, fractional reserve banking, did not constitute lawful consideration for a mortgage, rendering it void. And that is why the sovereign citizens want to use that case, because that ruling, it fits their whole profile, right? Now, key details. Jerome Daly defended against a foreclosure by First National Bank of Montgomery by arguing the bank created the loan money out of the thin air via credit entries rather than lawful money. This is 1968, y'all. And they're still saying the same thing today. The ruling, Justice Mahoney agreed, holding that the mortgage was null and void because no lawful money or consideration was provided. Significance and controversy. The ruling challenged the Federal Reserve System's legitimacy. However, this was a low-level justice of the peace court's decision, and it is not considered a binding legal precedent. Judge Mahoney died shortly after the ruling, and the case was not appealed, allowing it to stand in that specific instance, though it has been widely dismissed by legal professionals as a sovereign citizen style argument. Now, let me tell you this. No court today is ever going to recognize that as a legal defense. How should I style the no court today is going to go into court and try to cite that case and watch what happens. No court today is going to recognize a legal defense. Background a little bit, his background, what school he went to, that conversation with, and he's on the other side. But one thing that I noticed, what I typed, I don't care if they're on the other side, I'm going to try to build a line of build a relationship. I have to build a relationship. Hey, man, you got it. Hey, man, you already know what it is, man. Hey, your what was it, Fannie Mae or Guinea Mae, Freddie Mac friend? I forgot his name. Wherever you work for. I want to see, if you can, beloved, if you can line us up for 15 minutes where I want to
see if he can just come in and give about 10, 15 minutes of insight. When I start the Supreme Elite Team University. No more than like 10 minutes, no more like 10, 15 minutes. If not, we can just, me and him can meet privately, but I want to have him just as a special guest to see if that's possible.
All right. I'll reach out to him and see.
Just see what's the parameters, what I need to do, what he don't want, was anything that'll make him comfortable.
Right. Most definitely. I gave you his number, didn't I?
Oh, you gave me his number?
Yeah. They told me to give you his number. Let me make sure I did.
Oh, hold on. If you hold on.
Yeah.
He told you. Oh, he did say give me. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Yes, sir. I see it right now. He did say give you my number and his bet.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, still, man. Still reach out to him. Tell him
I got you.
Do this.
I'll most definitely do that.
Yeah, reach out to him first, and then afterwards we'll reach out together because I want to bring you in too, because you know your expertise as well. You get what I'm saying? Like, so reach out to him still first. Right.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, at first I was like, damn, that was a man. I thought I sent the number over.
I appreciate it, but I still feel, you talk to him. I don't want to talk to him off the break with that. You talk to him first, and then we can implement, we can merge together and reconvene again.
Yeah, I got you.
Perfect. Hey, I will have that. It's not a manifesto, but about the mortgage and stuff that we talked about. Yeah. I have some put together. I'm going to send it to you. You keep a copy and forward the other copy to him and let me know what he thinks.
All right,
bet. I appreciate you, broski.
Yeah, you already know.
All right.
You're rocking with the best.
IT works for Fannie Mae, works with the mortgage-backed security side of it. Oh, he did say, tell him, give him my number. Hey, yo, Supreme Elite Team, new culture empire.
You're rocking with the best.
Got another lawyer, 10 years, law experience out of Georgetown. Got another lawyer. Because I told you, I'm networking with all professionals. Because these people working this stuff. I'm going to soak up any information that they have, any knowledge. And I feel confident for me and my students that any information that I bring to you, my research skills is impeccable. So I'm already going to know a lot of this stuff. But if I can get insight from people that work like this, he works in a power position. He knows how all the little intricate insights that you got to be on. See, prime example, hooking up with people who works on the inside. See, he has inside stuff that I wouldn't know because I don't work for them. So we conversing on how the payments go, what happens in defaults from the internal side, not the study of law, UCCs, the internal. I mean, we process these payment side.
You're rocking with the best.
I mean, what more else do you want? That's the other one. That's the SEC one. That's the SEC Connect. That's the other one. This one works for Fannie Mae. Worked like they the one that processes the payments on the back end to the investors and collects the payments from the borrowers and this and what they do in case of default, how it goes, like the internal side of it. Not just the reading the books, study online, which is good, but actually people that work on the inside. That's what we was talking about him there. I forgot he told me to give him his number. As a matter of fact, Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. I'm going to give him a ring.
Your call has been forwarded to...
Woo. Try again.
Your call has been forwarded.
Voicemail. Catch him later. Get 2 times. I ain't blow your phone up. But yeah. Perfect. And we had such a brilliant, we went over oh man. And I let him talk for a good 8 minutes. He broke it down to me exactly what happens at the time of default, exactly how the payment streams, how the payment streams goes there. And then he confirmed what I said, because I was like, thank you for giving me the back end insight on it, because I knew it kind of went this way, but thank you for confirming it. So now I got my research studies angle, and then I got the ones who actually works for him angle. Put that together. Can you imagine what type of lawsuit? If I have to bring a lawsuit, it's more like, and that's the thing, even with credit acceptance, I knew a lot of their inside internal stuff. I didn't file with the lawsuit. I sent it to them. I know how the internal models work, because that's the only way this works. He's the bridge. Right, he's the bridge. I know what I'm trying to settle. I'm not trying to, because I know what's going to happen if this goes all the way to term. It's not going to be good on the back end. It's about 12 emails between us two. 12 emails. Now, let's take 30 seconds. And let's see if everybody can share the screen. Share the stream. Let's see if everybody can share the stream. Let's see if everybody can share the screen.
No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I'll buy to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I'm only smoking no pressure, digging graves with the shovel. Just like Pac in my nigga bags, you should know Liddy be a brother. They watch the corner for a stat. Watch out. My little nigga been the lookout. You broke that shit embarrassing. Like the drunk uncle watch the cookout. My 10 down, you got a foot out. I fuck a bitch, never pull out. A bitch drowning my drip flicking. She gon' feel the stain from my wrist. You disrespect when that click. I put the tech on your lips. No handouts, they gon' go get it lit. Cut a check for a quick. No pressure. I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top shit. I'ma let her. With the street code, I'll buy to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, and I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I ain't feeling no pressure, I do this shit in my sleep. I treat the hoes like a dog, while the bitches on a leash. I open up my palm, and tell the niggas come to eat. I got a kiss in my hand, can't tell me I ain't no peace. Lady counting his blessings, know he put me up on this level.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Told you.
They hate when you have results. They only want to see you with results is if they like you. 90% of people in these TikTok groups, Facebook groups, they trauma bond. Nobody has reached the mountaintop. Not the teachers, not the students. Hell, the teacher at least got to reach the mountaintop first so we can help the students on how to reach the mountaintops. But this is where look, I told you, your results don't mean nothing to these people unless it's in a way in which the sovereign citizens. Now, the analytics says I had quite a few people in here because I got people from external browsers, the cloud watchers. And one thing I've noticed, as soon as this email came, many people just leave. Why do people leave when receipts are shown? I thought people would be happy. I mean, I put all this time in, I put this work in. I'm able to keep a Mercedes-Benz. Don't have to pay the rest of the 40, 50,000 on it. About to get the title lien removed, the title. No admission of guilt on both sides, because that was part of my stipulations. No admission of guilt. Got a confidential monetary settlement coming on next week that I won't disclose. Actually, I won't disclose none of the terms of the settlement once it's in writing. Went toe-to-toe with a multi-billion-dollar finance company, pro se by myself. The mountaintop is where a lot of these gurus want to get to. They post every day online trying to keep people engaged. Like they'll make a post talking about the next steps, talking about a class coming up. They'll make a post talking about what you should do. I'll make a post just dropping shit like this. And then like everybody scatters like roaches. I didn't know for most people this was a trauma bond section where everybody getting railroad, everybody in for everybody going through something. So it's like we are trauma bonding together. But when someone rises up from amongst the people and says, I'm going to take on these people by myself and I'm going to take on them in a professional way on their playing field, and I'm going to come out on top, that doesn't even get respected. That doesn't get respected. It doesn't even get respected, y'all. We're working together on this. No, we're literally working together. And I was like, hey, listen, how should I style the notice of withdrawal? Like, how should I style it? Let me know. I want your thoughts. Cause I'm like, motion as a notice, like, what's up with the rules? So he reached out to his colleagues and then they came back with the style for me. The opposing side, we was working together the whole time to get this resolved. Oh, wait. Sovereign citizens run with receipts are shown because they think it's a bill. Oh, man. Stop it. It was nice speaking to you this morning. Thank you for your agreement to a waiver of service. We will file the attached waiver document either today or tomorrow. I spoke with my Virginia colleague who advised that a withdrawal of the plaintiffs request for entry of default is likely the appropriate document to file with the court to withdraw. If you could file that with the court, that would be great. Lastly, I conveyed your settlement proposal to credit acceptance. I hope to have a response to you on that soon. Okay.
Hey, yo, style it like this. I looked at, I researched, I said, oh, yeah, that's cool. So you'll see in the section entitled Truth and Lender Disclosures, you finance 22, 72846 at 23.99%. I'm like,
They
and
funny as hell.
Man, they giving you
but that's the thing though. Yeah, that's my whole point. You're just giving me more ammo, and this is more the reason why I didn't take it serious. I didn't get mad, but most people will get mad. They'll get mad because they're not telling them they're right, or they're not rolling over and playing dead. Most people would have been, all right, do you know that most people's response letter would have been so threatening, and you did this, or you violate this, or you violate this, or Rico. And now do you see why these people online don't ever get to these type of settlements? Look what they're doing. They're threatening Rico. You're violating this and the Constitution and Rico. They're too aggressive. They're coming at these people too aggressive to the
no finesse. These people have no finesse.
Corporations like, I ain't working with you. Forget you. They're too aggressive. Everything's the Title 18 criminal charges. And then they wonder why they will never reach any settlements of any nature, of any kind, any variation. I was coming at these people.
That you talk about. They don't study, they don't put in the time, the effort, the dedication. They're not obsessed with the process or nothing. They just see what they want, like you say, and they're not even firm in the. They don't even want to verify if what they're even arguing is right. They just
right.
Yeah.
Not to mention they're loud and wrong. That makes it even worse. You're loud and you're wrong.
Confident ignorance.
Ignorance. But once again, when I say you got to somewhat be a gatekeeper and protect the system at the same time, when you're doing this, exactly what I did. Y'all, I protected credit accept. Credit acceptors felt comfortable doing this with me because they know I was willing to protect them. Yeah, get that? You get what I'm saying? They knew Definitely. I was willing not to expose them even further. I said, that's not my angle. You got my word. Let them know that's not my angle. That's not what I'm trying to do. And if we can resolve this outside of court, I will be open to any negotiation. I will be open to any and all of it. That's the last thing I want to do. He said, man, I appreciate that, man. Because, sometimes I get some people and they just want to. I say, nah, I already know. That's not what I'm at, because I understand the big. Y'all get what I say? It's a bigger picture.
Yeah, your
yeah, get what I'm saying? It's a bigger picture.
It's like a puzzle, absolutely.
Right. It's not about just my day.
That's the equivalent of never trying to outshine the master. You never try to aim to expose them. You will never win that way.
In my situation, it's a whole system out there that's going to prevail regardless. So why would I try to?
$49 billion a week in transactions through mortgage-backed securities takes place. $19 trillion a day in transactions takes place on the secondary market regarding our mortgage and autos. Do you really think you're going to stop something? Do you really think you're going to stop something?
Opposite when it's going to come out on top anyway. This is when you start to get to the railroading. This is when you start to put the judge in a tight spot where they got to rule against you. You get what I'm saying?
Most definitely, absolutely.
Like you get what I'm saying?
Ramifications.
You get what I'm saying? Like
right, rulings. Right. Like everybody can get affected by that. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody gets affected by that. You trying to expose them because of your one anecdotal case everybody's going to feel the brunt of you getting your one singular win by you exposing the system. It's not, oh, I'm free. Yeah. Everybody's going to feel the effects of it. And this is why 98% of people in these spaces are not going to come across this knowledge because number one, they don't know how to handle it. And number two, they don't even have the mindset to deal with it.
All right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
And
right, that's what I'm saying.
Is letting them know that's actually letting a legal mind know that, hey, this guy here got this guy got some, like, I'm saying, really integrity. You said you're coming with clean hands.
That's all integrity. It is. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's about.
Because I filed a motion to seal some of the filings, and some of the filings is not even on the docket. Yeah. I filed a motion to seal some of them. Yeah, please seal this. I don't want everybody's, please seal it. I have to protect the system as well. That once you get into this position, you're going to know that's part of the game. And you're not bigger than the game. You're not bigger than the system. I know you sovereign citizens want to think that you're going to be the one to triumph, but y'all can't even get past the first stages in a lawsuit. They always moving for summary judgment and they already granting it. And you gurus who's teaching, y'all getting summary judgments placed against on y'all clients based on the work y'all doing. Don't act like I ain't got the docket sheet for a lot of stuff y'all be saying because y'all like to talk. Y'all like to talk. Be checking the docket sheet. It be getting dismissed. I be going back to their page. Yeah, we won that. I be like, yo, they blatantly lying to people. You didn't win that. As soon as I post the order dismissing their case, I'm blocked. I said, oh man. Just post it right in the comment on their page. I'd be like, oh, you won this case? Well, why did the judge throw it out there? Like 2 seconds later, you have been blocked, bang. I'm like, damn. I thought you believe in what you teach. Oh, let me get it. You fucked up financially and you got to sell this shit to keep you afloat. If you really believe in what you teach, then you should be utilizing what you teach. How the hell you gonna try to teach someone of getting out of their mortgage and auto and helping them understand when you can't even get out of your own? Kenyatta Stone, you got your vehicle repossessed with Chase. Oh, you thought I ain't know? So how you gonna talk about accounting and autos? You can't even get you out your own stuff. Those fraudulent instruments ain't work. I can teach about helping people about autos and mortgage because I've gotten people out of both. See, I can teach. I lead by example. How the hell am I help someone else? I can't even get myself out of my own auto situation. How can I teach someone else? And that's the problem. Y'all be letting these gurus get away with teaching others about things that they can't even get out their own selves. 98% of these gurus are getting evicted. They getting repossessed. They getting foreclosed on. They just hide it because they don't want the students to know. I just show up and pull their coattail. And it's not based on anything but what they're teaching.
It's about having integrity with it. Don't try to bury them. That's all it was. I was looking for that word, integrity. I had integrity throughout this because, to be honest with you, I was in a position for them to say, okay, the lawsuits say 135,000, I want 90,000 cash, or we going all the way to the box. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I could have got it, but like you get what I'm saying? Like,
there's no reason to go that far.
I was like, yo, it's no reason to go that. It's no reason to go that far, y'all. There's just no reason to go that far. For me, it's no reason to do that. It's not. Come on, man. It's no reason to do that.
But you know,
I'm gonna get that on the back end regardless.
But the ones who, these gurus who keep filing and I got a question. Why do all you social media gurus keep filing in form of paupers? Y'all don't even want to pay the filing fee. Y'all that fucked up. Like y'all can't even afford the filing fee. Talking about you a teacher, you a guru. Y'all are these gurus
a lot of these gurus are up out here. Nah, they are up financially. They are up financially. They are in the, they ain't no different from the students that's following them. They are in a ditch. Don't even want to pay the filing fee. Every time I see a guru filing, check the docket sheets of what they filed, they always file in the form of paupers. And theirs always getting granted. For real. If you criminalize N-word, they're going to have to defend themselves, not to give into your threats or other demands. Hell nah, they ain't going for that. The prince with Machiavelli never outshined the master. No, you don't ever try to no. The judge is going to say, take it to the Supreme Court. I'm not dealing with this. That's a fact. That's all they're going to do. No, you putting everybody in a tight spot, trying to expose the scheme.
Exactly. They knew for you to put up a claim, for you to be a consumer and putting up a claim that they knew only investors put up. For you to do that, they know a lot of work had to go into that. And then with all that work you had to put into it, and then when he spoke to you, it all materialized from everything that you everything you filed. You like, oh, he was like, okay, so this guy is for real. He wasn't gonna tell you that, but he said, oh, this dude is him. So for all that work you put in there, and you saying, I'm still willing to negotiate. You can't turn the man down. You gotta look out. Great example. Look at man.
That's all it was. That's what it said. That's what it's like.
Yeah.
I'm not the best at everything. There's a lot of things that people know more than me. I'm not saying I'm the king. Hell nah. But one thing I can say, being pro se, when it comes to litigation, civil litigation in court, I am a dog. No, I'm not even to my own horn. I'm just being honest. When it comes to civil litigation, mortgage, autos, credit card, debt buy, student loans, I am a dog with the litigation. I'm professional, elite level with the litigation. I'm a dog with the litigation. I'm telling you, that's my brand, that's my ish right there. Before I even started teaching about accounting and securitization. Legal, court, I am a dog. 1000%. I'm a dog with the litigation. You need help with your legal stuff, you better come to me, because I'm going to be the closest you're going to have to a professional lawyer doing it for you. I'm going to be the closest you have.
If he's willing to still settle with us, put all this work in, obviously he's going to win on a lot of merits that could expose us forward. Let's show him grace as well. That's all credit acceptors did. Let's show him grace as well. You know what?
Because they knew I had him. If I really wanted to push, now we ain't said we go all the way. They knew I had him. They knew I had him. That's why they waited a week for me to contact him before they made an appearance. Because he was asking, hey, what's your position on this? What's your position on this? Hey, what do you think? Hey, I know you might defend. What's your what can we do to resolve this? I didn't ask the question. He brought it up. So what do you think we can do to resolve this? Do you think the lawyer actually came up with that on his own? Or when he first met with them, he asked them, what's your position in this case? Do you think the conversation may be like, well, if he wants to settle, we'll settle. Well, if he wants to settle, we'll settle. Hey, so what do you think it looks like we can, resolve the issue? He posed the question first. I said, oh, hey, perfect. Man, sir, I'm trying to resolve it as well. Like,
tell them I'm willing to work with them. Anything, I'll put the proposal in writing. It's going to be gracious. It's not going to be astronaut, not going to be crazy. He's like, oh, okay, nah, that ain't going to be all that. It's going to be fair. I'm going to be very fair. But if they want to resolve it, hey, I have no problem with it. Please make sure you let them know. I have no problem with it. I have no issues with it at all. Why, Lamont? Why? Because I've already proved my point. Already proved my point. Remember, Credit Acceptance wasn't even on the real hit list. They're not even on it. It was just, I just saw you right there. And I'm gonna get you right now. But they wasn't even on the hit list. I got a comeback 2020. It's going on 2 years. I got someone on the hit list. I haven't told nobody the name. I've been investigating for 2 years. I got one on the hit list. They were just available in them. They were just right there in the line of fire. That's just what it is. So that, you know, I try to, I'm always going to be fair. I'm not going to kick a, what you call it, you know, kick a horse while it's down. I'm always going to be fair. And one thing, the best way to get what you want out of these people is when they like, all right, you got us. You don't overstep. Because you still got to recognize where you at. Recognize where you at now. Recognize where you at.
Don't say we actually admire that, man. Like we actually respect it. Like Pro say, yeah, we ain't got no problem settling with him. But them investors, shit, yeah, y'all know what y'all signed up for. Oh, you know they about to lawyer up in Rosen Law Firm tooth and nail. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. But this is one of the benefits. I'm still a little fish, y'all. No, I know. You up there with the big. No, I'm a little fish in that world. And even though I know I'm not a little fish per se with my ability to communicate this stuff to them, but I still play the role as a little fish. You get what I'm saying? Because them got to come out their pockets just a little bit to a little fish. Man, that ain't shit to them. But them having to come out the pocket 15, 20, 30 million to invest. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Like, I ain't coming after y'all for that. I'm the little fish. Get me out y'all way.
And one of the things that I know how to do is I know how to negotiate and broker a deal. I've been brokering deals for a long time. Since I was a kid, I know how to broker a deal, which is one of the reasons why.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
And that's what I was pretty much telling them. Yo, get me out your way, man. Tell them I'm open. We ain't got to do this. We ain't got to go back and forth with court, spending all that money. And that's one of the things that he said he appreciated that me recognizing was having a lengthy drawn out litigation. When I'm willing to help save them money, you get
facts. And God can, like, bro, you're absolutely right. Most people, they take these routes in those groups because they're desperate and they just need the money. That's why they go so high, because they need it. Like, these spaces, and it's not the space itself, it's the stuff that they do. Now, I get it. Everybody goes through tough times. So I'm not getting on it for that. But I think their belief systems and the things that they do has more to do with their financial situation versus what they really believe. Like, it's what they, like, would they still be standing on this if they got $5 million in their account right now? I believe
100% of the people that's in these online groups and spaces, if $5 million hit their account, they would drop their claims, their documents, their filings at the drop of a dime, pay off their bills, and go about their lives. They don't really stand on it. They're not really going to stand on it. So over here, we're still going to stand on it regardless. But they're not going to stand on it because they're motivated that this helps them get out their financial turmoil. 98% of the people that are in those spaces are there because they're in some type of financial dilemma. You don't see millionaires in those spaces. You don't see people who's still paying their bills with, while things are going on. No. Everybody, I'm going to say at least 90% of those people in those spaces, they in some type of default, they haven't paid a bill, already got their stuff repossessed. Those spaces are solely for the low-hanging fruit. Financial dilemma, money tight, can't afford the bill anymore. Now let me start doing this. Kenyatta Stone is a big example of one of them. She's a big example. I seen her in former paupers, $200 a nail tech. She on food stamps, 4 kids, vehicle repossessed. I see why she wanted that $1.7 million home. She never got it. Talking about the banks, the judge said the bank stole your money. Just lying. Kenyatta Stone is a liar. She lies every day. She lies in her posts. She tries to stretch the truth, and people don't want to see the reality because they like her. Kenyatta Stone ain't got no results. Where her results at? She's on Reddit. She being blasted on Reddit as a sovereign citizen. Okay, Kenyatta Stone taught a master class on accounting, securitization, talking about the ASC. She did that about 2 months ago. At minimum, Kenyatta, why don't you come back with your own results that you were successful in? Why don't you get your vehicle back? Where your lawsuit at against the vehicle? Because everything I taught in my master netting class, I utilize with, in my situation. So at minimum, Kenyatta, where's your results at from what you taught? Where are your results at from what you taught? She had.
In the world of advanced accounting interpretation, securitization analysis, and courtroom strategy, very few people possess real mastery. Thomas Legacy, founder of the Supreme Elite Team University, is one of those few. His work is respected by professionals because he can connect accounting, finance, and litigation in ways even seasoned attorneys struggle to do. His knowledge comes from years of research, trial experience, and verified results. Her introduction came through a man named Hamwill, who repeated fragments of concepts he learned from Thomas. But fragments are not understanding. Without the foundation, people repeat terms they cannot apply. And when they enter a courtroom, that lack of comprehension is exposed instantly. That is what happened in her case. She attempted to buy a home using a check written on the Federal Reserve, using her social security number as the account number. This tactic is widely associated with sovereign citizen misinformation, and courts reject it immediately. No title company can lawfully accept it. Her filings continued with misused UCC statements, notary protest templates, and arguments pulled from pseudo-legal sources, none of which are recognized by courts. When reviewed by the judge, her documents were treated exactly as filings based on misunderstanding always are: restrained, removed, or dismissed. The restraining order she bragged about was not issued in her favor. It was issued to stop her from filing more improper claims. The property was sold to someone else. The court barred her from recording further documents. None of the victories she described online appear anywhere in the record. The difference between her narrative and reality is simple. Court reveals whether someone knows what they are talking about. Court exposes misuse of financial terms, errors in procedure, and instruments that hold no legal force. And while she later portrayed herself online as knowledgeable and victorious, her filings showed the opposite: confusion, contradictions, and reliance on tactics that courts have rejected for decades. Meanwhile, Thomas and his clients consistently survive the stages where most pro-se litigants fail. His arguments are structured, lawful, and strategic. He doesn't rely on fantasy instruments or misinterpreted UCC filings. His work holds up because it is grounded in real accounting principles and real procedural rules. That is why his filings prevent immediate judgments and force courts to actually evaluate the issues. In the end, her story is not one of hidden victories or secret knowledge. It is a case study in what happens when someone tries to imitate advanced concepts without the years of study required to understand them. Her social media explanation was damage control, not truth. The courtroom record tells the real story, while Thomas continues to teach the principles that actually work, principles built on mastery, not mimicry. And what makes the situation even clearer is how quickly she shifted her story once the filings didn't go her way. Instead of admitting the mistakes, she created a fantasy version of the case for the internet, hoping no one would read the actual documents. She talked about victories that never happened, orders the judge never issued, and outcomes that directly contradict what is on record. This is how fake gurus operate. When reality doesn't match their claims, they simply invent a new reality. People like her chase the language Thomas uses because they see the results he gets, but they don't understand the work behind it. They want quick money, quick attention, quick authority. They want the illusion of power without the discipline required to use it. They forget that documents don't win cases. Understanding does. 98% of this remedy is knowledge, structure, and expertise. The remaining 2% is the paperwork. And without that 98%, the documents collapse the moment they're tested.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Bam. Uh-oh. 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 We have finally come to another woo. So, of course, y'all know me. I'm your host, the New Culture Empire. We got a few guests today. We got Darren from the Supreme Elite team. And we have Brother Al from the Supreme Elite team. Now, we have a person named Kenyana Stone. Actually, she was just live on, actually, she went live a couple times. She went live quite a few times. And the live was based on the comments I made on her videos, the comments I made on her channel. I sent her the link to this on Facebook Messenger. The comments that I made the comments that I made about her and her teachings. Now, before we get there, I knew nothing about this person. I knew nothing about this person. I could care less about this person because remember when I said when you have professionals on your team, when you have professionals on your team that could substantiate everything that you're saying, you don't really care about what anybody else says. So she kept coming across my radar. This is how she kept coming across my radar. This is how she kept coming across my radar. So it started. This is one of them. Bro, do you know of her? You know her or of her? She's from India in my city, but it's like every time you start a topic on something, she's doing the same thing or similar. Now, this is the most recent one. But normally I get that all the time. I mean, I got that with Midwest. You know, I got that with a lot of people who watches me in the clouds, tries to dissect what I'm saying on live, runs back to their groups with brand new talking points. Because, as I've been saying before, and I will continue to say, I am your teacher's teacher.
You're rocking with the best.
And I have not just her, I have people that's been sending me stuff for the past 2.5 years of all the most popular gurus who would say, hey, yo, you said that yesterday. Now they saying this today, but I've been watching their stuff for 2 years and they've never said nothing. But I vividly remember you saying that. Now they switched course. Now they want to talk about accounting. Now they want to talk about securities. Now they want everything is private instruments, negotiable instruments, jurisdiction of the court. It's nothing on the radar to talk about. So this is not a one-off. I've been getting this for multiple, but this one is very particular because a lot of people kept sending me the same things. And I never responded. You know, my response is, well, they better have understanding. You can't just think they're going to run from you just because you bring up some ASC and all that, or just because you can repeat what someone says. You better be able to tie in that with securities law, with court rules and regulations, which is some of the hardest things to do. And this is why you can hear them talk about it, or they can preach about it, but you don't really see them tying it all together, because that's just one major aspect of it. It's not a little aspect, it's a major aspect of it. But they don't know how to translate it into a legal claim. And Kenyatta Stone, I gave you the opportunity to come up. I sent you the link privately. I sent you the link on Facebook Messenger. I sent you the link on Facebook Messenger a few minutes ago. You had the opportunity to come up. For whatever reason, you said you was trying to let me come up on your live. You was trying to let me come up on your live, but for whatever reason, I couldn't come up. It said request was sent. I couldn't come up. So one of the things that I kept getting, and just for transparency purposes, you was allowed, I sent you a link. You said you wasn't coming on. You said that to your people. You wasn't coming on. And then in your live, and y'all can go back on her Facebook group, it's Kenyatta Stone. She added me, the new coach of Empire. She was saying things like, oh, it's a documentary draft. Oh, that's cash. She said, oh, the purchase order is cash. Y'all, remember we've been dissecting those things? The purchase order is cash. Oh, I purchased the home. Remember that? Remember those things? So, what, and just in case, here's the link. I sent it right to her. That's the link. That's the link to her. That's her link. So I sent her that. So going back to, I kept hearing about her. And then I went on her page and I asked the question months ago. And of course, no answer, because you can cite out all the accounting stuff that you hear other people talk about. See, you can cite that all out. You can cite it out all you want. But being able to cite it and regurgitate it does not mean anything unless you can tie it into a legal claim. And look, she said they stole $200K, but she used a negotiable instrument on check paper like Elliot was doing with the IRS, and they wasn't going for that. They could have said you tried to use a fake check, because that's exactly what she tried to use to purchase the home. Kenyatta Stone, with all this so-called accounting knowledge and all this, knows how to go to court and win. She actually lost her case. And as you can see, this is why she did not want to read her whole case out loud in front of her audience. But with the new coach of Empire, we read all the cases. We read all the court filings and the judge's orders.
You're rocking with the best.
So, from the record, and this is what these gurus do, they will tell you about their court case, but they will never actually get into the court case in grave detail. And here is the message I sent to Kenyatta Stone back then. Have you ever won a court case using securitization as an argument? Do you know that bringing in securitization in court doesn't help at all, and they usually get thrown out in state court? Further, knowing what took place doesn't matter if you don't fully understand what's going on. Normally, people who go from the sovereign citizen way to accounting all of a sudden seem to just be regurgitating talking points, but they really don't know how to put a federal complaint together. 99% usually fails at the sufficiency stage. They think they can just cite the facts and that's it, or attach a securitization audit to their filings, which is hearsay, and that's all. Under Rule 12b-6, 99.9999999% of securitizations, prove chain of title, trust agreements, etc., get thrown out, especially in state case, especially in the credit card case. This is the time she was talking about securitizations and accounting with credit cards. So I asked her a question. No response. No response. I'm just laying the foundation. Don't worry, I'm laying the foundation. You know, as court people, before we just jump into it, we got to lay the foundation. Because if you try to just jump out there and question them, they can object. You got to lay a proper legal foundation. This is another person someone sending me a text, asking me, hey, you know Kenyatta Stone? Because she was doing all this mixed matching stuff, sovereign citizen stuff. And now all of a sudden, she's talking about accounting. Like, it sounds like she's actually somehow in your class or someone is giving her your information that you're putting out, because I don't make up the accounting rules. It's not the accounting rules I'm talking about. It's the methodical breakdown and strategy and understanding behind it is what gets you through the door. You can cite things all you want, but if you don't have full understanding, because the difference between me and Kenyatta Stone has not done the thorough research, has not done years of research on this study, nor has she had top elite professionals in this field stamp her. This is all her opinions. But what she didn't want to show you or talk about, and what she tried to lie to her audience and play damage control, was her court case. Remember when I told y'all all these gurus, every time they try to go to court, they fall flat on their faces and then they come back and lie to the audience? Well, we're going to get into that. So this is all from people. This is all from people. I don't know Kenyatta Stone at the time, and I really didn't care. I didn't care about her. But I kept getting messages. Now, all the messages that you seen, besides the one from Facebook, those were all from people who were sending me messages about her. Now, one of the messages that took the cake, came from somebody that was in my group. Somebody that was in my group. And if you give me a second, this is what I will pull out. So, now I was talking to him behind the scenes, and I'm not going to say his name because he's not up here. I'm not going to say his name because he's not up here live. But he said he was in her group before me, and he didn't know a lick about accounting. But all of a sudden, this gentleman that's in my group and her group at the same time is running back, and now all of a sudden, he's giving advice on accounting. And I got eyes and ears everywhere. So one of my eyes, who I got eyes and ears on everywhere for people who's in my group. Because one thing about my group, what goes on in the group is strictly reserved for the group, not another group. Because this is what people will do. People who have no real understanding, they think they really want the position that the teacher's in. They really want that, I guess, whatever they call it. So they really start to naturally envy the information the teacher has that you don't have. And you see a lot of people reaching out, a lot of people want services. People start to envy that. So what they'll do is they'll be in a group as a student, can't tell shit from apple butter, but then they'll go to another group with this new information and start talking like they've been studying, like they've been know what they talk about. And this person got caught. Because he told me that he was in her group before he discovered me. But if you was in her group before you discovered me, and her history shows that she wasn't talking in great detail about accounting and breaking it down on a professional level, then all of a sudden now you're talking about and you're referencing things, the same thing you was in the group learning. That's a problem. And this is why he was banned. Of course, he say he got remedy, but they all say they get remedy, but they never show any remedy. They never show it. If you go to this, everybody wins, but nobody wants to show. So, in the direct message, which was alarming to me, the direct message was this. This was a direct message that I received from one of my loyal members saying, yo, now look, he that right there. With that message he sent, I taught him that. But even still, you still got to be able to break it down in great detail. I taught him that. He didn't know that. He got, see, you see how people want to be seen, want to be looked at, want your position for real? You see, that was directly after a time I taught in the group. He didn't know that before. Kenyatta Stone didn't know that before. Look at all this. Look. Top fan Ham. Now he's a guru. And this is what people do. They come into your class, they come into your groups, they do all this shit. They get information they didn't know exists. Now they're a teacher because they secretly want their position. Well, Top Fan Ham, you will never know what I know. Because there's some things that even I wouldn't know unless a top professional in that field proved it, exposed me to it, because it's done internally, it's not made public. It's not made public. You wouldn't know. Let's take the gloves off. You wouldn't know unless I tell you.
You're rocking with the best.
You wouldn't know how to properly hit them with the discovery, the internal documents that they use, unless you worked on that side and you've investigated them. Just like, let's see, an SEC attorney. You wouldn't get an SEC attorney like discovery request unless you actually knew one. Unless you actually had access to one, connections to one. Well, let's move the ex-SEC attorney out the way. Supreme Elite Team Group. Who else do we have access to? An ex-Federal Reserve examiner? Darren, do we have access to that individual?
Absolutely.
An ex-examiner for the IMF? I mean, the World Bank?
Yep.
And that's become the connections one of our group members has to those powerful people in that world?
Absolutely. One call away.
So it's a phone call away. It's literally, if to get what I'm teaching validated by a top professional in the world, it's literally a phone call away. In next class, we'll have the answer. But in your personal thing, Darren, all the phone calls, was there ever any correction from what I'm teaching, or has it been all top validations from the top professionals?
Oh no, they look at us as if we're a colleague. I mean, no complaints, no they don't try to big brother us, or it's like everyday talk, you know what I mean?
Everyday talk. And one of our group members, he said in day one of the masterclass, he said, yo, you're in good hands where you're at with that guy. You really don't need me anymore. Yo, you don't got to keep coming to me. You're in good hands. He got it. So all these gurus out here that know accounting, you think you could say the accounting? You have no clue of what it really entails. But let's proceed. Let's proceed. Now, oh, let's see. Let's see if we could. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Thank God. Now, I want everybody to stop and share this live, because we're about to get into Kenyatta Stone's actual case. Because Kenyatta Stone was just on her live, which she referenced me. Oh, it's New Culture Empire. She tagged me. She said I was lying. I didn't know what I was talking about. She did win her case. Her case didn't go that way. A lot of her documents were sealed. See, she never showed her court case to her audience. So if you was over there at the Kenyatta audience, y'all share this live to your Facebook. Go tag her in the live. Let's talk about Kenyatta Stone's case. The case she didn't want her members to see. Because she went and spent the narrative, made a long post. She actually went live 3 times about me. She actually went live 3 times. She actually went live. It ate her up. But before we do that, y'all, share the live. 4-7, yeah, second to share the live. But before we do that, just to let you know how transparent I am, because I really ain't got shit to hide. I show all the good. I show the setbacks. I show everything. I leave nothing out, because even if it's a setback on me, it's still a teaching lesson for my students. Your wins, losses, progressions, setbacks are all part of the same game. It's actually still a teaching lesson, because if we could dissect, okay, this didn't go as planned for me. Let's dissect, let's break this down. Now my students got foresight on potential roadblocks, and they can sidestep them before. So let's talk. This is the text I sent to Kenyatta Stone. How you teach in accounting when you were just filing sovereign citizen claims? You created a check with your SSN as the account number and the FRB as the routing number. Why didn't you wire the money out of your own bank account? There is no secret trust fund, but since you know accounting, show a receipt where they stop collecting from the docs you send to the finance company's compliance department. I can.
Absolutely.
I can. What is it? July, August, September, October, November, December. I can show. Actually, y'all already seen it. I have receipts. I have cases where the judge didn't throw it out. We can debate live in front of our audience about accounting. I am your teacher's teacher. And actually, I was in court yesterday where I had the video where not only did I file my motion to set aside judgment way past the statutory time frame, the judge overruled her argument to throw the case out. Oh, I have that live in court. Huh? Wait, where these gurus recording themselves in court in real time? But we'll get into that. Someone from my class was giving you information. I found out. Thank God the SEC attorney gave me information that you can only get from those on the side. So without that, y'all will still never get it. Right? That's the first message I sent to her. Kenyatta Stone last night when she said, well, you could have called me, text me. I did. You never responded. Hold on. And to top it off, the message that I sent, see, I just don't make vague accusations. You know what I did with the message? Along with the message, I'm going to tell you what I attached to the message. Look at this. So just because I wasn't just blasting her, I sent her own case documents. You see the files? So she knew what I was talking about. But she went on live today and lied to her audience. See, this is what her audience don't see. Look. So I sent her the message along with what I was referencing. And let's just see. Let's just see. Let's just see. Hold on. Let me share this other one. Okay. So let's just see if she actually responded back. Let's just see if she responded back. All right, let me move this out the way. As you can see, nothing. The same documents. You see that? Nothing. Because they all, when the Grim Reaper comes out. I am the Grim Reaper of these gurus. They ain't been comfortable since I hit the scene. Because I was getting results before I ever came to YouTube. That was the biggest difference between me and them. I was already getting results before I started teaching. Because I was behind the scenes. And I watched this space for 2 years go up in flames. Let's get to it, y'all.
You're rocking with the best.
Yes, sir.
We about to get to it. I want y'all to reshare this, because her people are going to see what she did not want to show. Any of y'all got a YouTube channel? I guess y'all can I guess y'all can restream it to your audience. I don't know if any of y'all can restream it to your audience. If you can restream it to your audience. But we are about to get into it. We are about to get into it right now. Give me a 15-second intermission. I already got the cases pulled up. We're going to break down the case that Kenyatta Stone did not want her audience to see because she lied and spent the narrative. No, it didn't say that. Well, I have the actual words, and I'm only going to go by the actual words, not your interpretation of it, because you're talking to someone that knows how to interpret case law, that knows how to read case law and interpret it. Give me 15 seconds, and we are in it.
No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure, no. I ain't stunting her, man, she wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field of play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I'm only smoking, no pressure. I'm digging graves with the shovel. Just like Pac in my nigga bags, you should know nigga here rubber. They watch the corner for a stat. Watch out. My little nigga be the lookout. You broke that shit.
You're rocking with the best.
No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man, she wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field of play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I'm only smoking, no pressure. I'm digging graves with the shovel. Just like Pac in my nigga bags, you should know Liddy be a brother. They watch the corner for a stat. Watch out. My little nigga be the lookout. You broke that shit embarrassing. Like the drunk uncle at the cookout. My 10 down, you got a foot out. I fuck my bitch, never pull out. A bitch drowning my drip flicking. She gon' feel the stain from my wrist. You disrespecting that click. I put the tech on your lips. No handouts, they gon' go get it. Let it cut a check for a quick. No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man, she wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me.
Let's go. Let's go. I don't need to add you anymore. I made that my point. Let's go. Let's share this motherfucker. Let's share it. Here we go. Kenyatta Stone. This is public record. Public record. Now, this case, and I'm gonna see if I can zoom in, but I don't think. Okay, I'll make it lighter for y'all too, but I don't think I can zoom in because it's on the browser. I will zoom in for y'all, but that's the most I could do. So you might want to pinch your screen if you can. So this case started in, hold on. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go back to the beginning. So this case started in December 4th, 2023. December 4th, 2023. And she was telling me she knows about cash. You don't know what cash is. Documentary draft is cash. Okay. So Kenyatta Stone, this is appearance file. Okay, so it looks like hold on. It looks like they're making me. Okay, I see what. All right, I see what they're doing. I see what they're doing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down, and guess what? Complaint. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go here and I'm gonna download all this. Motion for I'm gonna download all this, y'all. Look, this is her whole case. And this is her subpoena. Look, this is her subpoena. Notice of exclusion of confidential information. Order set for hearing. And here's the order. Okay. We don't need to see the order for hearing. We don't need a service return. Here's the answer. We're gonna walk it all down. Witness exhibit list. We don't need the witness exhibit list. Oh, document file, plea of tender. I bet she had accounting with that. Okay. Motion for enlargement for her respond to sign. And they grant, that's basically saying, yo, hurry up and respond. There's the answer, January 31st, 2024. Here's her counterclaim filed. Witness, we don't need the witness list. Here's the counterclaim and witness. Here's the counterclaim filed. Yep. Motion for summary judgment. Memorandum in brief. Evidence in support of summary judgment. Let's get all that. Designation of evidence. Order granted summary judgment. Which Kenyatta Stone, I think she said. Now look at all this. Motion filed. Counterclaim. Motion to reconsider. Order denying motion. Motion to reconsider. Filed by Kenyatta Stone. Order denying motion to reconsider. Defendant's motion to reconsider summary judgment. And order denying it on November 20. Now she got administrative event. Okay. Administrative event. Clerk administrator. Notice of appeal received. We're not going to. Only things I'm not downloading is stuff that really it doesn't matter. It's just, you know, appearances and all that. Motion filed. Order. Why did you go down all of this with your order received? Bam. Now, there we go. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna stop sharing. I'm gonna come back here and we're gonna pull it up. We're gonna pull it up. We're gonna pull it up one by one. We're gonna start with everything that we just did. Get to the downloads. Hold on, let me download. Let me go to the recent. You know one thing that I really hate about this MacBook? When they download it, they have them so scattered all over. They have them so scattered over. Okay, so here we go. Full download history. All right, I got it right here. I got it right here. All right, here we go. Appearances, Exhibit A. Let me. All right, so here, I got it. We could do it like this, y'all. I'm sorry, we could do it like this. I'm gonna share my screen again. We could do it like this. We can do it like this. We're gonna do download history, share screen. Okay. Appearance file, Exhibit A, Exhibit B. Let's get to the complaint first. Then we can get to the exhibits. Get to the complaint first, and we can get back to the exhibits. So, Kenyatta Stone was attempting to purchase a house for cash. I think the asking price was $1.7 million. And what Kenyatta Stone did was she tendered payment And then she tendered payment, but they never credit the money to the account. The seller, Kimberly Short, under the Kimberly Short Trust, actually canceled the transaction through their attorney. And Kenyatta Stone said, number one, you can't have a de novo hearing. Number two, they stole the money. Number three, the judge says the security was good and all this, so she's going to win. Okay. The complaint reads, Plaintiff's Trademark Inc., Kimberly Short, and Kimberly Short as trustee under the Kimberly Short Declaration of Trust dated May 6, 2003. Trademark Short, those are the plaintiffs. By counsel, allege and state their complaint against Kenyana Shacole Stone and Kenyana Shacole Stone as trustee of the Kenyana Shacole Stone Revocable Living Trust. Stone and the Revocable Living Trust are the defendants. Okay. At all times, relevant hearing, Trademark Title Inc. was a corporation organized and existing under the laws of the state of Indiana with its principal place of business in Indiana. At all relevant times, Kimberly Short was a resident of Marion County, Indiana. So they're just establishing a jurisdiction for the court. On or about June 20th, 2023. So this should have been the time that she was a master of accounting. But according to the emails I got, she wasn't on this. I'm talking about there's a difference between being on it in a professional manner and being on it based on some stuff you're regurgitating. Defendant executed a purchase agreement because on her live, she said the purchase agreement was cash, you dummy. Y'all remember the purchase agreement, the purchase order and all that? Right. And she said the CEO of the title company told her. They always tell you about these professionals that tell them what they're doing is good, but them professionals, it never plays out the way the professional said. My case is playing out the way the professional said it would. So they always think these professionals they're talking to. Where the defendant agreed to purchase from Short real estate and improvements located at 5710 Brookwood Road. A true and accurate copy of the purchase agreement is attached in Exhibit A, and we'll get to that. The agreed purchase price for the real estate was $1,700,000. Remember when I told y'all? There's some secret trust, use an instrument, and it's always going to be $1 million homes. It could be a modest $200,000, $300,000 home. What is this the hallmarks of? Already a sovereign citizen, low-hanging fruit teacher, poverty mindset, desperate for the shit that she couldn't just go pay or wire in real life. With payment to be made in cash. Y'all see where this is going? With no finance required.
That's crazy.
You see where it's going? Do y'all see where it's going? It's already going down that path. I can already see where this is going. Payment to be made in cash. You know what cash is? You get a cashier's check out of the account where your money, when you got access to every day is in, or a wire transfer, which is like 24 to 48 hours. So we already know where this is going. Defendant, as means of providing the purchase price for the real estate, mailed to Bank United, Trademarks Bank, a check made payable to the United States Treasury. A copy of the check is attached at Exhibit B. So you sent the check that was made payable to the United States Treasury to Trademark as payment for the home. Ladies and gentlemen, if you had $1.7 million and you wrote a check and the 1.7 is sitting in your account, who would be the payee on the check? The title company, yes. But when you don't have real legitimate $1.7 million, what is the next step in the ideology? What's going to come to mind? oh, there's a secret account with 1.7 million in it. I'll send it to them. Y'all send it to them. They'll send you the money. Y'all see where this is going? So while she was online lying, saying it wasn't a sovereign citizen process, when we look at the words and break it down, you can actually start to paint a picture. This is not my belief. This was based on the facts. I can build a narrative based on facts. The check remitted by defendant was drawn on Trademark's own bank account, not on defendant's bank account. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Remember the scenario I just gave? I told you this shit is too easy. They could go on. She went on live 3 times about me. They can do the hoopla all they want, but I'm always going to pull the cloak off them because I understand how the system works. Normal, common logic. It will, if you stick to those, just decent, normal logic, what happens in everyday life, you will pull apart their shenanigans. Was signed by defendant and was made payable to the United States Treasury. After sending the check to Trademark's bank, defendant requested that the bank wire funds to Trademark, which request was refused as defendant had provided no funds for which to wire, and thus no funds were received as payments of the purchase price under the purchase agreement. Kenyatta Stone, didn't you say that you already paid the house off and you lied and they stole it from you? I mean, I was like, nah, they canceled it because the money never came. And she was like, what are you talking about? The money did come up and sitting there as a credit, you dummy. Okay. On or about, now from July 5th. Hold on. Let's stop. We're going to go to number 11. As a result of defendant's failure. Oh, hold on. We got someone in the building. Okay. We got you. We back. We back. We going to walk it down. As a result of defendant's failure to pay the purchase price for the real estate, the transaction failed to close by July 5th, 2023. Deadline for closing, and said deadline was not extended by mutual agreement of the parties to the purchase agreement. So this was July 5th. On or about October 10th, 2023, defendant recorded a UCC finance statement with the recorder of Marion County, Indiana, under instrument number, listing plaintiffs as debtors and listing the trust as a secured party, the finance statement. So she tried to claim the house as yours. What are the people that normally do this when they have no legal basis of doing it? Sovereign citizens, because remember, they own the house when they believe they own the house. They don't own the house once you close like normal people do. And you close, you sign, you get the keys, you get this title, you get all that from the attorney. They expect it, everything's good. No. They own the house when they believe they own the house. That is sovereign citizen. Who else did something like this and went to prison? Christopher Hauser, filing fraudulent liens. Oh, no, go back up. Oh, I gotta go back up. Oh, I gotta go all the way back up. Right here. Hold on, why is it doing this? Oh, I gotta go up manually. Okay.
So she goes around stealing different packages, huh?
I don't know what she does. She would have never came across my timeline because people just kept sending me stuff. And yo, she keeps saying the same thing you saying, but I was in her group and she was never talking like this. She don't know this. She just regurgitating shit. And I was, and before I responded, I was like, I finally addressed her. I was like, well, you know how that go. They better have understanding. But then I just kept hearing it. So I said, let me address this. What threw me off is, y'all, we just finished up day 2 of the masterclass, and once $99 securitization masterclass. But when I go over her timeline, she's never consistent in her processes. She's all over the place. She's doing this and doing that, doing this. And the people and the teachers that are normally inconsistent and always got a new method of doing something, those are the people who never did the true research that people are believing that they did, and they have no foundation. The finance statement also asserts that debtors are transmitting utilities. What is the term that sovereign citizens use to file a UCC1 over their all caps? They say the all caps is a transmitting utility. And she admitted on live that being a sovereign citizen ain't bad. So I know she carries those ideologies. So having a sovereign citizen ideology while trying to employ accounting is the thing that they all do, and it's a virtual, legal, deadly cocktail. It makes a vague description of the collateral, encompassing a wide array of assets, but does not specify which alleged debtors' assets are collateral. But I guess she knows how to fill out a UCC1 correctly. The finances statement also makes reference to the description of collateral to an instrument identified by the number, which corresponds with the check number on the check attached as Exhibit B. That's crazy. The finances statement also states in Section 6A that the transaction is a public finance transaction. That does that, a public finance transaction for me, and I'm not going to look at the screen, that only applies to like public utilities, like the water companies and electric companies, not what she's trying to do. But who advocates for using that term? Sovereign citizens. Yes, y'all following along. States that in Section B that the filing applies to the agricultural lien. Who started that? With the sovereigns, Gene Keating and them. You got to file it as an agricultural lien. These are all early 2000s UCC1 filing methods that she's employing in 2023. And states in Section 14 that the finance statement is filed as a fixture file. All these are the same things that they've been telling people to file UCC1 on their all caps since 1998. In Section 15 of the finance statement, defendant identifies the trust created by defendant Stone as the record owner of the real estate. Plaintiffs never granted defendant any security interest in any collateral. But I get it. They all think that a UCC1 doesn't have to really be authenticated by the debtor, meaning the debtor doesn't have to agree to it. The debtor's in debt when they believe the debtor's in debt. The mindset of a sovereign citizen, yes. Plaintiffs never enter into any security agreement with the defendant where there's a legal known obligation of debt legally. Plaintiffs never authorize the filing of the finance statement by defendant because they all think that if they believe they can do it, they'll just do it, regardless if it's not legal or valid. Remember, with us, it's all about the facts, procedure, rules, laws, stand within the confines of the regulations they set. With people like Kenyatta Stone, it's beliefs, ideologies, theories, and then they'll move from that. Even if it contradicts or is in conflict with the real rules. So when you follow people like Kenyatta Stone, based on that mindset, the ideologies, and the meanings and the reasonings with this one document, everything that she's going to tell you to do, you're going to be dead on arrival, because the only thing you're doing is taking her mindset and belief system and imposing it in your documents, which will be dead on arrival. Plaintiffs never incurred any debt in favor of defendant. Plaintiffs incorporate by reference the allegations contained in paragraph 1 through 21. Defendant is not a person entitled to file a UCC finance statements against plaintiffs under Indiana Code 26.1.9, 26-1-9.1-509. But I thought she would have read that code before she attempted to file it so she could know the rules and can she legally do it. Plaintiff has been damaged by the defendant's unauthorized recording of the finances statement. By virtue of defendant's unauthorized record of the finance statement, plaintiffs are entitled to recover damage, both actual and statutory, from the defendant under Indiana Code. Plaintiffs are entitled to recover reasonable attorney's fees and reasonable legal expenses from the defendant under the code. Wherefore, plaintiff respectfully requests judgment in favor of plaintiffs and against defendant for actual and statutory damages to be provided by the evidence, together with reasonably attorney's fees and reasonable legal expenses, interest, and costs, and for all other relief just and proper in the premises. But I'm pretty sure that she would know how to set that off. She knows accounting. Plaintiffs incorporates by reference the allegation, paragraph 1 through 26. The presence of the unauthorized finance statement in the public filing caused harm to plaintiff by misleading potential purchasers of the real estate and lenders of potential purchasers of the real estate. Plaintiff hereby demands that defendant file a termination statement with the Marion County's Recorder's Office in accordance with the Indiana Code. Additionally, plaintiffs request that the court enter an order declaring that the financing statement is invalid and no legal effect. But Kenyatta Stone, didn't you say on your live that it was legit? Didn't you say it was legit? And this is the reason why I say what I say. They will disregard the real rules to the game if it doesn't comport with a method that they believe. They move off misinterpretations, misunderstandings, lack of context. And if the courts or the attorneys or the system gives a different view, says, no, this is not legally right. This is not legally right. They will disregard that and tell the people to, we're going to keep fighting. This is what I mean. Shout out to Tahir. Shout out to Tahir for the 40 ball.
You're rocking with the best.
Shout out to Tahir for the 40 ball. We appreciate you.
You're rocking with the best.
Shout out to you. If you like what you're in, and if you're feeling generous, you can go ahead and donate to the CA, to the cash out right there. But I'm not really exposing Kenyatta Stone in the grand scheme of things. I'm not exposing her. All I'm doing is just reporting exactly what she filed in the response. This is all I'm doing. Requiring plaintiff, we'll move it to number 2. Requiring the Marion County Recorder's Office to remove the finance statement from the public records of the Office of Recorders of Marion County. Wherefore, plaintiff respectfully requests that the court enter an order declaring the financing statement is invalid and no legal effect, removing the financing statement from the public records of the recorder, and granting all of the relief. Request for quiet title. I'm going to move down to 32 because they're just saying the same thing in 31. The short trust is the record owner of the real estate, which is more particularly described in Exhibit D. Defendant fraudulently recorded a UCC financing statement asserting a security interest in the real estate. But when I say she filed the UCC statement fraudulently on her live, she nearly jumped out at the screen saying it wasn't fraud. So you got me and a licensed attorney saying it's fraud under the statute. But this is the mindset of most people. They are so far gone in their illusions and their beliefs, which are based in no law of fact, that they will ignore any evidence or information that does not comport to their belief system. Kenyatta Stone is no different. Kenyatta Stone would never survive in my world because she has sovereign citizen roots, and it comes up in cases and instances when their backs are against the wall. When your back is against the wall, your real foundation is going to come out. And that's the sovereign citizen for 98.99% of people in these spaces. Number 34, pursuant to IC, that's the code right there, short and the short trusts are entitled to quiet title on real estate. Wherefore, short and the short trust respectfully request that this court enter an order quieting the title on the real estate described in Exhibit D, stating that short trust legal titles is superior to the right and interest as may be claimed by the defendants, holding that defendants have no right, title, or interest in the real estate, and granting all other just and proper relief. Injunctive relief. Plaintiff short and short trust possess ownership of the real estate. Defendants have slandered Short and Short's title to the real estate. But didn't you just hold a master accounting class? See, this is really more for Short's audience, because I'm going to post this and chop it up and just clip it up and post it all on social media. But one thing you cannot say is that I'm lying or I don't know what I'm reading. And this is why they never want y'all to see their court cases. Short and the Short Trust have a pending sale of the real estate that is at risk of falling apart if defendants' recording of the finances statement is not resolved quickly. So when I said they already sold that home, you're like, no, they didn't. Still in court. I'm still in court. I'm about to win. She called me a liar. I didn't know what I was talking about when I said, yo, I read the record. They already sold the home. But she's going to still lead y'all to believe that the case is still ongoing. That is still ongoing and she has a shot. You see what I'm saying? They've already sold that home. It's over if there's a new owner. And she knows it's quiet on her end. But she will come on live. Like, she go watch her live on her channel. She may take it down. She's definitely going to take it down after this. And if Kenyatta Stone, timestamp 314, Kenyatta Shacole Stone, if you take those lives down when you was commenting back and forth with me, if you take them down after this here and you take them down, it means that I was right and you was wrong and you don't want your students to know. You're going to take those lives down, I guarantee you, because you said I was lying. I didn't know what I was talking about. But right here, this is what actually happened in your case. That's one thing about being a teacher. You got to take the good, the bad, the ugly. You got to be able to stand under scrutiny. If not, stop teaching. Therefore, Short and the Short Trust will be irreparably harmed if defendant is not enjoined from asserting a right, title, and interest in the real estate by virtue of the finance statement. The public interest is best served by granting the injunction, as the public has an interest in recognizing and enforcing valid property interest. The public has a right and right. What I'm doing is it's all within law. This is public, all within law. Under Indiana law, this court has the authority, if it determines that defendant obstructed or interfered with the Short and the Short Trust ownership of the real estate, to enjoin defendant from further obstructing and award damages resulting from the interference. And they request the order to enjoin defendant from asserting and right title to the real estate, directing Marion County Recorder to remove the finances statement from its records related to the real estate, and join defendant from taking further action obstructing or interfering with Short and Short's right, title, and interest to the real estate, and granting all other relief. And this was submitted by Eric Glasgow, counsel for plaintiffs, attorney number. As a matter of fact, everybody, stay by right quick. Stand by. Stand by. Don't go nowhere. This should be a very interesting live today.
Thank you. Stevenson Rice, may I help you?
Yes. Can I speak to Mr. Eric Glasgow?
He's in a meeting. Would you like his voicemail?
Yes, but I mean, I don't know if you can answer, but I'm checking the public records in the case that he recognized, and I don't want to take too much of your time. There was a case regarding Kenyatta Stone and Short Trust, and I would like to know, based on the public records, is that home, was the quiet title off the property and subject lifted?
Oh gosh, I don't.
You don't know? Okay, I get his voicemail. All right, I get his voicemail. That's okay.
Okay. Just a moment.
All right.
Eric Glasgow with Stevenson Rice. I'm either on a call or away from my desk right now. Please leave your name, number, and a brief message, and I'll get back to you at my earliest convenience. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, simply hang up or press pound for further options.
Hey, Mr. Eric Glasgow, my name is Lamont Thomas. And I'm calling because I've seen the public case and the public records regarding the Stone, Sharon Stone. Well, let me get the right name for you. The Stone Trust and defendant Kenyana Stone. And I was calling to see if Miss Stone, Kenyana Stone, still remained a valid legal title and rights to the home, or were the cases shut down? Because I actually appreciate you all filing this, because there's so many people that are trying these scams out here today. So I'm a reporter and I'm trying to bring awareness to the public. So if you can give me a call back at let's see if the attorney will call me back. I told you, boy. I told you. If that attorney calls me back, I mean, I already know what happened, but if he calls me back, shit. Okay. Now, let's get to the exhibits. So, this was the purchase agreement. And this agreement looks like a typical standard purchase agreement. And the purchase price is $1.7 million to be paid for in US dollars. There was no earnest money, so she didn't have to make a down payment. She would have never got that far. She would have had to make an earnest money deposit. She wouldn't even got that far. And the method of payment, cash. See that? Number one, the method of payment was cash. So the method of payment was cash. That's all I need to see. One second. It was going on. It was going on live right now on YouTube. I got the scalpel. I got another guru in surgery right now.
Okay. Call me back because I got something very important to tell you.
Oh, I know. Hey, Troy, one thing about it, man, we are connected. Boy, thank you so much, big brother.
Yeah, I got you something that's going to smoke you. You're going to love it. All right.
Oh, I will call you back as soon as I'm done.
All right.
All right. Bye. Oh, remember we was talking about a member that's connected to all the top professionals in the world with this shit?
You're rocking with the best.
Old white people, they just take a liking into this. Old white people brought me in their circle. They brought me in their circle. With all my imperfections, I'm still in the midst of their circles. Hey, New Culture Empire. I don't know what's wrong. Dan, you come back up. All right, let's get back to it. Okay, so that is. Now here's B.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby. Folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
This is the check. $1,736,130. She said a documentary draft. A documentary draft does not come in check form. It's an actual draft with shipping documents and the goods to be paid for attached to it. Documentary drafts are usually used in like international shipment transactions. But this was a check that she created, payable to the United States Treasury for credit to Trademark Title Inc. Well, if the money was actually coming out of your bank account, why would you need it to be payable to the Treasury and credit it to their account? Like the Treasury is going to take that check, go into some account that you may have rights in, and pay them. That's the only way you would do it. And only way you would think you would do this if you believe there's some type of interest or rights in an account at the Treasury or with your name on it that you can draw down to make large purchases and pay your debts. But let's go a little further. Let's go a little further. Because I believe they've always put notices about this out. Huh? I believe they always put notices on this out. They always put notices on this out. Drawing checks on the U.S. Treasury, because this is nothing. This is an old sovereign citizen scam. Huh? 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 A stripped down version of this scheme is as follows. When the United States went off the gold standard in 1933, the federal government somehow went bankrupt. With the help of the Federal Reserve, the government converted the bodies of their citizens into capital value, supposedly by trading birth certificates of U.S. citizens on the open market. After following a complicated process of filing UCC documents with either the Secretary of State of the person's residence or another state that will accept the filings, each citizen is entitled to redeem his or her value by filling out a site draft. It's payable on site. A site draft. Oh, yeah. Filling out a site draft drawn on their non-existent Treasury Direct account. This scheme asserts that each citizen's social security number is also his or her account number. As part of the scheme, participants file false forms. The reality, drawing such drafts on the U.S. Treasury is fraudulent in violation of federal law. The theory behind their use is bogus and incomprehensible. The Justice Department is vigorously prosecuting these crimes. Federal criminal convictions have occurred in several cases. The Comptroller of the Currency has tried to alert the Banking Committee of this fraud. It has been brought to our attention that certain individuals have been making and executing worthless paper documents, which are titled site drafts, or it's basically a check payable on site. In other words, these items state that they are payable through the U.S. Treasury. Well, hold on. Something just caught my attention. Didn't this item state that it's payable to the U.S. Treasury? Ain't that what she said? It's payable through the U.S. Treasury?
You're rocking with the best.
Ain't that what she just said? It's payable to the U.S. Treasury. These instruments are being presented for payment at banks and other businesses throughout the United States. They have no financial value and have no legal validity. Documents follow the characteristics. A statement printed on the items, the numbers encoded in the MCR style print along the bottom are not valid ABA routing numbers or any recognizable type of number used in the financial community to process or identify the item. The person signing the document is not authorized by the U.S. Treasury to issue any of these instruments that are presented to the U.S. Treasury for payment will be returned to the sender, and copies will be provided to the appropriate law enforcement. If one of these instruments presented to your institution Send it to your Office of the Comptroller, Enforcement and Compliance Division. Now, what they're talking about is, since this is around the time in the beginning, since they were doing it so much, give me 1 second. All right, give me a second. We about to get back to it. Give me one second. It's about to get better.
Run it up, hey. I'm cooking up dog food. She play with the dick with the tosses. Smoking my leaf from Toronto. And watching our whips like a car show. You look like you want to get shit off your chest. I thought so, okay. I'm back in this game, now you sit at the end of the bench. I thought so, okay. Yeah, back in this motherfucker like I left something in this bitch. A whole gallon of the white. I'm getting drunker than a bitch. Big straps with the Mac 11s got me putting extenders in the clip. And lay your shit up on the curb. Like you didn't pay your rent. Okay. Got Papa John dope, but no pizza. The dope with a flipping straight O's and zippers. Right off the Peter Pan, intake at 9 if you open this meal stick with you. My BBC logo with guys at the table. Just call it your Dracos. This map make you jump, no kiss cost.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Yeah. All right. So as you can see there, Exhibit C. Right here. Requirements. So you list down the requirements. This is what that's part of their exhibits. Let's get to Exhibit D. All right, that it's insignificant, y'all. It's not saying. I'll show it to you. It ain't really saying shit. I don't want to be like, see. Don't want to show that. All right, so we about to get to the motion for temporary restraining order. This is Kenyatta Stone now, the guru. So we already established the fact that she tried to pay for a house, writing a check on the treasury based on a false belief that there's some secret funds. She didn't have the money to pay for out of her own account. That's evident. So she tried to write the check, send it to title, payable through the treasury, and the treasury is going to credit their account. The lawyer said no such funds ever sent and nothing never happened. So they canceled the transaction. With her sovereign citizen beliefs and got a saved face, now she gonna go try to put a lien and title on the house. Well, the judge said it. The judge ain't say that. See, they all misinterpret what they think the judge says and what the court says in their rulings. They never fully understand what's being read or understood because they don't know how to speak legal words and legal terms. Legal terms have their own distinct meanings. But her understanding doesn't go as far as she thinks it does. And this is why she said, I don't got to show my court case to it. That's just everything that's found. It don't show everything because a lot of my documents were sealed. Okay. We will see if let's see if your motion to seal your documents were granted. Let's just see. Comes down to plaintiffs, which is trademark title, and Kimberly Short, a trustee, in the Short and Trust collectively and move the court to issue a temporary restraining order followed by a preliminary injunction after a hearing, precluding the Kenyatta Shakole Stone, both individually and as trustee of the Kenyatta Shakole Stone Revocable Trust, from taking any action or asserting any right, title, or interest in the real estate by virtue of the financing statement recorded in Marion County. And in support, would show the court the following. On or about June 20th, 2023, Short and defendant executed a purchase agreement where defendant agreed to purchase from Short the real estate and improvements located, bam. A true accurate copy of the purchase agreement is attached to Exhibit A, as we see. So basically, when she went into the transaction, she was trying to scheme. She never went to the transaction. Yeah, I got 1.7 million to spend on a house. She went and trying to do a process. That's why I've been studying. Yeah, and you still ain't got it right. Defendant at means of providing for the purchase for real estate, mail, Bank United, Trademarks Bank, a check made payable to the United States Treasury, which we have already seen. United States Treasury. A copy of the check is attached to Exhibit B. The check remitted by defendant was drawn on Trademark Bank's own account and not defendant's bank account. So that check the check was, the account number for this check was either her social security number or Trademark Bank's account. Even worse. It'd have been better off for just to have her own social security number. I'm not advocating it still ain't gonna work, but it looks even worse by you trying to use their own account number. It looks even worse for you. It looks even worse. The check remitted by defendant was drawn on Trademark Bank's own account, not on defendant's bank account. It was signed by defendant. It was made payable to the United States Treasury. After sending the check to the Trademarks Bank, defendant requested that the bank wire funds to Trademarks, which request was refused as defendant had provided no funds for which to wire. So when you're dealing with these companies buying purchases, real estate, they're not going for none of that sovereign citizen slickeroo, all cash money. That's it. All cash money. That's all that. Here's the document. It's the equivalent. Cash money. Either a pre-approval letter or you got a fucking certified bank check signed by the bank's manager. That's it. And if you ain't got the cash money to make the purchasing, now you got to go get a mortgage. But if she knew so much about accounting, why did she just get the mortgage and work her accounting tricks? Why did she just get the mortgage, work her accounting, and get the satisfaction of lien? Because none of them can. Thus, no funds were received as payment of the purchase price under the purchase agreement. So this goes by the same things we just read. In this document, it's all the same thing. Never authorized the filing, all this. It's all the same thing we just read in the complaint. So, once again, Kimberly Short signs it, bam, right? Okay, so that's the motion for temporary. So this right here is the summons. You have been sued by, so the summons was issued because the plaintiffs, the attorney, they passed the initial sufficiency stage. And based on the face of the complaint, it appears that they have stated the claim. So now it's Kenyatta's turn to respond. Oh, we got to pause for a second because I need everybody to share this one more time. We're getting to Kenyatta Stone's own words. Let's get it.
You're rocking with the best.
Kenyatta Stone, we are getting into your own words now. These are the words that you stated. Now, I'm not making it up. Now we get it. Let's go, let's share right quick.
I'm cooking up dog food. She play with the dick with the tosses. Smoking that leaf from Toronto. They watching that whisk like a car show. You know that share. I thought so. I'm back in this game now. You sit at the end of the bench. I thought so. Yeah, back in this motherfucker like a left something in this bitch. A whole gallon of the white. I'm getting drunk with a bitch. Big straps with the Mac 11 got me putting stimulus in the clip. They lay your shit up on the curb. Like you didn't pay your rent. Okay, the Papa John dope, but no pizza. The dope with a split, straight O's and symbols. Right off the Peter Pan, intake at 9 if you open this meal stick with you. My BBE label with guys at the table. Up to start of your Dracos. This map make you jump, no kiss cost in the stable. You get scott like potatoes. Shorty said that I am the one. Who the fuck you think she Billie Jean? She want a nigga, put her on the team. After spitting out my kiss a Listerine. The flow is bucking like it's Greek to free. But I keep it 44 like Pistol P. Now when the shitting on your biggest dreams, on the floor with your niggas, Mr. Clean. I'm cooking up dog food. She play with the dick with the sauces. Smoking that leaf from Toronto. They watching our whips like a car show. You look like you want to get shit off your chest. I thought so. I'm back in this game, and you sit at the end of the bench. I'm in the pockets like a pack of a cake. They ask about it, they say Mr. Okay. I know the smells when they pull out them trays. It's nothing ever but a system in place. Right out of prison, I ain't snitching nobody. You ain't jumping lessons up on the case. I need some watch so I can splash in the lake, and I need a rat so I can eat. I'm a snake. My bitch from Louisiana and she Creole with sticking head. Hopping knowledge she clear. We ain't missing, ain't no shots at the feet. The out of time got them thinking it's zero. Must be as long as a cold extender. Nigga low like a conscious Nintendo. Fuck nigga, ain't she wild like you got that? That's because you be playing the middle. I got an issue with the streets, it's breeding snitches. That's why I'm a family guy like Peter Griffin. Heard about Western Road, think I need a Smith. The issue tight with this close, I think he a blister. Matters with the kids, I'm pushing T in my sack. And you'll get your T at your neck. I put that sticks like a T in the map, bitch. I'm hotter than food, that's for me, that's a G. I'm cooking up dog food.
And let's, Miss Kenyatta Stone, let's not get it twisted. I don't live that type of life anymore. But let's not get one thing. Let's not get one thing twisted, Kenyatta Stone. You or a lot of people that you may know, I swear, if I was still living that life, if I was still the old me, I swear there'd be a lot of thinking twice. I'm not even a tough guy anymore. I don't live that life anymore. Now, if we got to go there, we can go there. But this, when the feds had to come get me, I was kicking up so much dust, the feds had to come get me. The federal government had to come get me. It wasn't because I stole bubble gum. Let's not get it twisted. Let's not get it twisted. So let's get back to it. Now, let me go back to sharing my screen. You already shared. Okay, so this is the summons. Motion, summons to them. Okay, so give me 1 second. We're going to read this because this is next up on the list. I swear to God, Ms. Stone, you or everybody you know wouldn't have been able to survive the maximum United States penitentiaries I was in. Half you people out here wouldn't have been able to survive. Because ain't no guarantee you're going to come home alive in the penitentiaries. You're going to be a man in there. You're going to be a man in there. And ain't no guns where you can with respect to the real estate located at 5710 Brentwood Road, Marion County, Indiana, including the UCC finances statement as instrument number blank in the office. This is the part where she thinks it has anything to do with her. Right? This is what she thinks. Security in the amount of $700,000 is set, but it is contingent on the sale of the property. The security will be held in escrow by plaintiff's counsel, meaning if you wanted to maintain and come in and say, nah, Your Honor, I own this. I really own this. The judge is saying remember, this is a temporary restraining order. This is a temporary restraining order, TRO. And the feds is under Rule 65. But the states is quite similar. So the 700,000, right? Plaintiff, Ms. Short, has to put 700,000 in escrow because this is a temporary restraining order. So they have to put 700,000 in escrow just in case Kimberly Short and the attorneys are wrong, because they have to give security to the court in order to, when they grant the temporary restraining order, they have to provide security to the court just in case your injunction or your restraining order has actually harmed another party. That has nothing to do with you getting the, she thought that security was like hers or a win for her. She didn't even know how to interpret temporary restraining orders under the statute. And if you read the Indiana statute under temporary restraining orders and all other statutes, it tells you the person applying for a temporary restraining order, even in the federal courts, they have to give security to the court to indemnify just in case your TRO or your injunction was unnecessary and it caused harm to the other party. But in her mind, she thought that was something favorable for her. That's all. Look, somebody look, I'm swearing it's it. And she thought she was about to win. I told you, they all misinterpret statutes. They have no understanding of what they're reading. They take it at a literal. She don't understand this is in conjunction, because if you read here, it says, but it is contingent on the sale of the property. So during this proceeding, if as Ms. Short sells the property to someone else, 700,000 has to remain in escrow until this is over with. Duh. I told you. It's no different. It's the same thing with all of them, y'all. They have none of them ever really started out studying deep dive. All packets, documents from other people. Never no thorough understanding.
And you know what's crazy is that even though it reads that way, I can bet my bottom dollar that it's a title company that's holding it in escrow. It's not necessarily the plaintiff. So even if you was to try to spin it some type of other way, all you would have to do is just call the title company. They'll tell you.
Yes. It was the title company held it. That's it. It's not held for anything based on what Kenyatta Stone thinks. It's more procedure than her thinking it's a win.
Right. So it's just gonna read like that on the paper, but if you can actually afford a mortgage, you would understand that. You know what I mean?
Right. I told you, every process that they do is to circumvent the normal way of doing things because they can't do it the normal way. And all she did was believe that there was a secret account somewhere. Okay, think about it. She don't really have to work hard for that 1.7 M's. She didn't have to give all her life savings and investments where she got skin in the game. She all thinks just for the sole purpose of just being born in America, everybody has all this secret money. So of course, that mindset, they're going to start, you can tell what their mindset really is and how they're nothing more than consumers with mindsets, economic slaves, because as soon as someone tells them they could get something without having any skin in the game, it's always a $1.7 million home. It's always a $500,000 home. It's always a $2.7 million estate. It's always a $20 million estate. But if you ask them in your everyday real life, are you doing the same thing? Are you sitting out applications for those things in real life without this? The answer is no. So these processes are only enticing for the low-hanging fruit.
You're rocking with the best.
Never fails. Now, this is Kenyatta Stone's answer. Kenyatta Stone, I'm not lying on you. This is your answer. At all times relevant herein, Kenyatta Shakur Stone, the lawful diplomat with record of diplomatic status in the United States, organized in the American state Indiana, Kenyatta Shakur Stone, having a state nationality as Indigenous American Indianian Hoosier, trustee of, stop right there. So Kenyatta Stone, when I said you put that indigenous stuff on your paper and you say, no, you didn't, I didn't know what I was talking about, this is what I meant. You might have forgot, but this is what I meant. This is what I meant, Kenyatta, when I said you put that indigenous stuff. This is what I meant right here. I meant this right here, Kenyatta. This is what I meant. That's what I meant. So there ain't no clear. December 13, 2023, this is filed. The trustee of the Kenyatta Shakur Stone Revocable Living Trust is a private trust. Don't we talk about this stuff, y'all? Kenyatta Shakur Stone asserts the court may or may not jurisdiction over the subject matter of this action. Proper venue in Marion County, where the real estate property is situated in Marion County, Indiana. Defendant objects and denies the facts presented in paragraphs 1 through 24 in the motion for temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. Defendant objects to order granting plaintiff's verified petition for temporary restraining order. But Kenyatta Stone, I thought you said it was working out in your favor. Why are you objecting? The language that we read with the court should have been reading like it was in your favor. It was all against you. Debt was acquired. Debt has a right of recourse. Perfecting UCC finance a statement recorded in Marion County. And before I deep dive into this, I bet you it's a bunch of misinterpretations, lack of context, and baseless assertions for which she believed the statute says versus what the statute means. Want to know why? Because 99.9999% of people read statutes this way. On June 21st, 2023, Kenyatta Shakur Stone and Kimberly Short fully signed and executed a purchase agreement wherein Kenyatta Shakur Stone agreed to purchase from Kimberly K. Short the real estate and improvements located at 5710 Brookwood Road, Marion County, Indiana, the real estate. Kenyatta Shakur Stone and Kimberly K. Short completely signed the purchase agreement, accepting all offers and counter offers attached to the purchase agreement. Kenyatta Shakur Stone believes that the submitted true and accurate copy of the purchase agreement filed by plaintiff is materially altered, contract concealing the signatures of the seller, Kimberly K. Short, and seller's agent signature, Melissa Cutts. See attached to this answer a true, complete, accurate signed purchase agreement. Closing date was set for July 5th, 2023, in which it was amended in the contract to July 10th, 2023, due to seller Kimberly Short needing more time to remove all her personal property from 5710 Brookwood. This transaction took place around the holiday, July 4, 2023. Kimberly K. Short signed and agreed to have all property removed by July 10th, closing day and final walkthrough. The agreed purchase price and accepted offer for the real estate was $1,700,000, with payment to be in cash with no financing requirement. See, we don't need to stop. That's the nucleus right there. Payment is to be in cash. Here we go. This is where the sovereign citizen, what do they call it, semantics games come into play. I can see it right here. In section 4, this is where she's going to try to justify something that we all just read that the government said is not legit. Now, this is their mindset. You could get perfect, straight on the face, legal authority saying, no, this is not what it is. And they will still try to justify it is this way. It is this way. Here we go. Kenyatta Shakur Stone acted in good faith. How do you act in good faith when either you're going to pay in cash or you're not? How is that acting in good faith? Either you have the money or you know, we're not real money. Acting in good faith by providing payment for the real estate property. Payment was mailed to 14817 Miami Lakes, Florida. Bank United Treasury Managed Department. Overnight mail via FedEx with providing tracking number. Delivery status shows delivered. Thursday, July 27, 2023 at 9:37 a.m. Signed by W. Fernandez with proof of delivery by online FedEx tracker website. So I hope she doesn't think that just because they received it, that it's good. I hope she doesn't try to go and say tender of payment is discharged. That's another sovereign citizen thing. I hope she doesn't believe that if I give you a check and you take my check, the debt is paid. Not knowing they got statutes and regulations for reversing payment or non-sufficient funds. The only thing is when you get a check, you got to process it bam, fast. You can't get it and hold it for 6 months. You have to process it fast. In the Century 21 Act, Check 21 Act, that's another thing you just learned that you didn't know exists. It tells you, get it, deposit it, process it. But if the check gets kicked back, there is no discharge there because the money was never really there. See, this is the part that they really know about real money because they've been using cash, buying things their whole lives. But this is where the semantics game comes into play when they're trying to justify something that has no legal basis. This when they play game goofy, like they don't know how everyday transactions work. Now there's another secret method that everyday transactions don't mean this, it means this now. Bank United Inc. is the recipient and acceptance of notary certificate of service, including documents, instruments, special letter of instructions, certificate of ownership, beneficial interest, purchase agreement, settlement statement. Why would there need to be a letter of instructions if what you're doing is the normal process? You don't need to instruct them on processing it. They know how to process these things. If you were to give them a certified funds check from the bank manager signed, and the bank holds that money in escrow until they cash it, there's no instructions to do. They already know what to do. By the fact that you need to give them instructions on a process that is very standard and normal, and they do trillions of dollars a day, it raises suspicious off the break. Why do I need instructions on how to process this? We already know how to process it. We have a bank that the Fedwire Fund Services. We just process it there. We take electronic image of it, send it up to the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve is going to pull the funds from a legal valid account. If there's no legal valid account, the Federal Reserve is going to kick it back. They're going to kick it back to the bank. Bank going to kick it back to you. Like, where's their instructions for? Unless you're trying to circumvent the normal way that you know you can't produce. Kiana Stone was never provided in writing or verbally from Bank United Inc. or from Trademark Inc. that she was being refused for no funds received as payment. Kiana Shakur Stone alleges that she has not failed to make payments for the purchase. The burden of proof lies on the plaintiffs to prove upon request for accounting that funds were not received and no funds were available. For commercial law, uniform commercial cost security transaction states upon request for an accounting means a record authenticated by a debtor requesting that the recipient provide an accounting under the unpaid obligation secured by collateral and reasonably identifying the transaction or relationship that is subject to the request. That doesn't even apply to you because no money was ever sent. You're quoting the statute. They're not a debtor to you. And she's really thinking that she's the creditor in this situation. There is no, they told you the money didn't go through and you kept putting it off. And once they realized, no, we about to get into that. Kiana Shakur Stone is requesting full accounting with respect to real estate property collateral. Plaintiff alleged that payment request was refused. In pursuant to Indiana Code, negotiable instruments, tender of payment, that a tender payment of an obligation to pay instrument is made to a person entitled to enforce the instrument. The effective tender is governed by the principles of law applicable to tender of payment under a simple contract. If tender of payment of an obligation to pay instrument is made to a person entitled to enforce the instrument, and the tender is refused, there is discharge to the extent to the amount of tender of the obligation of an endorser or accommodation party having right of recourse with respect to the obligation to which the tender relates. This statute is inapplicable because you enter a purchase agreement, not a legally binding obligation. See? See? And by her citing the statute, she don't even realize it killed her whole arc. And this is the same thing that the lawyers looked at, and it's the same thing the judge hit on. Look, to pay an obligation to pay an instrument, like a bill, a statement. You signed a purchase agreement. It's an agreement to buy. Meaning, was it a legally binding agreement to buy? No, because people back out of deals all the time. So this doesn't even apply to you because there was no obligation. It was an agreement, not an obligation. And these are the nuances that if you was to go to court, that's exactly how they would argue with the lawyer. Hold on, there was no obligation for my partner to, like, I can't sell. It was an agreement. And if you don't meet your terms of the deal by this date, I'm going to cancel the agreement. So this is why I say they don't know how to read statutes and interpret them correctly. So number 6, everything you said, that's another X. Doesn't apply. Okay, so apparently the marathon stream, it looks like someone reported this stream. Okay. It looks like someone reported this stream. But the report was offensive language, guns and stuff used. So I really spent 2 minutes and replied back, and it was nothing. So someone reported this stream. Someone reported this particular stream, but we are back up, and once again, stay tuned because we will continue the marathon. And for those who reported the stream, maybe you should.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby. Folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
To respond to the notice of dishonor due to the emergent matter concerning the payment. Bank United failed to respond in the course of fair deal and continue to default breach of their fiduciary duty because they already got notification that it was fraudulent. On October 11, 2023, Kiana Stone reported the finances that was recorded in Marion County, listing them as the debtors and her as the trust secure party. She acted in good faith to secure all rights, titles, and interests in collateral related to real estate property. Plaintiffs granted security interests the moment Kiana Stone had an enforceable legal claim or lien on collateral that had been pledged as purchase money security for the acceptance offer presented in the signed purchase agreement between the Stone and the short. None of that makes any legal sense. That's just babble. Bunch of words strewn together that looks like it belongs in a legal document. Y'all, she said nothing. Kiana Shakur Stone believes, to the best of her knowledge, the purchase agreement is a secured. Look, this is where she's wrong. And she was live telling her audience this. Kiana Shakur, hold on. Kiana Shakur Stone, hold on, nigga, baby, hold on. Right here. Kiana Shakur Stone. Hold on. Where I missed? Oh, here we go. Kiana Shakur Stone believes, to the best of her knowledge, the purchase agreement itself, in which every other real estate transaction, the agreement just lays out the terms, how much I'm selling, how much you paying, representatives, this, is it going to be appraised? Are you may cover this? Are you going to cover the closing costs? Are you going to take a little bit out of your proceeds to cover this? Are you going to take this? That's it. The purchase agreement itself is not anything that could be convertible into cash. Wow. I thought you knew accounting. And I thought you knew how the R's work. I told you she don't know. I will expose her on the accounting. She's surface level accounting. I'm deep corporate level accounting. There is a difference. Oh my God, the purchase agreement is a secured convertible promissory note, the warrant of securing payment and performance, securing secure party rights, titles, and interests in a simple contract. Kiana Stone alleges that acting in good faith is the right to protect the trust and beneficiaries and be entitled to record and enforce the UCC finance statements against plaintiff. Kiana Stone, with rights that are valid, having legal effect, is rejecting plaintiff's request for terminating the UCC financing statement. A true and accurate, oh my gosh, you lost this. As a result of breach of trust, breach of contract, trust and breach of fiduciary duties, plaintiffs, Kiana Shakur Stone, the trustee, and all beneficiaries have been violated and harmed by experiencing loss due to willful negligence and acquiescence of Bank United Inc. and all other parties representing the seller. Oh my God. Plaintiffs have damaged Kiana Stone by being the party to which an instrument was taken for payment or collection or for value with knowledge as to receipt of payment. Plaintiffs are not entitled to recover damage, both actual and statutory, from Kiana Stone, being she acted in good faith to comply with rights to secure interest in real estate and denies all claims of fraudulent recorded the UCC financial statement. Request for title, Liz Pendez. Counterclaims, for notice of pendency when a complaint is filed and disputes on action is pending. It is with good intention that Kiana Stone requests the court to enter Liz Pendez with intentions to enforce the lien and clarify ownership of given property to protect Kiana Nicole Stone recorded and unrecorded interest in real estate, not giving rise to liability for slander of title. That's something the judge does. Yo, I thought this is bad. This is horrible. Short's trust holding legal title is not superior to the beneficiary of Kiana Stone. The revoke of living trust equitable rights. You got to secure that $1.7 million home, don't you, girl? Kiana Nicole Stone is the alleged new owner of the real estate. What'd she say? In your goddamn dreams. In your goddamn dreams. You wish you was. I swear to God, you wish you was. Removal of order granting plaintiffs verified petition for temporary restraining order entered December 6, 2023. Kiana Stone has all right, title, and interest in real estate located at 5710 Brookwood Road. Defendant has suffered irreparable harm due to plaintiffs acting in concert to conceal defendant's right, title, and interest in real estate property to immediately sell the property, impair defendant's immediate right to take action to assert any and all right, title, interest, or adverse claims. But y'all realize she's doing all this. This is how I think a lot of these gurus and these sovereign people need a mental health evaluation. She knows no real money ever came. So she wants to play the semantic. Oh, you ain't give me a receipt. Oh, I tendered it. Hey, you ain't never sent it back. Oh, you ain't let me know. Oh, let me see. Oh, you ain't never given it to me. All right, so I must be the owner. That's how they think. And who would trust a person with this, with their own mortgage, with their own autos, with their own credit, hell, with their own court case? Who would trust them? Who would trust these people? Who would trust her? Only the people that believe the same way she does. That's it. Those are the only people that would ever, because anybody else that has a brain would know. But here's something that you could believe in. 1 second. What's good, y'all? So this was in response to my motion to dismiss because my client was being say nobody out here is messing with me, especially not her. So now look at here. Removal granting. All right, we already did that. The immediate granting of a temporary restraining order has violated Kiana Nicole Stone's right of due process of law and equity. The sale was to be prevented to prevent harming potential buyers and new buyers. Security interest in the amount of $700 set contingent on the sale of the property. A security held in escrow by plaintiff's counsel is hereby being disputed for discovery. The preliminary injunction entered be dissolved due to attorney presenting misrepresented evidence that will cause injury to defendant without an opportunity for the defendant to present and answer affirmative defenses. Well, that's what happens in the temporary restraining order. The other party doesn't need to be heard in an injunction hearing, a temporary restraining order. There has to be the likelihood of success, number one, on the merits. There has to the outweighs of not granting this order will be totally prejudicial and hurt the party requesting the temporary restraining order and injunction. And what's in the best interest of the public. The other party don't even need to know this motion has been filed. This is how you know she doesn't know court rules and procedure.
You're rocking with the best.
She thought that she had to be there and have a chance to respond to a temporary restraining order and injunction when nowhere in the United States of America, in any court, any state law, that's true. But you've been citing Indiana codes. I thought you knew that. You left that code out, didn't you? You don't have to be present. That's why it's called a temporary restraining order and injunction, and they got to play security with the court. Duh. Shorts Trust and all parties representing the seller have risked the whole economics of the transaction by having a pending sale and selling the house on December 12th for $1,671,000 to buyers who are now at risk due to willful neglect. No, they're not. The UCC lien recorded at the time of the sale showing property secured by Kiana Chacole Stone Trust is still in effect. Kiana Chacole Stone has not obstructed or interfered with ownership of the real estate. Kiana Chacole Stone has only acted in honor. Remember that? Remember, that's another sovereign citizen word. Staying in honor. Stay in honor. Kimberly Short and Kiana Chacole Stone. Plaintiffs are all parties representing Kimberly have harmed Kiana with reckless untruth that affects the market value of the real estate home, the continued misrepresentation of the square footage, the misrepresentation of non-receipt of payment. You didn't get paid. Oh my, you're going to double and triple down on this argument. Chacole Stone alleges that the real estates acted in ways that would be unjust enrichment to benefit themselves and not the best interest. If they really received the 1.7 from you, you would have got the whole. Stop playing these victim stupid games like they took the 1.7 from you and pocket the money and then sold it to someone else. Stop. Y'all got to go to the extremes just to admit that you're wrong. Just to not admit that you're wrong. Nothing what you say has legal validity. The debt collector attorney, oh gosh, and the attorneys for plaintiffs violated the Fair Debt Collection Practice Act. What the fudge does that have to do with this transaction? By harassing, deceiving, ignoring her rights and acting to conceal for plaintiffs. She's all over the board. She's citing statutes that not even apply to her situations. So all those past emails and texts that was getting about her is one common theme. She's all over the place. She mixed accounting with sovereign citizens. She's all because she doesn't have a real understanding of the system. See, this is when she's trying to put this and add this and add this, add parts. But when you have understanding, all the pieces just flow together on their own. She don't have to do what she's doing. Y'all don't have to do it. Take this. And remember, Kiana, you said you didn't have to show your case to your audience. So I said, okay, audience, I'm going to show y'all case because she don't want to show it. And I already knew why she don't want to show it. This is why she didn't respond to my text last night. Value that to receive which plaintiff wholly refused. And I've been from that time and still is ready to make the same lawful tender of payment, a pledge certificate of security. That's not money. Even if you had a security, the security would still have to be backed by an asset of value valued at the 1.7, or your right to receive payment, and you assign that payment over to them at 1.7. You have neither of those. You're not even in that realm. You're not even in that realm. And I'll bring the same here to the court, ready to make lawful tender to the plaintiff if you will accept the same. How are they going to get paid? How are they going to get paid on this? Payable to the U.S. Treasury. How are they going to get paid on this? How are they going to get paid on this? A self-created check. And let me guess. Authorized representative without recourse. Huh? How are they going to get paid? None of this went through. And the biggest indicator is right there. Payable to the United States Treasury. Why are you drawing the check on the Treasury? Why are you drawing the check on the Treasury? You don't need to draw no check on the Treasury. Draw that check out your own bank account. Because that's the only thing that matters to those people. That's what I'm saying, y'all. Y'all can be fooled because y'all trying to get out of shit without paying for, because y'all have a poverty mindset, because y'all have a low-hanging fruit mindset. But the Supreme Elite team, we don't fall for this. We do things the correct way.
You're rocking with the best.
We do things the correct way. One second, y'all. That's what I'm saying. Like you will. That's and they all teach y'all to do this. I will never teach my students to do this because I know this ain't gonna work. But if she really knew accounting, was really proficient in accounting, get the mortgage, make the minimum down payment, and then work your accounting from there. I mean, come on. I mean, I'm pretty sure she knows accounting to the point where she can get a set off on a mortgage or kick up some dust where they're not. Yeah, I know what it is. Time to take care of some biz. I'm off the whiz. Maybe a little schlizzed. But y'all know what it is. Hey, myself. A few questions, man, I gotta ask you, man. Trying to figure this shit out, man. Just like everybody else. Trying to figure it out. B-Day weekend for the baby girl. For the Wizite off the Bizite. We just trying to figure it out. I'm just trying to figure it out, man. What's good, man? We just got back. Trying to figure it out. Celebrating the B-Day for the missus of the New Culture Empire. You know. Nah, I didn't. Hell, I ain't no more. Yeah. I think from yesterday it's gone. Nah, I didn't. It's my birthday. I don't think it's anymore. You drank it? Yeah, it was the little one from yesterday, right? Yeah, that was earlier. Yeah, that was earlier, man. Oh no, I didn't. I ain't touch yours. You about to kind of on like yours should still be over there. But what I'm trying to figure out. Hold on, let me show you what I'm trying to figure out. I'm about to show you right quick. This is what I'm trying to figure out. Man, I think we ran out. You hear me? Annie, we ran out. Yeah, I'll get some more tomorrow. But this is what I'm trying to figure out right here. How was the hood consumer advisor steady getting sued for not paying his bills? But when we go on your website, there's courses that people can buy
Most likely you can find it on Scribd. Most likely you can find it on one of these websites. Google it, reverse search the documents, gonna pop up on some We the People type websites and all that same goofy shit. I'm trying to figure out right there, why is the hood consumer constantly being taken to court for not paying the rent, not paying back the loans? So you just finessed them people out of 25,000. You pledged 35,000 of your future receipts. You didn't even make a payment. But I thought your courses were for people to get out of their debts, not have to pay their mortgage, to get out of their autos, so their autos won't be repossessed, homes won't foreclose on, credit cards don't have to pay. What it seems like, Mr. Mansa, what it seems like, Mr. Mansa, what it seems like, remember Barack Obama, every time he made a statement, he'll be like this. And this is the thing about the country. And we have to understand the principles that we need to do. He always had that dumbass look, right? After every sentence was a. So, Mr. Mansa, why is it that you went and got financed $25,000 when you said that the application grants you a security interest, so the money was supposed to be sent to the bank to return your security interest, so you ain't got to pay? So if you filled out the application for that $25,000, when you got the $25,000, you weren't supposed to pay anymore. Because remember, you said you want 100% APR because that represents your security interest in the contract. New Culture Empire. What is the number one thing that we always say? You try to make any claims with regards to the contract, you're dead. So I seen him on the podcast with the Pee Wee Herman suit, looking real spickety. But then again, that same application, when you got 25,000 out front in return for 35,000 of your future receipts, why didn't you just set off the account? Yeah, you want 100% APR. He said that's what people should get. You don't need a job. Don't work. You have a trust. Everything is yours. Actually, you're dumb if you have a job. But Mensa, I mean, we know you got evicted. You lost that case. And the only reason why they dropped the suit was because you paid the back rent back with Federal Reserve notes. Remember, the whole thing was you don't need Federal Reserve notes to pay your bills. But yet, Mensa, you're still not getting all your bills and debt set off from the literature that's in your website. I'm trying to figure out how it goes, because the way it's presented is you give me your money and I'm going to show you a way to get out of your obligations. But yet, the teacher is going to take your money and pay their bills. Hold on. This is how it works. Hold on. So you sign up for my courses. This for the teachers. You sign up for their courses. You're going to give them your Federal Reserve notes, and they're going to give you a method or a way or a template or forms so you don't have to pay your bills. But yet, they're going to take your money and pay their bills. Tamika, with the purchase order, what was the class for $1,500? You can drive off the lot with no vehicle, just a purchase order. But yet, she got the purchase order, and then she wired the funds to purchase the vehicle from her public account, not a secret account. Secret treasury account, from her personal account. So my thing is, it only seems like the teachers end up with the remedy. The teacher ends up with the results. You never see any results from the students, though. You never see any progress from the students because the teachers are taking your money and paying their bills while they're giving you an instrument or template or a set of documents so you don't have to pay your bills. And y'all don't see the play. Think about it. None of their students ever end up with remedy. None of the students ever come back. And all the remedy that they come back with is always in an email. You notice it's never any like documents. Like people that's in my group, they'll send me screenshots like, yo, look what I took care of. Yo, got this done based off what we learned in class. Yo, I did this. And then I'll post it in the group. Sometimes I'll post it online, but maybe I go and post it in the group. But you notice that none of the students in these spaces ever come back with a remedy. I mean, just nothing. Let me guess. The coupon. You send the remittance back, pay to the order, sell this for value, or whatever any new verbiage you put on there. They don't know accounting, so they don't realize that it's going to show up as a credit until they offset the books quarterly, until they net the books. See, your gurus don't even know what that means. So when they net the books, they realize that the only thing you sent them was a coupon. Where's the actual check or money order attached to it? That's the trick. Where's the check or money order? See, the reason why they actually sign up for this, because logically they know that remittance needs to have a check or money order attached to it. And that's why they're signing up for the class, to not pay with the check or money order. So every 90 days, what happens? The account comes back reverse. And yes, they do come back with a bigger problem, the one. That's exactly what they do. That's actually my next point. So the account comes back reversed. Once the account's reversed and they let the teacher know, the teacher blocks them. They don't respond to the text messages. So the only way they can catch the teacher is live. So as soon as the teacher's live, they'll come back with the new results because now they're panicking because maybe their credit cards, their account's about to get closed. So they're like, yo, what's going on? What they don't realize is the teachers don't give a flying F about you at this point because they got about 15 to 30, 40, 50 people that have not went through it yet, that want to go through it yet, that hasn't realized the play. So you over there that's complaining, you messing up the play for all this other money. So they're going to block you, get you out the way because the new people, they don't know yet and they don't need you influencing them. So what they'll do is they'll block the old people so the new people won't interact with the old people. And that's how it continues until enough new people starts to go through what the old people went through. And this is when they'll leave off the platform for a while or jump over to another platform. Once the time goes by, they'll pop their head up. You know, one of those things at Chuck E. Cheese's, you got to catch them when they pop their heads up. Bing! Right there. But guess what? As soon as they pop their heads up, I'm right there. Bing! I'm right there. Bing! I'm right there. Bing! So basically what it boils down to is 99, take the risk or lose the chance. That's all we do with the Supreme Elite team. We take risks. We take calculated risks. Because one thing about it is the risk that we take, it never puts us at a deficit. It never leaves us worse off. At minimum, we don't lose nothing. It's low risk, high reward with the new culture empire. But the major difference between my group and the way I teach and a lot of other people is I've actually taken the time out and researched the system from a corporate level. I've actually researched the accounting for corporate financing. I researched the tax laws regarding investment income, corporations. I've researched court cases regarding the same transactions that govern everybody's everyday lives. See, that's the difference, because while I do the research and continue to research, these teachers, they don't research nothing. It's just passed down documents. Passed down documents. You will have 7 different teachers teaching the same class spread amongst multiple platforms, and none of those teachers are related. You'll have the same different teachers teaching the same thing, and none of them are related. What is that telling you? What does that mean? Let's ask yourself a question. Let's put this out there for a second. Me personally, I have not, once I started to get aggressive against my finance company, I didn't make a payment since July 1st. But yet, that's not really the big deal, because it was the series of emails. As you can see, payment information unavailable. As you can see, this is the thing, what I'm saying. I didn't make a payment since July 1st, 2025. And I sent them an email, which was escalated to the compliance department. And ever since I sent them that email with the documents, and then before they even had a chance to respond, I filed the lawsuit, further handicapping them. And I haven't made a payment since July 1st. And the credit, as you can see, July credit score. There's not even any movement on the account since. But yet, with my client, when we file the response, and this is after they filed the suit, attached the contract, she owed $17,000. And after we had to respond with the contract, remember, they got the contract, you owe the debt. Because I didn't initially respond first. I filed a motion to dismiss. setting a trap for the judge, because judges usually don't dismiss, because when the creditor, either if they buy the debt or the original creditor, they file a lawsuit, they attach the contract, it pretty much on its face meets the threshold. But normally it's the response from the pro se defendant that never gets them past that stage. So they dismiss my motion to dismiss and said, you got 14 days to actually answer the response. So if they dismiss the motion to dismiss, Lamont, of course you can't double down on the same arguments you made in your motion to dismiss, because they're going to, the creditor is going to win, because the judge already denied your motion to dismiss. So you got to switch everything up now. And this is where 99% of the people would have switched to a new thing, probably try some sovereign stuff. They would have, oh, that don't work, so I'm going to keep it pushing. I'm not going to double down on that argument. But remember one thing I tell you in my group, understanding a foundation. Once you have the proper ones, you're going to stand on it regardless. So imagine me filing a response and doubling down on the same arguments in my motion to dismiss, which was denied. Most people would assume you're not going to win that argument in your response. So after the judge gets my response, there's only three things that's going to happen. They're going to enter a judgment in favor of the creditor. The creditor is going to move for a summary judgment, which is mostly granted, or the judge is not going to rule in favor of the creditor and give them that judgment right now, even though they got the contract attached and the debt showing that this person owes and can't get out of it. So just imagine, what do you think the judge's response is going to be when you're dealing with the new culture empire? Plaintiff's counsel is directed to contact other counsel to discuss substantive and procedural issues, including, but not limited to, discovery deadlines, exchange of witness lists, settlement possibilities, possible amendments to pleadings, evidentiary issues, including possible Mensa, I swear to God, I can actually, once I do my investigation on them, I can actually help you respond to this properly. Mensa, I can help you respond to this properly. No, I'm dead. I'm not even trolling you, bro. Like I'm surgical with court and litigation, state and federal. No, I'm not even lying. I'm not even trying to boost my own self up. I even surprise myself sometimes. I am surgical with litigation. No, I'm surgical. I can help you out, Mensa. Right there. I can help you out right there, Mensa. Nah, literally, I can help you out. I guarantee you, they're going to move for summary judgment. I guarantee you, if you allow me to respond for you, I guarantee you it's going to pretrial. They're not going to get the judgment. I just showed you what that for a client. And they dismissed my motion to dismiss. And I doubled down on the same arguments. Because I set a trap for the judge. I argued it in a way that the judge can't even enter a judgment at this point. See, that's what I do. I handicap judges in deciding either in our favor or at minimum staging off the judgment that the creditors seeking to obtain. Because we are the new culture empire. We are executing greatness, raising the bar, and are becoming the standard. The new culture empire is the standard. What I teach in my Supreme Elite Team group is the standard, because if you don't even know that, you have no chance in hell. When it comes to online teaching and all that birth certificate stuff, all that UCC codes, 85. This is the new standard. Attacking them corporate like you're sitting right up there in the corporate office. Advanced accounting, complex securitization transactions, IRS regulations get into the core of it. We are the standard.
Bitch, I'm into this shit. We tryna win it, bitch. I put it in this shit. I drop a 10 in it, bitch. We tryna win in this shit. Yeah. Hey. Said the man couldn't get what she needs, so the fall is the best on the league. Everything is on me. She pull up in the X, I took off in the Z. Put all of my dogs on their feet, now they stand on their two, took them off of the leash. Hurt your dog with the cheese, it cost nothing to get in the talk, it was cheap. Double out Vanna, 3,500 my Dana. All my bitches are trophies. I hang them all in a mantle. She got a toe like a camel, keeping it wax like a candle. Now fucking on random, said it is sweet, and I want to sample. Nail it to this bed when I whip out this hammer. She be my vice when I handle the smoke. Have my dick in her mouth for my pants to flow. She know it ain't sweet 30, hang out the stick. It be long as it let make a stand by the door. Yeah, she like my 40, she hang on my hip. Shorty's nature is naughty, she think about this. Should've watched all the words where they came out your lips. We gon' choke till we blue in the face like a critic. Caught your bitch out there, hey, that's a pick off. Your head like the deal that you saw, get it ripped off. Still wanna make the bitch jump like a tip off. If it's up, it's gon' stay in the air like a kick off. Back up back door, bitch gon' flip off the stove. NBA with these hoes when I pick up, they roll. Headshot, leaving shit all on the road. And a trunk full of bitches and all of them go. Said the man couldn't get what she needs, so the fall is the best time to leave. Everything is on me, she pull up in the X, I took off in the Z. Put all of my dogs on their feet, now they stand on their two, took them off of the leash. Hurt your dog with the cheese, it was nothing to get on the talk, it was cheap. Say he stand on the business to sit him down. We gon' land in the day, do we sit him?
Yeah. The shadow campaign is still out against me. It's okay, because we still rocking live on the Supreme Elite Team and Telegram, TikTok, we getting in the mix, Discord coming, and all the other things. Actually, Discord will actually be centered around regulations. I'm gonna have a Discord group just for the code, statutes, and regulations that people can, get themselves familiar with. All right, we're gonna get this thing started because I don't have a lot of time to be here, but we are gonna be we're gonna get this thing started. Shout out to everybody that's here. I know there's a lot of people that's probably gonna come later on or come after. The shadow campaign is still on it. I don't know why YouTube does this to me, but it's okay because we're gonna keep it pushing. We're gonna roll with the punches. It's been kind of quiet throughout the week. I had a birthday party to celebrate, so that's why I kind of been MIA past couple of days. But it's been kind of quiet. Besides Tamika, in her TikTok group trying to blame the guy who she connected with for the auditing that people paid $1,500 to come back to find out it was worthless. Set up on Instagram Live trying to defend themselves, passing the buck. Same old stuff. And I thank everybody who's played a hand in getting the message and getting the word out there, because we feel that's a victory. Because if she has to spend all that time arguing with someone else and defending herself, then that means she doesn't have time to sell that fraudulent BS that she's been selling. So that's perfect. That's perfect. That is perfect. That is perfect. So I wish more people were here for this, because everybody needs to see this. It appears that some people some people are calling me an agent. Okay? Some people are calling me an agent because I'm not agreeing that the sovereign citizen Moorish way, get you in trouble, get you hemmed up way is the way to go. Most people think that I'm an agent because I'm not going along with people's belief system. Most people think I'm an agent because I don't believe there's a secret trust fund account in our names that we can draw on. So I'm the agent now. So since we're talking about the agents, since we're talking about that, let's just get right to it. Let's just get right to it. Let me share my screen. Let's just get right to it. So, let's go right here. Let's go here. Let's go to this one. Let's go to this one. Right. Come on. Yeah. Sovereign citizen rhetoric, and these people with that mindset are using the same documents that legitimate taxpayer uses. So it gets convoluted. Now, this document is from the United States Department of Justice, Federal Bureau.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines
of investigations. The biggest investigation agency of the United States with jurisdiction in multitudes of countries, worldwide locations, worldwide offices where they got international jurisdiction. The only one who has jurisdiction in a higher capacity are the United States Marshals. They got jurisdiction all over the world. Now, even if, because a lot of people, straight, has been sending me documents lately, asking me, and some of these people I don't even know. Some of them just saying, hey, I purchased this from this person. Can you check it out? Hey, I brought this from this. And whether you profess to be a sovereign citizen or a Moorish American or a patriot or a national, whatever, or even if you don't, if you're just a regular person trying to figure it out, just trying to get the right information, 90% of the chance, 90%, that if you ever purchase something from anyone in these spaces, I didn't say all, I said 90% chances are it had some shape or form of sovereign citizen, Moorish American, national, patriot rhetoric, language. Because it seems like that is the only thing that's being put out here on the market. Of course, I wouldn't expect them to have Section 2878 reference in there, Section 1.9002-1 there. I don't expect them to do their thorough research of the SEC Securities Exchange laws investment law, IRS, real credits. Nah. Tell you what you want to hear, go get it. So let's talk about this document. Since I'm an agent, let's just see what the agent C has to say. Sovereign citizen use of documents to further fraudulent schemes. The following is a list of documents some sovereign citizens misuse or fraudulent. Look at this, y'all. Misuse. Now, even if you are not a sovereign citizen, Moorish Americans, Patriot, National, etc., and you purchase documents or package from someone, and you have some of these same forms in here used, you can be classified as a sovereign citizen and be, subject to audit and fines and penalties, etc. Even if that was not your intent, because you are responsible for whatever you send to these people, mainly the IRS. You are responsible for it. The following is a list of documents some sovereign citizens misuse or fraudulently create to further criminal schemes. Some sovereign citizens send these forms to public and private recipients to declare they are not subject to U.S. law, an attempt to eliminate their mortgages and other debts, or harass and intimidate perceived enemies. Now, the people who don't subscribe to none of that, their only issue is right here, to eliminate their mortgages and other debts. That's the people who don't really know how to read the language in these documents. Now, the actual sovereign citizens or the Moorish American ones are the ones who try to do that to get out of their bills and harass and intimidate people. And they're not enemies. They only want to harass and file these fictitious liens is when the agency that they're whatever trying to get done with, whatever they're trying to do, is not falling for the BS. It's like everybody else is supposed to go along with their misinterpretations of the laws, regulations, and the statutes. They can be off by 100 miles. Everybody else is still supposed to go along with it. Because sovereign citizen schemes tend to change, this list is not exhaustive. There may also be different fraudulent uses for these documents. Misuse of these documents may not be indicative of fraudulent activity. So that's saying you just because you made it means you probably just didn't know what you was doing. Doesn't mean you're trying to, there may be a wholly innocent explanation for conduct that appears suspicious. So law enforcement should consider other indicators of criminal activity before responding. Because that is true. You may have just been bamboozled. You may not be trying to defraud them. You needed help with something. You trusted this person. You paid for their package. You sent it in. It's really no harm on your end. People in that situation, you didn't know what the hell was going on. You just believed the person was telling you. So no, you're not criminally, you're not trying to break the law on purpose. It's like you're breaking the law, but you don't know you're breaking the law. Although ignorance of the law is not an excuse, but most of these sovereign citizens use this to intentionally do it. So they will have to show intent, the mens rea, and things of that nature. Definition: sovereign citizens are U.S. citizens. You hear me? You're not a Moorish citizen. You're not from Morocco. Sovereign citizens are U.S. citizens who reject their citizenship status and claim they are not subject to government authority. Some may use this self-appointed status to justify threats, violence, theft, or fraud. Straw man refers to a secret U.S. Department of the Treasury bank account. Sovereign citizens' claims can be assessed by filing various financial documents. So when Ms. Jackson and all them saying, yeah, you want to pull out the 1099A, your bills for the 12 months. So when they access your account, this is the account that Miss Jackson and them was talking about. And let's make no bones about it. Miss Jackson was a sovereign citizen through and through. A sovereign citizen who was a student of Chris Hauser and the Jarretts. Now, here's the list. I know there's a lot of you who filled out these forms in the same manner as it has misuse or fraudulent use, because a lot of my people, y'all, a lot of y'all just purchase shit because it sounded good and you thought it could get you immediate relief. I know how it goes, y'all. You're not sitting up there with $20 million purchasing this garbage. You're not doing it. So let's go over this list. Form 56, filed to provide the, hold on. So we're going to go over the legitimate purpose and the misuse or fraudulent use. And you see which ones that you fall into if you ever submitted any one of these documents. Before we do that, let me move the banner out the way. This is the new culture. So let me move this banner out the way. There we go. So I want to be all mixed. So, IRS Form 56, filed to provide the IRS notice that an individual has created, terminated, or changed their fiduciary relationship. Not used to send to the court or the judge. Not used for none of that. Misuse or fraudulent use. Used to provide notice of a change in the fiduciary relationship between an individual and a U.S. district court and sever the relationship between sovereign citizen and straw man. Sometimes used to designate the U.S. Department of Treasury Secretary as fiduciary. Now, how many of y'all was in those sovereign citizen groups and you filed Form 56 making the Secretary of the Treasury the fiduciary? How many of y'all did it? Raise your hand. Form 706, filed by an executor or executrix or trustee on behalf of a decedent subject to the estate tax, which applies only to estates worth high dollar values. Just like a trust, y'all. Trusts are really for wealthy people. I'll be honest with you. If you don't have at least $5 million or more liquid cash assets right now, it's really no point in you having a trust. Here's the fraudulent use or misuse. Use in an attempt to access a fictitious line of credit worth millions of dollars on the theory that the straw man is an estate going through probate and the sovereign citizen is the estate's executor. Form 709, filed when an individual gives a gift exceeding $13,000 to another or a gift exceeding $26,000 to a couple. Here's a misuse of fraudulent use. Used in an attempt to access a fictitious line of credit worth millions of dollars on the theory that the straw man is an estate going through probate and the sovereign citizen is the estate's executor. Now, for those who said I'm an agent, this is coming from the federal agency. IRS Form 1040 NR, filed by non-resident aliens engaged in trade or business to report income received during a particular tax year. The misuse, fraudulent use, is used in an attempt to declare that an individual is sovereign and therefore not subject to U.S. law. IRS Form 1040V, payment voucher to help the IRS process filers' payments more accurately and efficiently. The misuse or fraudulent use is as an illegitimate payment for tax bills or other legitimate debt. May include the phrase paid to the U.S. Treasury and may also be sent to the attention of the Treasury Secretary. Now, how many of y'all have used the 1040B thinking that's payment itself? Come on. Don't leave now. Don't leave now. If you have used this form, anybody watching, if you use this form in the way that's on the right, do not take it out on me and leave the live. Don't take it out on me. I'm just bringing awareness. I know most people be like, damn it, I used that form. I just sent the form off yesterday. God damn you, Thomas. Let me live in my belief. Sorry, can't do it. I'm helping. IRS Form 1041, filed by the fiduciary of a domestic decedent's estate, trust, or bankruptcy estate to report income, deductions, losses, and other relevant tax items of the estate or trust. It's also used to illegitimately reduce federal tax liability by claiming a deduction in the exact amount of income reported on the individual's W-2, then claiming a refund for the full amount withheld. Now, there's this lady named Alicia, and she sent my partner an email stating that she's getting mortgages and autos discharged, and she's getting the full W-2 federal withholding, Medicaid, and state taxes, as well as the full amount of income reported on the W-2 refunded. And she said that she learned the process from a CPA that she doesn't have to share the results. She's charging $500 up front and then 10% of the return. But she stated that she can get the full amount reported on the W-2 refunded. Just like Tamika did. Say you could get the full W-2 refunded until the IRS started rejecting those tax returns. So, Alicia, if this gets around to you, just know that when you use Form 1041, which you're probably going to use, to legitimately reduce federal tax liability by claiming a deduction in the exact amount of income reported on the individual's W-2, then claiming a refund for the full amount withheld. I just want to give you a heads up, Alicia. The IRS has already stated that's fraudulent. But yet you're offering that as a service. And this is why I believe that all these so-called tax preparers, teachers, they all are under that sovereign citizen umbrella. Alicia, why are you teaching? Why are you charging people to do that for them when the FBI is clearly stating that that is a misuse or fraudulent use of the form? Why are you doing that? I wish you was here live so I could just answer your question. Well, I see the results from the CPA. I don't give a fuck if you show me results to your face. They are saying it's illegal. So eventually it's going to get reversed. Form 1096. Filed to summarize tools for various IRS, e.g. 1098s, 1099s, 5498s. Filer is mailing to the IRS. The misuse or fraudulent use is after filing multiple fictitious tax returns with the IRS, used to display an inaccurate total that the government withheld from the individual. It's getting good. Form 1099A. Now remember, this is from the FBI. IRS Form 1099A. filed when all or a portion of a commercial loan is forgiven by the lender, e.g., forgiven or foreclosed. Remember when I said that they never, rarely, ever file the form if they acquire an interest in the property? Because they never do. They transferred it to the issuing entity, so the lender cannot file it. That is an indicator that has been securitized. That's an indicator that it is a non-recourse loan. It's an indicator that you're not personally liable for the debt. And it's an indicator that they never have security interest in the property. Only the investors through the issuing entity. Now, the misuse or fraudulent use of Form 1099-A is used to illegitimately set off or attempt to discharge debts. Well, isn't that what 98% of the people file 1099-A's for? Let's go. IRS Form 1099-B, filed by brokers or barter exchanges to report proceeds from transactions to both their clients and the IRS, or when a broker knows or has reason to know that a company in which a client owns stock has changed control or capital structure. The misuse or fraudulent use is used to illegitimately set off or attempt to discharge debts using a fictitious line of credit referred to as a straw man account. See, the reason why most people file these forms that's more related to the right, because when you look over here to the left, the real nature of the forms, these people in these groups, they don't know what this shit mean. Change of capital structure. They don't read the regulations for the 1099s. They don't read the fucking publications like that. They don't read this stuff. And I am going to say it's not the people who's filing it who got the instructions to do so, because most people who are filing these forms have no idea what they really mean. $1099-C, cancellation of debt, form filed with IRS Form 1096. When used when a federal agency or creditor has canceled or forgiven a debt because of an identifiable event. The misuse or fraudulent use of the form is used to fraudulently set off debt. Form 1099 OID, filed when an individual purchases a bond or a note for less than face value. The misuse or fraudulent use is used to illegitimately set off or attempt to discharge debts using a fictitious line of credit referred to as a straw man account, also used in bankruptcy court filings and may include the phrase paid to the U.S. Treasury. 99% of what I just read from 1099-A through OID on the right, the misuse or fraudulent use, this is what 99% of the people in these spaces file these forms for. So why do people get mad at me when it's not me that made the rules? This is coming from the FBI. The FBI. So let me say, I'm a so what, am I wrong? The lady that said that I was wrong, I didn't know what I was talking about with the 1099-A. Am I wrong? Now let me know, y'all. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Y'all gotta let me know. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Put a 1 in the chat if I'm wrong. Put a 2 in the chat if I'm not. Am I wrong? Because I'm not saying Yeah, y'all, let's file it this way. Yep, birth certificate. Yep, ridiculous. Because I'm not saying that because I know it's not going to go anywhere. Now, do you see why your 1099s never went anywhere? The one. Shout out to the one. Yo, Tony, what's good? Self-made, what's good? Derek, what's good? If you're wrong, the IRS is wrong. Yeah, I mean, that's how I look at it. Shout out to the one with the super duper. Got the early notification. Yeah, because it's like I went in, and what I got to do now is I got to go share, make a post on the community tab, let the share that I'm going live, because they still playing games. They still playing games. But if I was to go live directly off YouTube, I had about 250 sovereign citizens here. Now, Form 3949A, filed if an individual suspects a business or other entity has not reported income as required or is otherwise in violation of the tax code. Now, that right there is a legitimate form. That right there is a legitimate form. That right there is a legitimate form. But what most people misuse or their fraudulent use is used to fraudulently report that someone, e.g. a judge or law enforcement officer, has violated the tax code. That is strictly sovereign citizen rhetoric, and they only do that to retaliate against the judge or the law enforcement when they're not going along with their ridiculous rhetoric. That's when they do it. Now, Form 4029. Okay, this is dealing with applying for exemptions from Social Security, Medicaid tax because the groups consciously opposes accepting the benefits of public or private Medicare insurance, possibly used to illegitimately avoid paying Social Security, Medicaid taxes. Form 43. 61, filed by ministers in orders to not taking vows of poverty, who have not taken vows of poverty, or Christian Science practitioners to apply for an exemption for self-employment tax, possibly used to legitimately avoid paying Social Security, Medicaid taxes. So these two forms right here, it's kind of like, you really can't say it's like that's why they say possibly, because it's like it's hard to see like 4029 and 4361. It's hard for the IRS and the government to be like, nah, it's fraudulent when your religious beliefs opposed to it. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, that's why I say possibly. They really can't put their finger on it. Forms 4598, used by the IRS to resolve issues in the event a taxpayer's W-2s, 1098, or 1099 forms are incorrect, lost, or never received. Also used to fraudulently report that the filer has not received appropriate tax documents from their employer in an effort to illegally avoid paying taxes. Oh, this is a favorite one they like to use. 8300, filed by individual business who in the course of trade or business receive more than $10,000 in a cash transaction or related transaction. Also used to fraudulently report that a perceived enemy, judge or law enforcement officer, has completed a cash transaction more than $10,000 with the intent that filing the form will trigger an IRS investigation or audit. They throw that shit right in the trash and investigate your ass. So basically, sovereign citizen will have that 8300 file claiming that the judge traded their court bond with the IRS, and yeah, that's what it's for. Application for employer identification number is assigned to employers, sole proprietors, and entities for tax filing and reporting purposes. This is what Taquan X uses the Form 4. Used to pay an employer identification number to use on fraudulent paperwork to obtain property or monetary benefits. Form W8 Ben, filed to establish that individual who has received certain types of income is not a U.S. person and may claim a reduced rate of or exemption from withholding. Fraudulent is used to establish foreign status with air quotes, quotations, quote unquote, used to establish foreign status when individuals declare they are sovereign and no longer U.S. citizens. Now, here is the Uniform Commercial Code filings, liens, and other claims. Shit crazy as hell. So basically, they got their notice of intent, which is used to challenge the validity of a loan and renounce the borrower's obligation to pay the debt. Basically, that's them when they can no longer afford to pay or don't want to pay, they'll file that. Affidavit of obligation is used to challenge the validity of a loan and renounce the borrower's obligation to repay the debt. Maritime lien, they use it to claim damages, interest, penalties, and fees against public and private entities. Notice of intent to lien, used to provide notice that a sovereign citizen will file a lien against a financial institution or other entity in further proceedings, usually in reference to a debt collection or court proceedings are pursued by the institution. UCC1 filing statement. Provide to public notice of a security interest and collateral, and is part of the process of perfecting a secure interest to establish priority in event of default or bankruptcy. That's all what the UCC1 is for. But they think it's used to take possession of the sovereign citizen straw man or prevent others from using an individual's name without permission. You see how so off base they are with their ideology of these forms? Bonded promissory note, a negotiable instrument where one party promised to pay a sum of money to another party in the future. No, this is a definition for promissory note. The term bonded may be archaic and is used predominantly by sovereign citizens. And this fraudulent is used as payment from strawman accounts for legitimate debts incurred and often resembles legitimate bonds issued by financial institutions. Indemnity bond. They use that often in conjunction with hold harmless agreements, or they go way back to the sovereign citizen playbook, to discharge legitimate debts by illegitimately transferring them to public officials. Peace bond. It's used to settle debts and place liens on government officials who wronged the individual. Surety bond. They use that to offset debts or public charges against the individual. Release of contracts where the government no longer requires a lien on a contract as real property to ensure further performance of the contract. It's used in an attempt to illegitimately alter or discharge an individual's asset as part of a debt elimination scheme, often referencing pending criminal or civil court case file numbers involving the filer and requesting that any liens against the individual should be released. You notice how the real reason for that release of lien deals with government contracts and property, and they're using this to get a release of a court case. All these people crazier than the road lizard. Release of personal property from escrow, GSA, optional form. 91. Filed in relation to government contracts where the government no longer requires a lien on the contractor's personal property to ensure further performance of the contract. The sovereign citizens think it's used used to illegitimately purchase goods, often referencing a fictitious contract that directs a finance company to build the sovereign citizens' U.S. Treasury account. Yo, I remember seeing shit like this like years ago. Yo, this sovereign citizen shit is crazy. In the adverse possession affidavit of memorandum, they use it in attempts to fraudulently transfer real property. Affidavit of death. It can't be any much explainable than that. Used to document death and assist in the transfer of property, particularly jointly owned property after death. But the sovereign citizens think it's used as part of an adverse possession claim against real property, may be referred to as an affidavit of death universal. This shit sound crazy. The allodial title. Look at this. You know what they say? I need a allodial title, allodial title. Look at this. An outdated type of title that indicates the owner holds property by ancient right with no obligations to the feudal lord and king. Allodial title is not used in the United States. Oh, these sovereign citizens, y'all, they'll take it back to old, outdated, ancient shit on your ass. But of course, the sovereign citizens think allodial title is used in an attempt to immunize property from seizure in the event of non-payment for taxes or court judgment. Grant deed. Deed in which the grantor conveys two express promises that the grantor has not sold the property and that the property is not encumbered, typically used in California. But the sovereign citizens think it's used to convey property by a grant deed to a third-party sovereign citizen as a means to avoid foreclosure. And that is one of the hallmark of their schemes. And this is how sovereign citizen teachers steal their victims' property. They get them to sign the property over, and then the sovereign citizens go squat in it, and then they claim the property is theirs. I would not get services of y'all from any sovereign citizen, because if you got anything of property that's worth value, they're going to invoke their Moorish American God-given right that everything for the North America is there. They're going to take your shit. Hey, you better not get no. Hey, y'all better not get it. Don't. Your property worth value, better not go to a sovereign citizen to get help. They gonna be eyeing to take you. Oh shit. Oh shit. Bargain and sale deed, a deed that conveys property to a buyer for valuable consideration, but that lacks any guarantee for the seller about the validity of the title. Used often, but the sovereign citizens think it's used often in conjunction with quit claims and other documents to deed property to a trust in an effort to illegitimately avoid foreclosure, may be referred to as grant, bargain, and sale deed. Land patent, legal documents that the federal government use to transfer ownership of public lands to private individuals. But the sovereign citizens think it's used in an attempt to avoid encumbrances such as mortgages and property taxes. Notice of default in election to sale under deed of trust. In some states, a deed of trust functions as a mortgage. The trustee lender must record this document to begin non-judicial foreclosure, then wait a prescribed time before foreclosing on the property. During this time, the borrower can cure default by making back payments. But the sovereign citizens believes that sometimes sold to desperate homeowners as part of a for-profit foreclosure rescue scheme that claims to eliminate mortgages. Notice, declaration of homestead, filed to take advantage of state homestead exemptions, allowing certain property to be exempt from forced sale to recover a judgment. But the sovereign citizens believe it's used to illegitimately reject any and all claims or liens against the individual's residence. Notice how the sovereign citizens always say any and all liens. I'm here, impropria persona, impropria percent, impropria pro max, impropria exclusions, impropria. Get your hands off a sovereign. I'm a sovereign. Get your hands off me. You're going to jail. Don't touch me. I'm a sovereign. You can't do anything to me. Get in the squad car. You can't do anything to me. You can't do nothing to me. We're pulling up to the jail. I'm impropria pro, impropria persona, impropria per Jew, impropria max. I am demand you to release the sovereign. I'm the sovereign. I have authority over you. You get booked. You cannot do anything to me. All right, they took your fingerprint. I demand you to release. You made your phone call. They need to get me out of here. Call the consul general. Okay, you're going up to general population now. At what point do you realize that shit don't work? Like for that person, at what point, like when that point you just shut up? Like at some point you're in jail, you've been booked, you made your phone call, you're in general population. Notice of right to cancel related to your right to cancellation of a mortgage within 3 business days of issuance of the loan. But the sovereign citizens declared the mortgage has been obtained through fraud and should be canceled. Quit claim deed. A deed intended to pass any title, interest, or claim grantor may have in real property, but without promising valid title. With the sovereign citizen, it's used often in conjunction with other fraudulent documents in an attempt to transfer a property to a third party. Copies are often sent to the bank that holds the mortgage in an attempt to cancel the mortgage. Hey, y'all, I'm going to show y'all one day, probably next week, this sovereign citizen Moorish American package that this person purchased to set off their mortgage. That shit was hilarious. Rescission of trustee's deed upon sale. In some states, if a foreclosure has begun on a trustee's deed, this document is required in the event the foreclosure is invalid and restores the condition of the property's title to status quo before the trustee's deed upon sale was recorded. But the sovereign citizens believe it's often fraudulently signed, sent, or hand-delivered to financial institutions to illegitimately stop a foreclosure proceeding. Warranty deed, which is a deed in which the grantor promises clear title and contains express covenants concerning the quality of the title the deed conveys. But the sovereign citizens believe it's used often in conjunction with other fraudulent documents in an attempt to transfer a property to a third party. Copies are often sent to the bank that holds the mortgage in an attempt to cancel the mortgage. Affidavit of recording. Filed as proof that a party recorded the document with the appropriate clerk of court or governmental body. But the sovereign citizens believe it's typically part of a package in which an individual declares that they're sovereign and exempt from government regulation. Arrest warrant. I mean, self-explanatory. But the sovereign citizens believe that is a directive to law enforcement to arrest individuals often used by an illegitimate common law court. I'm under the common law. Right. I bet you are. Bonds. Sovereign citizens claims criminal charges are commercial and therefore file various bonds during the criminal proceeding. These include arrest bonds, reconnaissance bonds, and other bonds filed on forms such as SF 24, 25, 25A, 273, 274, 275. But the sovereign citizens illegitimately uses variety of government forms during the course of criminal proceedings. These are often filed using GSA forms ordinarily used in government contracting situations. So it doesn't even apply. Felony complaint. In some states, the charge of documents for any felony. But the sovereign citizens believe often filed against judges or law enforcement officers by illegitimate common law courts. Whole harmless agreement, a contract where one party assumes the liability inherent in the situation, relieving the other party of responsibility, common in leases and easements. But the sovereign citizens believe that the whole harmless agreement claims the flesh and blood person, sovereign citizen, is not responsible for the liabilities of his or her straw man used to avoid debt, criminal charges, liens levied against the straw man. Yo, these people are crazy. Legal notice and demand. A method to provide notice that an individual. Okay, y'all, let me pause right there. This is a form, FBI document that is going over the legitimate uses of these forms that sovereign citizens file, and then why the sovereign citizens file these forms. So we're at legal notice and demand, which is a method to provide notice that an individual is deficient on a payment or in default. But the sovereign citizens believe it's a contract, quote unquote, between a sovereign citizen and the state government, providing notice to all state, quote unquote, agents that they are liable for violating a sovereign citizen's rights. Letter rogatory or letter request. A formal request from a domestic court to a foreign court asking that the foreign court take some legal action within its jurisdiction, commonly used to take testimony from a person in the foreign court's jurisdiction or serve process within the foreign court jurisdiction. But the sovereign citizens believe, and it's come to show that this form is used as part of a packet of documents typically sent to a judges or clerks for court declaring an individual's sovereignty or accusing the judge or other court official of wrongdoing. Motion to dismiss. Can't get any simpler than that. It's a motion requesting a complaint be dismissed because it does not state a sufficient claim for which the law can remedy jurisdictional defects, improper venue, etc. But with the sovereign citizens is used for a variety of purposes, including an intent to eliminate legitimate debts and, in connection with a legal proceeding, request that a court official be removed due to some wrongdoing. Notice of removal provides notice that a party in independent litigation has moved to transfer the case from one court to another, e.g., from state court to federal court. But the sovereign citizens use these documents and claim that a sovereign citizen is a citizen of a foreign government, demands state civil or criminal proceedings should be removed to federal court. Official Form 10, proof of claim, filed in a bankruptcy proceeding by a creditor asserting a claim against the party who has declared bankruptcy. But the sovereign citizens believe the form is used to declare the United States bankrupt and that all monetary claims against the United States should be transferred to a fraudulent bank account owned by the sovereign citizens. Yo, power of attorney. Power of attorney. It's a written. Y'all, come on now. Come on, y'all. We all know what the hell a power of attorney is. It's as simple as that, right? Right. We all know what you all know. Smitty's Corner, what's going on? Self-made. Thomas, Kevin, what's going on? We got to stop these gurus. I feel you on that one, Self-made. They won't read to say their lies. All their problems will be solved in 30 days after filing these forms. I rescinded past 1040s or 1099s filed yesterday. Sent that in writing. That's the best way to go for now. That's it. Do that. And guess what? The IRS will gladly just remove it. But Tony, that was a very good look that you did because it lets the IRS know that you're trying to comply. Do it the right way. Now, they'll work with you on that. That was perfect. I tell people, if you know that, if I'm telling you what, listen, if I tell anybody what the outcome is going to be, I have hellified experience in it. If I'm telling you, yo, this is going to end up happening, the best thing people should do, and I tell people that to give them the choice instead of telling them what to do. But when I say that, like, yo, it's going to be this, they're going to reject it, they're going to do this. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, trust me, know how they work. I'm doing that to tell you, go send something into them, removing that or disregarding it without trying to come off as telling you what to do. So a power of attorney is a written instrument where a principal appoints an agent who is authorized to perform specific acts on the principal's behalf. But the sovereign citizens believe that it's used often in conjunction with a UCC1 finance statement to access a sovereign citizen's strawman account, sometimes used in mortgage elimination schemes. A true bill indictment issued when a grand jury finds sufficient evidence to warrant a criminal charge against the defendant. But the sovereign citizens believe that it's used to demand arrest of an individual who the sovereign citizens perceives has wronged him or her, sometimes presented as evidence in foreclosure proceedings. Ain't that a bitch? And I know I'm making light of it now, y'all. As y'all see, I'm making light of it, but in reality, it's not a fucking game. Ain't no shit. Nothing about this shit is funny when people playing Russian roulette with their lives. I tell you, my thing is this. I do things to stop people from going down the road that they are going to go down. I'm not doing it to hate on anyone. I'm not doing it to try to crush anyone's dreams. I don't do it for that. But I do know how these things end. And what I don't want to see is people going down the road that you don't have to go down. Like, a wise man does not learn from his own mistakes. A fool learns from his own mistakes. A wise man learns from the mistakes of others. Okay? And that's the part I'm trying to get everybody to understand. Yeah, I'm making a lot of it, making a joke now might be funny, but at the end of the day, ain't shit funny about people really believing this stuff and then getting their shit foreclosed on and then having nowhere else to turn. This shit is ruining people's lives, y'all. And it's so sad that although the people at the time that were coming to these people for help, they leave these people first position than they started off at. It was, hold on. Let me see. All right, right here. Writ of attachment, commonly used by a plaintiff in a civil action as a contingent lien on a defendant's property for use if the plaintiff wins the judgment. But the sovereign citizens believe that it's used in foreclosure rescue or debt elimination schemes, also after an individual fails to respond to a series of sovereign citizen mailings used to attach liens to that individual's real personal property. Y'all, just because they don't respond does not mean that they accept, or does not mean that it's a default judgment like situation. If it is frivolous on its face with a whole bunch of legal mumbo jumbo nonsensical language, they're not going to respond regardless. You get that? They're not going to respond. But the sovereign citizen, well, you didn't respond. You agree. No, it does not work like that. Hold on. I mean, the sovereign citizens believe a lot of things that are not true. That's a fact. They believe a lot of things that are just simply not true. Now, writ of execution. Court order directing a U.S. Marshal to enforce a monetary judgment. But the sovereign citizens believe that it's used to illegitimately direct U.S. Marshals to seize property of a perceived enemy. Writ of mandamus, issued by a superior court to compel a lower court, a government officer, to perform duties correctly. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody is knocking on my door, and it sounds like I have federal agents at my door.
Open the trunk in a minute. Duffel bag look like it's stuffed with a midget. Double up 44 bricks, cause the last time we ran through the 22 bursts like he in it. Got the digital scales for the digits. Bricks on that pass, can I smell what it's in it? We spin it at midnight, he can't tell who hit him. And that means they sticking, can't tell if he missing. Get the Russian like it's coffee. If I make a call, they flying in like rockets. Houston, Texas, T, it got me flick the wrist. I whip it still up all like hard. Counting numbers like a mathematician. All the verses jumping out the magic kitchen. Trappers getting keep the ratchet with me. We gon' drag them stripping down in Magic City. She get the geek and start to tweak it. Really feed addicted till she overdose. Coast to coast where the money goes. Up and down when she on the pole. Said a man gon' get what she needs. So the fall's the best on the league. Right now. Everything is on me. She pull up in the X. I took off in the seat. Put all of my dogs on their feet. Now they stand on their two. Took them off of the leash. Heard your dog bit the cheese, it was nothing to get him to talk, it was cheap. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's fucking nigga. G motherfucking Liddy. Son of the streets, bitch. Turn this motherfucker up. Hey, Solo, bring that bitch back.
Okay. So that was the federal agency. They said, you're doing a good job. Keep it up. He said, don't let these sovereign. He said, you take care of these sovereign citizens, we'll take care of you. It's like, nah, that was vivid. I got my home security system in, so that's all that was. That's all it was, is sovereign citizen. Let me I'm thinking sovereign citizen. That's all it was. Just I'm thinking about getting a solar panel. So, apostille, standard certificate that authenticates documents for use in foreign countries. But the sovereign citizens believe it's used fraudulently to certify document content. Oh, y'all, international bill of exchange. Isn't this one of the negotiable instruments that you're going to be able to leave with in the upcoming Pay Your Bills class? The 111 for 1 day, then the 2225 for 2 days, and you're going to leave with a negotiable instrument that's going to be processed to pay your bills and learn how to file them. Right. So basically what they're saying is you'll be able to take that bill of exchange and tender that to your mortgage your auto, your rental agreement. So, yeah. That's the new upcoming. Y'all join NWEDU. They got a class coming up, a workshop, donation, 1111 for 1 day, 222222222222225 for 2 days. And you're gonna leave with a negotiable instrument that you going to be able to use instead of your own hard-earned money. So it's basically you're going to turn a piece of paper into value, and it's going to be paid. I don't know how it's going to be paid, but I guess it's going to be some type of underlying account or proceeds that they feel that you're entitled to, and they're going to pay it. The problem is, what I see with that is, just like the banking class, it's too unpredictable. Just because you issue a legitimate negotiable instrument in your eyes does not mean that this is why that class is, in no disrespect, and I'm not even trying to take a shot, I'm just being serious. This is why that is going to fail. Number one, 9 times out of 10, whatever negotiable instrument that they're going to give people, to send, it's not going to mean a goddamn thing, because I think that they're still under the impression that that instrument that they give them is going to pay down an account. What they don't understand is that instrument that they signed that gave them that placed them in obligation, that instrument that they signed, it's another security out there that they're really liable to. And the only way that security, which they're really liable to, can be paid down is through cash flow. It has to be U.S. currency or something that can be converted into U.S. currency, because it is that cash flow that they need to make the book entry. Because at the end of the day, you got to ask yourself, what account is being used to pay it? Now, even if you say, well, we're going to secure this with an account that they owe you anyway, okay, it still doesn't mean nothing, because the account that they owe you, best believe they're already doing shit with it. Best believe they've already put that to use. You think it's just sitting there like, oh, we're just going to sit around and wait for them to send us something where we can just charge this account off with the instrument they send in. It's already gone. It's already put to use. And I think they know that. I'll be honest with you. Just like everything else, I just think it's nothing more than a money grab. And I think it's just nothing more than another money grab. Ain't nothing but another goddamn money grab. Nothing but a goddamn money grab. Sometimes y'all motherfuckers just need to be ashamed of themselves. Like, sometimes just go get a fucking job at this point. Just go get a fucking job, man. International Bill of Exchange. I remember they had the International Bill of Exchange for $200 with the instructions. Why don't you just use that International Bill of Exchange that you have for $200? Why don't you just use that? Why I gotta have another class about a negotiable instrument? You already had the Bill of Exchange for sale. That was $200 with the instructions. What happened to that? What happened with that? It didn't work. Is that what happened? It didn't work, did it? It didn't work. Part of that sovereign citizen language on it. It didn't work. Did it work? It didn't work. I mean, it is what it is. It's just like, y'all got to understand how the underlying accounting works. You are not going to be able to pay off any debts by your self-created negotiable instrument. The internal banking financial system doesn't work like that. God damn it. International Bill of Exchange. Direct a sum of money to be paid to an individual or group, primarily used in international trade. You see that? International Bill of Exchange. Used in international trade. Are y'all shipping goods from Costa Rica? Are y'all shipping goods from Puerto Rico? Are y'all shipping goods for the Democratic Republic in the Congo? Huh? But the sovereign citizens believe that the International Bill of Exchange is used as illegitimate bank drafts or checks to pay legitimate debts. Notice a final determination. Ruling letter that an organization is not 501c exempt, cannot receive charitable contributions, and is not a private foundation. But the sovereign citizens believe is used to inform financial institutions that they owe a debt to a sovereign citizen. Oh God. Trust agreement allows parties to transfer assets between trusts. But the sovereign citizens believe is used part of a debt elimination or foreclosure rescue scheme. Now, demand for payment. Amended final contractual notice of demand and settlement for closure of the escrow county. Evidence of life. Complaint of breach of trust. Notice of complaint. That's how it's used. So look at this, y'all. Documents with no legitimate purpose. So when the sovereign citizens have a demand for payment, it has no legitimate purpose. And the name of the document is using amended final contractual notice of demand and settlement for closing of the escrow accounting, evidence of life, complaint of breach of trust, notice of complaint. And then they have sovereign citizens have the debt elimination, which is the birth bond, bond for discharging of debt, indemnity bond, international bond and promissory note, private register set-off bond, warranty deed for location, intimidation, affidavit of or truth, notice of fault, notice of dishonor and opportunity to cure, courtesy notice, important notice for the trustee, international commercial claim. And I remember I had this one client. She was trying to get services. This person sent me an email, and yeah, because I already filed this, and I filed this, and I filed my notices. I did this, yep, and I did this. I'm just ready to get the last little steps for you. And I said, ma'am, all these documents are considered fraudulent by the United States government. Sovereign citizen read it. No, because I have proof that, ma'am, all these documents are considered fraudulent from sovereign citizen. Let me show you the website where you can, all these documents that you named is on their website is fraudulent. So I screenshot and copy pasted the website that shows all these fraudulent documents and then never responded back. Wouldn't that be the point where you respond back to be like, oh shit, yeah, let me go the right way? But they just stopped communicating with me because I bust the bubble. Declaration of sovereignty, court order, common law name correction, international law, nationality affidavit, proclamation of standing and nationality, notice of international diplomatic status, final order, notice caveat notice, writ per curam devenient. The federal government has successfully prosecuted sovereign citizen criminals and extremists under the following statutes. USC 18, 485, counterfeit coins and bars, 15 years plus 5. 18 USC 486, uttering gold and silver coins, 5 years plus fines. Section 513, counterfeit securities. There y'all go. Watch out for what's wrong with these negotiable instruments. Watch out. Hold on. Counterfeit securities, 10 years plus a fine. Section 514, fictitious financial obligations. Remember that? Hold on. Remember that? Leave with your own negotiable instrument. Watch out. Violation of 514, 25 years. 713, use of likeness of the Great Seal of the United States, 6 months plus fine. 876, mail and threatening communications, 20 years plus a fine. Good God. 922, unlawful possession. Oh, that's possession of firearm by convict. Yeah, that's under 18922. This is one of the statutes named down to me under 18 USC 924C. That's dealing with firearms. 1017, use of government seal, 5 years plus 5. 1341, mail fraud, 20 to 30 years plus $1 million fine. 1343, wire fraud, 20 to 30 years, $1 million fine. 1344, bank fraud, 30 years to $1 million fine. 1521, retaliation against a federal judge or law enforcement officers, 10 years plus fine. 5861, National Firearms Act violation, 10 years, $10,000 fine. 7201, attempt to evade or tax, 5 years, $100,000 fine. 7202, willful failure to collect or pay tax, 5 years, $10,000 fine. 7206, filing false tax returns, 3 years, $100,000 fines. This is what you would get for continuing to follow these sovereign citizens. You'll get this. And anybody saying that they're going to give you a fictitious instrument that you can use to pay your bills. So, smooth. The grand finale. What the hell? This is about you want to pay your bill without cash money or any type of instrument that could be cashed, like a check or real money order, or pay from your PayPal account or pay from Apple Pay or your legitimate checking account. Let's watch.
Peninsula Place. Where's
fair use. That's what I meant to say. Fair use.
Happy holidays.
Yes, and to you, sir.
Alrighty.
1 week later.
Court does call the case. Peninsula Place versus, is it Trellis Lane? Here it is.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Fink here on behalf of the plaintiff.
Sir, your name?
Sorry, Judge. Fellas Lane.
All right, this is the date for non-jury trial, and this is a non-payment of rent case. How much is the plaintiff claim is owing?
Your Honor, the total balance at this time is $3,320.17 plus court costs of $161.
Damn.
3,000, I'm sorry, 3,000.
$3,320.17.
All right.
You got it.
Sir,
that amount, is there any that you believe that you owe?
No.
You were going to say something.
I was gonna ask to Jack what he was about to say as far as about the numbers. About saying what I owe, but you already answered the question. I mean, ask me the question.
This man is clearly going to make a fool of himself in this court hearing.
I agree.
And
I
Mr.
can break
Penn,
down that amount if you want me to, Your Honor.
pardon?
I can break down the amount if you'd like me to.
Just one moment. We'll get to that. Sir, can I ask you, I received the documents from you.
Now, this is what happens when you follow people that says you're going to learn how to pay your bills with a negotiable instrument from that class, or when you follow people that tells you or shows you how to use the remittance on the bill pay class. This is what happens. This is going to be your scenario when they take you to court and sue you for non-payment of your rent and stuff like that when following these people. Especially when you're talking about you got a bill class, pay your bills without money. That's pretty much what they're saying. Have your bills paid without using your own money out your bank account. When they sue you, because people got multitudes of bills. So when people take that class and think, oh, I got rent, so I'm gonna send this to them with my rent. This is what's gonna happen.
Is there a reason why you don't think you owe that amount?
Because it's already been paid, Your Honor. Far as reporting adverse information about a cosigner Act 211 of 1989. Vanessa Place is trying to held me liable as the cosigner when I had an interest and a signature, and I'm a natural person.
So he has an interest in the signature. He's a natural person. Basically, he's saying he is not the straw man. And it's the straw man's account that got the deal or the rent, not him.
So they're trying
to
go liable.
So let me ask you this.
Okay.
Just so that I have the background on it. You reside in this unit that's at I think 315B at 1000. You reside there.
That's my place of abode.
Well, you live there, right?
That is a simple goddamn question. But these sovereign citizens get these people to take the most simplest question and turn it into brain chemist course, brain surgeon, chemical engineer. The simplest questions, they give the most stupidest answers to.
Depends what you're talking about. I'm acting as a consumer. So as far as like my they're on special appearance and my estate stays there, but as far as a natural man, I don't have no place.
Oh, so his estate lives there, not him. Right.
As far as my estate and my
Okay, so when whoever is in this courtroom leaves here to go to what they would call home, where does this person that's sitting here go?
to my place of abode, Your Honor.
Which is where?
Plymouth Place.
Okay. At the 315B.
Correct.
So that was, he went through all that just to say, this is my address. You see how these sovereign citizen Morse teachers get people to make complete fools out of themselves? He went through all that just to say, Your Honor, this is my address. Yes, this is my address.
All right.
No, this judge is already doing a very good job at asking his questions because he sees that this sovereign citizen is trying to be slick and trying to play word games with him. So he's asking them very specific and easy questions. So that way, there's no way for this man to wiggle his way out of acting as if he is not the person that resides there. All of that mumbo jumbo that this sovereign citizen just said made absolutely no sense. But at the end of the day, the judge just got him to admit that he, in fact, is the one that resides at that residence. Good job, Judge.
That's what they need to know. Okay. Is there do you have a ledger?
And I'll give Mr. Lane a copy also.
Thank you.
And
To be honest with, that's a lawyer he's up against. He's a real lawyer. Another thing with these sovereign citizens, they always file the notice with the court, but they never serve the other party, which you're supposed to when they act in pro se. And it's when I was representing myself in my case, in my appeal, every time I filed a notice, even though once I sent it to the courts would send a copy to them, I always sent them a copy themselves just to let them know that I know procedure. Because you're appearing pro se, I mean, at the time, of course, I wrote down I was indigent. I was still in prison fighting my case. Why the fuck would I put down I got asked? Why would I want to pay the filing fee? I let the courts pay it. But I always, even though they said, if you send it to us, we're going to give them a copy, I always made sure myself I sent the government a copy just to let them know I know procedure.
And Mr. Fantera, this would be your witness, is that correct? Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we have her and Mr. Lane sworn in, please?
Thank you.
Yeah, one.
Right. So we're affirming the testimony about you.
I do.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, could I give you real quick context on that?
Yes, please.
We had a previous case last summer where Mr. Lane received SARA funds. And when we had the, I have a copy, I have a case number, I have a copy of the unsigned.
Oh, so you receive SARA funds, meaning you receive assistance for your rent. So by you receiving assistance for your rent, it's evidence that you know that you owe this shit. So why would you be receiving assistance for your rent if you realize you didn't owe and your estate paid it already? Huh? Answer that question for me. But let me guess, you brought this sovereign citizen, Moorish American, patriot, national, indigenous to the land, and persona propicia, and persona proposa, and persona
copy of the COD. That was entered on September 9th. SOS paid his rent through September, and it left a small balance of, I think about $119, which we waived. So the balance, even though it doesn't show it on there because we didn't actually get the SOS check till sometime later, his rent at the end of September was $0.
Got it.
So the total balance that's on there is 5 months of rent at $513
Now, isn't that something? We have a sovereign citizen here who doesn't believe in the United States government getting SOS checks to pay his rent. And those SOS checks are coming from the very government that he doesn't believe in. How hypocritical is that? These sovereign citizens are a complete bunch of jokes.
Water and sewer bills, electric bills, there's not even any late fees, and then there's 161 in court costs. So I just want to clarify that, in fact, none of this goes back past September 30th. In fact, I don't know if you remember, we actually, when we had the previous case, Mr. Lane had sued Peninsula Place seeking the return of all money he paid forever. And he denied that he owed money, but simultaneously applied for Sarah, and he denied he applied for Sarah. You verified with probably Aaron at the time that he had applied for Sarah. He ended up getting Sarah funds. He would not sign the COD, and then you basically gave him a choice. I'll enter the COD, or we'll have a trial and I'll give you a judgment. But sounds like he's raising some of the same stuff now that he attempted to raise.
Yana, free speak.
Go ahead, sir.
So Yana, when I applied for, so first I didn't know what I was applying for. So when I applied,
You ain't know what you was applying for, So you just filled out a random application, and that random application just so happened to be rental assistance. Right.
Sarah funding, I ended up giving my principal information, which was my name, my date of birth, and my social security number. Basically, I'm here today saying that I gave my principal to Peninsula Place and I've never received any consideration.
Your Honor, I don't understand what that means. I have a lease here that is between Peninsula Place and Trellis Lane. It's not between the estate of Trellis Lane. It's not with, I think I saw somewhere here something that he recorded with the state of Michigan. Certificate of Assumed Name, TTL LLC. The lease is with Trellis Lane, who is a person.
And Your Honor, I took control of my name, so that means all interest and consideration will be coming out to me.
Oh, he took control of the straw man, like they tell everybody to do. Take control of your straw man. Take control of your name. It separates you from the straw man. You're the same damn person.
Okay, I again, I don't know what that means.
Nobody knows what it means, Judge. You're not the only one.
Don't feel bad, Judge, because you're not alone. And I'm sure he doesn't even know what that means. He's literally just making things up on the spot.
However, are you Trellis Lane? That's a yes or no. Because I'll tell you, if you are, then we'll go ahead with the trial. If you're not Trellis Lane, then I'm going to give them a judgment by default because Trellis Lane hasn't shown.
A brilliant ass move by the judge. And I noticed with a lot of these sovereign citizens, that's what the courts and the prosecutors are taking. So if you're not like on a court proceeding, traffic stuff, okay, so if you're not John Smith, then we're just going to issue a warrant for his arrest because John Smith hasn't appeared. Oh, boy, that was a brilliant move by the judge. A brilliant move by the judge.
I must say, this judge is brilliant. He knows exactly how to deal with this sovereign citizen. because the judge just asked this man a simple question, and you heard him. He was about to say, and then go into a whole long soliloquy. Dude, that's not going to work with this judge. So stop it with the foolishness.
I'm here on special appearance.
No, you can't do that. You are not an attorney at law.
I'm so tired of this special appearance, that old sovereign citizen, federal rules, not state rules, federal rules of civil procedure, special appearance. I'm here by special appearance. Everybody that says special appearance, they never even researched the federal rules of what special appearance means. You know I have. It has nothing to do with what they're trying to accomplish. It never did. It never will. They don't read shit. They just follow what they were told to do. Another form of economic slaves, government-wise, to this sovereign citizen way. You don't question, you don't challenge, you don't ask questions, you don't seriously vet, you don't seriously research the information that they're giving you. You just take the information and apply it as what it is on its face. What is that? That's a slave.
You can't appear for somebody else. So my question is, and I'll ask it again, are you Trellis Lane?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? I see what I'm saying. I thought. You know what I'm saying? You done fucked up now, you know that, don't you?
So, Mr. Lane, October of 2022.
And by the way, this is a very brilliant and intelligent judge, by the way. I've seen a lot of this. He is very calculated. He doesn't overtalk. He doesn't mistalk. And every question that he has, he knows he's dealing with a sovereign citizen. So he crafts his questions in a manner that, although you want to go to the sovereign citizen script, he leaves you no choice but to answer the question directly. This is a very brilliant judge. Honorable J. Cedric Simpson is a very brilliant judge when dealing with sovereign citizens or people who come to court with that sovereign citizen rhetoric. I have to give my hat off to him. He is a very highly intelligent and brilliant judge.
Did you pay rent to the landlord?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and how did you pay that?
Pay attention, y'all. He's about to tell you how to pay. This is going to be in people's upcoming classes. And this is what people held classes in the past how to do, all to get their accounts reversed. And nothing happened.
I'm paying with my credits that's on file. So I sent instructions back in May, basically to get my account zero every month.
What the hell are you talking about?
Do what?
Zero out your account, bill pay, leave a negotiable instrument. Your account's going to go to zero every month. Right. So you pay with credits on file. Credits on file. Number one, what the hell does that mean? Credits on file. And then you send instructions from an account where there's credits on file to set it off and bring the account to zero every month. Right. Nothing more than a sovereign citizen, Moorish American, indigenous to the land, patriot national, and persona proper and persona proper and persona proper bullshit.
I sent instructions back in May, then I sent another one to December to the CEO.
To the CEO of the company. Remember I told y'all they don't know where to send shit to? The CEO of the company. He's sending something to the CEO. Like his job title involves processing payments for rent.
CEO of what?
American Campus Communities. Saying it right. So he's seen my email, so he's aware of what's going on. Basically, like I said, I'm looking for consideration. I have not been getting no consideration, no adequate consideration.
Well, you get adequate consideration for the contract and any payment by virtue of the fact that you have a residence. So I don't think consideration is even an issue.
Exactly. Because if you want to be getting consideration, they get the benefits of the contract, right? Of you to pay back. Your consideration is you have a right to reside in the residence. That's your consideration, you dingbat.
But y'all, I have several questions.
Well,
and please do not ask what jurisdiction are we under. Please don't do that.
You can go ahead and ask your questions, but I don't know. Let me just ask this. October 2022, how did you pay your rent?
I paid with my took the bill, I endorsed it.
Did you give them cash?
Took the bill and endorsed it. Everybody that's watching from the clouds. Everybody's watching from the clouds. For you still trying to endorse the bill, accept this for value, pay to the order of the rental company, whatever. See what happens when you take the bill and endorse it? Remember when I told y'all that stopped working back in 1996? Because in 96, what they were doing is they was putting the actual Federal Reserve routing number and their social security number on the bill. So they was looking like, oh, okay, we can process this as a check. We could use the information and process it as a check. So they were giving them conditional credits on the account around that time, right? Whether it was rent or you paying for furniture. Back then, it was 60 days around that time for it to come back reverse. Like it was a long time. So most people will leave with the property, and after they're gone, the property, that's when they come back reverse, leaving the bank and the company. Andy, you got a call on line 1. You got a call on line 1. You got it? All right. So that's what they would do. And they was able to leave because that float time, I don't know if it was really 60, but it was longer than 2 weeks. Notice how today the shit come back 2 days if it ain't legit. Like that shit come back fast. Back then in 96, this shit was taking a while to come back. Because what happened is once it takes about 2 weeks to get there. Then it takes 2 weeks to bounce. And then they'll try the payment again. And then that's like another 2 weeks. The person already left with the merchandise. They already gave it to them on their face. So they stopped this bill coupon scheme back in 1996. So when I tell people, y'all trying to bill pay shit, that shit is almost more than 30 years, almost 30 years old. Almost 30 years old. Y'all still trying. That's what I'm saying. 98% of what the people are discovering today, just now discovering, it's about 30, 40 years old. Facts.
We being whom?
I'm saying it's a credit system, Your Honor.
So what?
Credit system.
He said it's a credit system.
We don't.
So who?
He said it's a credit system. We don't have any money. Right.
Who's in charge of this credit system?
He said, who's in charge?
Remember I told you this judge is so brilliant. He asks the questions that he knows they don't have the answer to. Watch the questions that he's going to continuously ask. He knows they don't ever have the answer to it.
Charge?
Surely.
I mean, we haven't had money since 1933 emergency.
Oh God, emergency. Let me guess. 1933 emergency banking act. Right. and that's a blanket application for every situation in every aspect of your life. And all you got to do is mention the Emergency Banking Act of 1933, and all your bills are automatically going to be set off. Right.
We being whom? Who are you talking about when you say we haven't had money? Who is we?
I can't believe the words that are coming out of this man's mouth. He is making a complete fool of himself. He just told the judge that there's no money. We're operating off a credit system. Wow, these sovereign citizens, they just, I don't need, this man can't even possibly believe the words that are coming out of his own mouth. I'm very interested in hearing this man answer the judge's question.
It's like the United States haven't had money since 19.
Oh, they definitely have, and I spent my share.
So facts. He said, "Oh, they definitely have. I spent my share." That's a fact. There is money. They do have money. They do have money. They do have money. It's the same shit that you spend every day. That's the money. I don't give a shit. Oh, it's not lawful money. It's money. You can pay your bills with it. You can go do this with it. You can do that with it. You can go on vacation with it. It's accepted as money. It's a medium of exchange.
So I don't know. You're saying you gave them credit.
Yes.
In what form did you give them credit in the month of October 2022?
Then credit, I took the bill, which they give me a bill every month, which is a statement. I take the statement. If you want to, I can show you what I'm doing.
I know what he's referring to. Can I show you?
Yeah.
Well, show him, and then
I got copies for him. Here's what he's getting, Your Honor. We have a third-party billing company.
Everybody, listen. And yes, a lot of these rental companies, they do have third-party billing companies that they use to collect the payments, bills, boop, bop, bip, hop, jump, and skip. They outsource these jobs, so it saves them money, and they can allocate funds, and I don't know, whatever, but they do a lot of outsourcing of these collection of bills. But I need everybody to pay attention, because what he's about to explain is the classic hallmark of what you're going to get when you join the sovereign citizen, Moorish Americans, indigenous to the lands, national patriot, and persona propicia, and persona propise, and persona papa classes. This is what you're going to get.
Called Zigo. And so what they do is every month they bill the utilities. So he gets this bill, and then you'll see at the bottom what he writes is pay to the order of Peninsula Place. And so what he's taken, so for example, the top one says pay to the order of Peninsula Place, $662.12. That amount is his monthly rent plus the $123.12 in utilities that are at the top. There's 3 of these that I've attached. So what he does is he cuts off the bottom and he mails that in as with instructions to pay to the order of Peninsula Place as if that's a check.
Bam! And that is what your instructions are going to be when you join these bill pay class. Pay this, pay that, no money, nation your own. This is what you're going to get. That's it. And I don't care what you prescribe to. Most people join the class because they think that's a way for them paying the bill outside of the normal way people pays their bill. It's nothing more than a bunch of people looking for a way around the system. It's not really believing this is what it is, believing you really have an estate, believing you already provided. No, it's a way to get out of paying shit out of your own back pocket, aka I want free shit. It's all and y'all, I've seen countless of people sending me documents, countless of copies of what they already did, and out of 100, let's say 100 documents, 99.7 is going to have some type of copy of a bill where they cut the bottom coupon off, except for value, exempt from levy, UCC 1-308, and sending that shit back in like it's payment. But if you ask them, would you accept this yourself as payment from a customer? You answer would be no.
Example, the top one says pay to the order of Peninsula Place, $662.12. That amount is his monthly rent plus the $123.12 in utilities that are at the top. There's 3 of these that I've attached. So what he does is he cuts off the bottom and he mails that in as with instructions to pay to the order of Peninsula Place as if that's a check.
Yo, this guy right here is something else. He got to be one of the dumbest sovereign citizens that I've seen. I can't believe that he thinks that he can pretty much send back the bill or the bottom of the bill and send it back to the real estate company and act as if that's some type of payment. Like, where did this fool learn this foolishness?
Have this marked as plaintiff's exhibit and 2, the ledger being 1. But Mr.
Yeah, you know, watch out for these teachers because 99.99% of them use these bills, these forms and these tax forms, which clearly has their instructions, which clearly lets you know what their intent and what their use is for. And I don't know why do these teachers, they make up their own use for these forms. They just make it up. And like the IRS is going to accept their own use for the forms. 1099-8. Acquisitions, abandonment, secure property. What did they say do? Oh, use the 1099-A to pay your bills. 1099-B, brokers, returns, and profits. What did it say? Use it to pay a debt. 1099-C, if certain institutions or creditors cancel debt, what do you do? Use it to discharge the debt. 1099-OID, for the individual who purchased a debt instrument with the OID. What do you do? Use that to get a refund. It's like, who is telling these people to use these forms in a manner which is clearly on the instruction space that the manner for the form is different than what these teachers are telling these people to use it for? Like, at this point, I'm tired of blaming the teachers. People are just not reading. They're just not reading. And they don't want to read because they need to believe in this free money secret account. But if they would actually read the instructions, they would know that there is no free money. There is no secret account. That's why they don't read. They don't read on purpose because they need to be in a dream state when they fill these documents out. They don't need any type of reality or being exposed to any type of reality that's going to put their lay it all on the line for them, which their logical self is going to know that this is not legit because they need to believe it's legit because they got a situation that they need tending to. And the cycle just continues to keep going on.
Lane, you have a copy of what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2. Is what Mr. Fantera described, is that correct? Is that what you do?
Yes, I'm accepting the credits that's given to me and I'm transferring to that.
What credits are they giving to you? He sounds like one of these people that's going to come with this sovereign citizen stupid shit. And it's not really stupid, but I ain't gonna say it's stupid, but it's like, well, it has to be a credit to me because they didn't send me the bill in a negative balance.
Who's giving you this credit?
That's the question right there. Look, he said, who's giving you this credit?
They who?
They don't want you to float in the water. So we float in the water. They don't want me to have an elevator. So I made sure I got an elevator. They don't want me to wear a bow tie. So I decided to wear a bow tie.
So Vanessa Place, they're basically there. So in the beginning, when I signed up with Vanessa Place, I gave my credit information. So those payments are supposed to come to me as credit.
So hold on, I'm even lost. And I'm not the one to really be lost too much, but I'm even lost. Hold on, what did you just say?
Payments are supposed to come to me as credit. I gave my credit information. So those payments are supposed to come to me as credit. So
what payment?
Yeah, he said he gave him his principal info. Hold on, what did you
payments
say?
are supposed to come to me as in the beginning when I signed up with Vanessa Place, I gave my credit information.
So he gave his principal information. Okay.
So those payments are supposed to come to me as credit.
What payments are supposed to come? Hold on. So hold on. I'm lost. So he says when he signed up with Peninsula, he used his principal information, whatever the hell that means. And then he says after the principal information, the payments are supposed to come to him as credits. Oh, he believes that since he gave them the social security number and applied for the rental and got approved, that some way they magically tapped into his non-existent Treasury Trust Fund account at the Treasury, and which already set up the account off, and he thinks they're trying to bamboozle him by sending him a bill in which the account should have already been set off because they use the social security number, and then the social security number is supposed to be a credit card under 15 USC 1602 when it says any plate card, any means, da, 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 da. So a lot of people jumped on your social security card is now a credit card. So then they say, once you put my social security number in, it's already activated to access the K via trust. So the fact that they accepted the contract after the application is evidence that they tapped into his trust fund estate and paid for the whole balance of the rental agreement. So by them sending him a bill, he cuts off the coupon and sends it back to him as credit because the bills really represented credit because they already got the money out of his estate. I got you now. Boy, you sound crazier than a roll, is it?
So
what payments?
The payments that's coming every month. So those payments, they're trying to hold me liable for it, and I'm taking the credits that I'm receiving and dishing it back to them. To Peninsula.
Who's giving you credit?
You said who's giving me credit?
Yeah.
I have credit, Your Honor. I have a security interest.
In what?
And this so-called contract with Peninsula Place.
Okay, so if you got a security interest, that means you have a lien on the property of Peninsula to secure the debt from you to Peninsula. Where's that contract at?
Okay, but who's giving you credit?
Come here, Tamala.
Young man, you keep using these terms, payment, credit, and it seems to me as I'm listening to you that you're using them improperly.
Excuse me, Judge, but this sovereign citizen can't even put together a coherent sentence because he is literally just making things up. Nothing he said remotely even makes sense. This man is a complete fool. He is playing a game and he expects everyone to play along with him.
And not just him, a lot of them play these stupid games and expect everyone to just play along in the game. And when they don't play along in the game, this is when they want to retaliate by filing fictitious liens or other frivolous domestic terroristic type documents that makes absolutely no sense, nonsensical, with a bunch of legalese blown across the document like it's supposed to mean something.
I am so glad that this judge is not playing this silly game with him.
So my question is, have you paid anything to the plaintiff in US dollars or anything that evidences US dollars?
There you go. Good question. All these pay your bills class. Nobody needs to take a pay your bill class. Why would anyone ever feel like they need to take a pay your bill class? Everybody knows how to pay their bills. You're paying US dollars or a check from your checking account or business account or a money order in which is converted into a money order from the cash you tendered or a wire transfer. So what is their pay your bills class for? Everybody knows how to pay their bills, unless you're trying to find a way to tell them how to pay your bills without coming out your back pocket, which is fraudulent. But everybody knows how to, what's the pay your bill class for? Everybody knows how to pay their bills. Log into the app, pay your bill, connect your debit card. You can do it through Apple Pay or whatever, or just enter the cards on the number manually. Bam, hit pay. You're gonna get a little check. Bam, payment received, email confirmation. Why would you need to learn how to pay your bills? Oh, it's a secret way of paying, so you don't have to pay out of pocket. A secret way. Right.
No, I haven't paid in US dollars.
Or anything evidencing US dollars, like a check, credit card, anything like that.
So this is
no. That's a yes or no.
Can you repeat the question, Yana?
Have you? Let me just break it apart so we get it real clear. Have you paid for the months of October 2022, November 2022, December 2022, January 2023, or February of 2023? Have you paid to anything to Peninsular Place in US dollars?
No, Yana.
Have you paid anything to them that is evidence of an account which holds US dollars?
Yes, Yana.
I know. Hey, the judge was actually thinking of traditional bank account, but when you said account holding US dollars, that's going to open up the door for this fictitious, non-existent treasury account at the treasury, in which they were supposed to follow the instructions, present the draft to the treasury. Right, Judge. I knew he was going. I knew when the judge asked that question, I knew he was going to say yes, all based on the premise that there is a secret treasury account in all of our names at the treasury.
What? And what account is it attached to? You better be careful about answering my question.
Exactly. He said that because he know the bullshit that's about to come. Oh, good recover, Judge. Good recover. Good recover, Judge. The judge knew he gave him a loophole to spew that bullshit. He knew it when he said it. That's why the judge like, all right, well, be careful with us. Good recover.
Because if you're telling me that you gave them or paid them something that evidences an account that can access US dollars, show it to me.
You said that's access to US dollars?
And it's not a question for him. This question everybody who still believes that you could pay your bills just on the remittance or just by putting shit at the bottom of the bill. This is a question this is a blanket application for everyone who wants to get out of paying their bills that they contracted for. This is for everyone.
Right here.
What is that? What Mr. Fantera just gave?
Yes.
How does that access US dollars?
Because, Your Honor, this account, I'm the holder and I have the interest.
Then show me the balance on that account.
They show you the balance?
Yep.
That's this judge is brilliant. Show me the balance. Fact.
Just showed you the balance.
No, you haven't shown me anything. Show me the balance on the account.
Once again, I must say that this judge is doing an excellent job dealing with the sovereign citizen. He is setting a trap for this fool, and this fool is falling for it. This man clearly hasn't paid his rent in US dollars. He is talking a bunch of nonsense, and the judge is aware of that. So he's taking advantage of the fact he is letting this man hang himself with his own silly words.
If you give somebody something that evidence.
So I'm gonna save a lot of you people money who's thinking about joining that bill pay class or any class where they say, hey, pay your bills by doing this. Here's the bill pay class right here. I'm about to show everybody how to pay your bills. Listen up. Listen up. Fair use. Listen up. I'm going to show everybody how to pay their bills. Watch. I'm going to show you.
In terms of what you're giving them. Much as if somebody gave a check to them, much as then there is a balance of evidences that they can access.
Here we go.
If you give somebody something that evidences that they can access.
Here we go. Here we go. You want to know how to pay your bills? Listen up.
If you give somebody something that evidences that they can access US dollars, then there is a balance on that account in terms of what you're giving them. Much as if somebody gave a check to them, they would be able to show the account for which they can then present that check and receive US dollars. Show me that account, Mr. Lane.
Like I said, I don't know what else you're asking for. This is the.
No, you know exactly what I'm asking for.
You're asking for something that's coming out.
Something that evidences that by that piece of paper that you've given them, that they can access US dollars.
This should be the question for everybody who puts that bullshit at the bottom of the remittance, that bullshit UCC 1-308, that bullshit acceptance for value exempt for levy, for deposit on the account. This should be the question for everyone. And you know what's so sad about it? They don't even know what it really is. They don't even know if it really exists or not. They don't even know if it's even there. They're just going by what they were told. Got people making complete fools out of themselves based on information they were just told. Shit is crazy.
Excuse me, Judge, but this man clearly can't do what you're asking him to do. He cannot show you an account that evidences US dollars, and he knows it, and he is looking like a complete fool right now. You are making a fool out of this man, and I thank you for what you're doing.
Okay, I don't have any other account besides this, Your Honor.
You don't have any what?
I said I don't have any other evidence besides this right here.
That does not show me that they can access US dollars.
Just like none of these bottom of the remittances on the bills can. None of them. I don't give a fuck what negotiable instrument you attach to it. Bill of exchange, promissory note, bond and promissory note, notice of intent, notice of set off, declaration, sovereign declaration, indigenous to the land declaration, name change, add an LBEIQAIOME on the back of your name. None of that shit don't mean nothing. It means nothing.
Okay.
Where would they take that to, in your mind? Where would they take that to access the United States dollars?
Put it on the ledger.
What the fuck does that mean? Put it on the ledger. What does that mean? Somebody tell me what does that mean? Put it on the, what the fuck does that mean? Put it on the ledger. What the freak does that mean? Put it on the ledger. Oh, just put it on the ledger. Oh, yeah. Just put it on the ledger. What remittance, what did they send them? Oh, 500? All right, just give them 500 for their rent. Not that. Like, come on, man.
Where would they take it to access US dollars?
He grasping for straws now.
So, okay.
He got to think. He got to come up with an answer. He trying to figure the answer out.
So, Your Honor, so I got a question. As far as landlord and tenant relations, relationships. It's in here.
I'll try to answer your question as soon as you answer mine.
Okay.
Where would they take it to access US dollars?
They would take it and take the check and put it on the ledger with my credit. Because if I owe something, Your Honor, it would be in the negative balance. How can I pay something that's in a positive balance? How can
we don't have a positive balance?
Told you. He looked at that positive balance on the bill. It was like, it's supposed to be negative. That means the amount of the bill is my credit. I'm just going to attach this remittance coupon to it. And Gary, I'm going to pay my rent with this motherfucker.
You have given them a piece of paper that you yourself just said is a check. So where would they take that to access your account?
So, Your Honor,
receive US dollars.
Honor, they're acting in dishonor. They're taking it.
Remember I told y'all that's part of the FBI services and paperwork. Notice of dishonor. There, everybody always in dishonor.
And they never said anything about or object to it.
They didn't have to because it was so frivolous. It didn't even warrant a response. That's what you're not understanding. It didn't even warrant a response. It was that frivolous.
So it was off their.
Oh, they're objecting now, certainly. Where would they take it, Mr. Lang?
So where would they take it? I mean, as far as they have a security deposit deposition bond. So they have it in a financial institution.
What financial institution would they take it to get cash from your check, as you call it, that would then be debited from your account? Where would they take it?
This is hilarious because the judge keeps asking this man the same question over and over and over again, knowing that he doesn't have an answer for the question. He's just waiting for this fool to just say, hey, you know what, Judge? I was scamming. I do owe the money. But this sovereign citizen is so dumb. He's just going to keep going on, letting the judge go on and on and on, asking him the same question that he clearly cannot answer because everything that he just said is made up. It's something he made up. He wants them to take this quote unquote check and put it on a ledger. What the hell does that even mean, sir?
So debited. So what about the credits, Your Honor?
I don't see a credit.
On this paper, it says credit, payments, and credits.
That's not what it means. But to the extent it says that, you have no credit.
You see, and this is a classic example of how these people blatantly just misinterpret statutes, misinterpret words, misinterpret language, and expect everybody to go along with their misinterpretation.
where would they take it to get US dollars?
So where would they take it? They would take it out of my trust, Your Honor.
Out of your trust.
Yes.
Where is this trust located?
We all have a trust in me.
Okay, let's say we all do. I'm not accepting your premise, but let's say we all do. Where is your trust located?
I'm not sure where it's located.
Now, how do you know if you have a trust? But that's not just him. Everybody that believes that there's a secret trust fund account that they can file 1099s to pay their bills, they don't know where it's at. They don't know the nature of it. They don't know how it operates. They don't know nothing. All they know is they're only knowing of its existence is because someone just told them that it's there. That's the only reason why they believe they have a trust fund, just because someone told them they had it. Wow.
Your Honor.
Wait a darn second. What in the doohickey are you talking about, sir? You're saying that they can take this quote-unquote check to your trust, but you don't even know where your trust is. So how are they supposed to know where your trust is to get access to the funds? Like, you clearly haven't thought this through. This judge is making a complete fool of yourself. You need to just accept your losses and pay these people their damn rent.
So if they wanted US dollars for this thing you purport to be a check, you can't tell them where to take it.
In the Treasury.
Which Treasury?
The Treasury.
Oh, so they have to go to the US Treasury with this thing that purports to be a check. Really?
They were pulling from the Treasury. That's why they asked for my information.
So you're under the old early 2000s sovereign citizen belief. Just because they ask for your information and your social security number, they're automatic pulling from your credit at the Treasury to pay for the goods and services and then sticking you with the bill. But it's up for you to redeem the value of the bill when you accept the bill and send it back. That's wow. So the bill really lets them know, like, hey, there's so much money we're pulling out your credit. Do you agree with this amount? And then when you sign it and accept it, it's like, yeah, we agree with that amount. Apply it to the account. Right.
Who's pulling from the Treasury?
Peninsula Place, Your Honor.
So Peninsula Place is pulling from the US Treasury.
I got the account attached to my name with my social and my information.
So they're pulling from the US Treasury because of that?
I can't believe that this is comedy gold. The things that this man is saying is just so ridiculous. And this judge is just, he is just making a fool of this guy. Like, I'm literally here right now with tears in my eyes because this is hilarious.
Say that again?
So because of that, they're pulling from the US Treasury?
I mean, they're charging the account. So this account has my information tied into it, which is showing that it's already prepaid. So what they're trying to do is make me, Peninsula is trying to make me repay.
You've never paid anything. So they're not trying to make you repay. They're trying to make you pay.
Honor. So how did we get here if I never if I provided my information to Peninsula Place?
We got here because you have never provided them anything.
Okay.
Facts. He said we got here because you never provided them anything. And you took out state assistance to help pay with your rent the prior year before this. So you know you owe the debt. Don't come to court with this sovereign citizen rhetoric just because you don't have the money to pay or don't want to pay.
Pay on this account.
Because I guarantee you, when he first signed the contract, just like none of them ever do, the method that they choose to pay when they get behind on their bills or they can no longer afford or don't want to pay. You notice how their method of payment changes versus their method of payments that they use while they were current, while they had the money to pay. You notice how their method of payment always changes when they run into financial problems. But my thing is this, and this is how I know all these sovereign citizens are frauds. They're funny, they're a joke. I don't take none of them serious. Why didn't you establish from the beginning that your method of payment was going to be the way you're trying to pay now? They don't ever do it. Want to know why they don't ever do it? Because they know it won't be accepted.
Count in US dollars or anything evidencing US dollars. That's how we're here. For 5 months. You haven't done that.
Okay, so in the contract, it says payment and then specify what type of payment.
I'm asking you, have you paid them in US dollars?
No, paid in credit.
But you have no credit.
Yeah, this is evident.
In order, hold on.
Okay.
In order to pay in credit, if you will, you must have something that evidences a balance on that credit. I've already asked you once. Why not? I'll ask you again. Show me something that evidences the credit.
That shows the credit? The birth certificate and the social security.
Oh God. Oh God. You really went there. That is the Hail Mary. When everything else fails, whip out the birth certificate and a social security card. That is the go-to. Remember when I read off the document for the Bureau of Fiscal Service? Your social security card and birth certificate are not securities. Therefore, there are no government funds which you're entitled to in any government account just because you possess these documents. This is a sovereign citizen birthright scam. Remember that?
Remember showing my line of credit that I applied.
So how much is in that line of credit?
You say how much is in the line of credit?
Sure. If you got a line of credit, it's got to have a value. So how much is in it?
I believe everybody has $1 billion.
I didn't ask that.
Everybody, see now, and this is why the system's the way it is, because they always try to make this apply to a whole national thing. I believe everybody has $1 billion. You see that? Damn, bro. Damn, whoever sold you this packet, they sold you the early 2000s version, because this is so old school. This is like early 2000s.
Everybody.
Nothing. Nothing. Your social security number is worth nothing because the credit is unlimited. So it's not a set dollar that's on the social security number. There's not $5 billion. That's all you worth. What if you worth more than that? So it's not a set number, y'all. Once the United States government took the gold standard off the dollar and money became debt, credit has become unlimited.
You see this guy going through this court case right now for not paying his rent. He's clearly a student of the sovereign citizen clip that I just played. Now, as you can see, none of that stuff that he teaches and preaches works. His student is now in court for non-payment of rent. All of that credit is unlimited, and the social security number is worth $1 billion, and the birth certificate is worth $1 billion. All garbage.
And that's a fact. The Bureau of Fiscal Service said These documents are not securities, and you are not entitled to government funds just because you possess these documents. You have been misinformed.
This man is clearly about to be evicted, and he will be having to go to the nearest homeless shelter.
And you know what's crazy? The dude don't look destitute. He don't look fucked up, homeless. He actually looks like he got the money to pay, but he'd rather not pay and try this way to get it set off. Come on, man.
I'm asking, how much is in your line of credit?
But what Peninsula Place, whatever.
No, I'm asking you. You're saying that your birth certificate and the Social Security, you have a line of credit. I don't believe that to be the case.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Remember this? Hold on. Remember this? Just hold your horses. Is If you're suggesting that you're entitled to funds through your social security number, birth certificate, you have been misinformed. Your birth certificate and social security card are not securities, and therefore there are no government funds to which you are entitled because you possess these documents. This is a birthright sovereign citizen scam, and continuing to pursue this in any way could lead to fraud charges. We are unable to assist you concerning this matter and consider your request closed. No further action will be taken. If we receive further correspondence from you concerning these types of fraudulent securities, we will refer the matter to the Treasury Office of Inspector General. Right. That was her response that she got.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Like payment.
Okay.
Of what?
You said state.
Vision, are you 17 cents? Mr. Lane, plaintiff is claiming that you owe them $3,320.17. Tell me every reason why I should not give them a judgment for that amount.
That's going against the Michigan Consumer Protection Act.
What particular provision are you claiming of the Michigan Consumer Protection Act?
Enter into a consumer transaction in which the consumer waives or purports to waive right, benefit, or immunity provided by law, unless a waiver in clearly state and the consumer has specified consent to it. I never gave no consent.
What have they asked you to waive?
You said where they asked me to waive?
Mm-hmm.
My rights.
To what?
Consumer.
As a consumer of what?
You said a consumer of what?
Yeah.
Of this contract.
What rights did they ask you to waive?
My interest.
What interest?
I have an interest in this so-called contract.
Oh, you do? You also have certain obligations under that contract.
So I have obligations.
Oh, yeah.
See, they always want to take the benefit and don't want to have the reliability. That's it. Like they want to cherry pick the Constitution when it fits them and then disregard the rest when it contradicts the same statutes and the Constitution that they cited. It's like they cherry pick. They use the rest and then they act like they don't know what you're talking about when you quote something else that says, nah, well, this is the context to it. Like you're supposed to just go along with their interpretation.
Okay.
Like payment.
Okay. According to, like I said, landlord and tenant relationship.
It's just crazy how these sovereign citizens are doing, saying anything to get out of their obligations. This man clearly knows that he owes that company rent, but he's about to sit up here and read countless pieces of frivolous paperwork to try and prove a point when he knows he owes the money.
But that be the same. That's why I say with these people, y'all, it's insanity. Like they really know that they owe the money, but they will sit there and lie to themselves and convince themselves that they don't owe when they know they owe. Like they know they owe the bill. They know they owe their mortgage. They know, but they will sit.
You're rocking with the best.
Frivolous document, injunction, frivolousness after frivolousness, knowing that they really owe the money. It's not good faith attempt. Nothing is done in good faith with these people. They're operating in bad faith. They know they owe the money. They know they're in breach of contract. They know they are, and they still will argue. It says more about the characters of these sovereign citizens than people who are just lost or trying to exercise their rights but don't really know what they're doing. These people's characters would be some of the lowest that I've seen.
What in the doohickey is wrong with you, sir?
Pay the landlord for all the rent arranged under this rental agreement. That's basically what I have the security deposit for.
No, your security deposit is not under Michigan law for that reason.
What is for, Your Honor? That's it says security deposit permissible uses.
I mean, there is no security deposit under this lease. They do not require a security deposit. It's zero.
Okay. Even worse.
Under which
you don't have a security deposit.
Your security deposit is zero.
Wow. You don't even got a security deposit. So you can't even put like, oh wow. That's all bad.
You did not pay a security deposit when you moved in. This client does not require.
You say move in. All this from where?
And even if you had one, the Security Deposit Act, you can't apply it.
Sorry.
So what other reason do you have why you don't owe this money?
And what other reason?
Yeah, you told me Landlord-Tenant Relationship Act, which you haven't pointed to a particular provision. You talked about a security deposit of which you have none, so that can't be a reason. I don't know, and you haven't pointed to anything under the Landlord-Tenant Relationship Act that would even be applicable in this particular case regarding the monies that you owe. You cited the Michigan Consumer Protection Act. There's been no benefit that they've denied you, no interest that they've denied you. So that can't apply. Give me anything else as to why you don't owe this.
Your Honor, let me make it easy for him. He has none. He's just playing a stupid game, hoping that you will go along with it.
I don't understand what else that you look.
No, I do. You know, I take that back, Your Honor, because I'm a sovereign citizen and I believe everything on this land is mine. And if everything that I can't pay for, I got a secret trust fund account that'll pay for it for me. That's why.
This guy is completely dumbfounded, and he just can't figure things out. Like nothing he says is working in his favor, and he ran out of just the sovereign citizen script. So he just doesn't even know what to say when the judge asks him a question. He's repeating the question because he doesn't have a solid line of defense. He ran out of pages of his stupid script. Sir, you owe the money. Point blank, period. And the crazy thing is, you owe the money. Like, come on.
Like I said,
I want you to tell me every reason why I should not say and give them a judgment for this, the $3,320.17 plus their cost.
So, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again?
Which part?
Keep saying. So, how is it not like a contract of adhesion that is more beneficial to Peninsula Place?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I don't know what that meant. Explain what you're trying to say to me.
So, it's two parties, and I consider the weaker part. So they wrote this contract and all in the benefit for them.
Excuse me, sir. Let me just interrupt you real quick before you finish whatever stupid statement you're about to make. Yes, they wrote this contract and you agreed to it. You signed it. Point blank, period. So if you didn't want to enter into a contract with them, you shouldn't have done that. So I don't want to hear any more nonsense coming out of your mouth.
So where did I have any say so in this contract?
Well, you had the big say so of no. You didn't have to sign it.
So ain't that false and misleading? They will never know.
No, that's not false and misleading.
It's supposed
They
to be
didn't.
disclosure.
They didn't force you to sign it. You signed it.
So I'm signing. So is this a loan that I'm getting from Peninsula Place?
No, you are not getting a loan from Peninsula Place.
So,
You are renting an apartment.
correct.
In consideration for the use of that apartment, which belongs to Peninsula Place, you're to pay them rent. You haven't for the last 5 months. Actually, you didn't pay it before then because Sarah paid it, but you haven't paid rent for the last 5 months.
Now all bills are prepaid.
Look at this stupid shit. If that's the case, then why did you get the Sarah fund? This is the shit that I don't like about these sovereign citizens. They play fucking stupid when it comes to handling their business. They play fucking stupid. Like you don't know what the fuck you got into a rental agreement. Like you don't fucking know that you owe these people monthly $662 or whatever it was. Like you don't fucking know this. That's what I'm saying. These sovereign citizen rhetoric get people to play stupid for no reason. A grown adult.
No,
All I've seen for these sovereign citizen students is to have grown adults going into courtrooms making complete fools out of themselves.
you're not. Your bill is not prepaid.
Like I said, it's in the positive balance. If I owe anything, it will be in the negative.
I don't even know what that means because your positive versus negative is different than anybody else I've ever come across.
You said my positive is.
Yes, right now you're in the negative of about $3,320.17.
Yana, when I log into my portal, it shows a positive balance. I can't owe something in a positive balance. It's just if I log into my app on my mobile.
That is one of those stupid Pastor Tony sovereign citizen teachings from 08.
Device to look at my bank account. It's in a positive balance.
Your bank account.
Yes, it's a positive balance. If I owe anything, it will be.
So you have the money. So you have $3,320.17.
I'm giving an example.
What's giving an example?
If I owe anything, it would be in the negative.
I don't know what that means. You don't have a credit on this account. You owe them $33.20.17.
If I don't have a credit, Yana, how do they make up an account number with all my information? I had to give them something.
Yeah, you gave them your information. The only thing you haven't done is give them money.
So in other words, you're telling me that I have to repay them, which is already paid.
You never paid it. No matter how many times you keep saying it, you never paid it.
Like I said, John,
You've never paid anything since October.
I have federal questions.
You have federal questions. Okay, well, you can take those up where they'll hear those. I don't know what federal questions you have because every state question that you attempted to try to raise falls flat on its face. There's no violation of Michigan Consumer Protection Act. There's no violation of the Truth in Renting Act. You haven't paid anything. You won't show me an account where that even evidences that you have the money. You haven't paid it.
So this account right here doesn't show my name, Your Honor.
You don't have an account. If you're talking about a financial account, you don't have an account. You haven't shown me one. I've asked you for it. You haven't shown it to me.
Like I said, the account is right here, Your Honor.
That's not your account.
So who account is it? It has my name on it.
You keep calling it an account. It is not an account. You'll have a lot of things that will have your name on them. They aren't your account.
They're tied into with me, and I have an invoice.
Okay. You can have an interest. You can have all of that. You have nothing where they could go and get cash. Nothing where they could go and get anything that would even remotely represent payment on this account. And you haven't done so for the last 5 months.
So, Your Honor, on this ledger, it say payments credit.
Look, I'm not going to sit up there and go back and forth with you on that. I asked you just plain out. Tell me every reason why you don't think you owe this money.
Just go ahead and say the answer that we already know. Just go ahead. Just say it, bro. It's okay. Just realize you got God.
So, Your Honor, I'm a responsible party, and I gave my endorsements. They accepted. I'm demanding payment. They never gave me payment. Like I said, I have my birth certificate, I have the social security number showing that I am
You have a bank account.
My bank account.
I swear, this right here is like talking to a 2-year-old. This man is just dumb. Or you know what? Rather, he's playing dumb because he knows how the world works. He knows that he rented a place and that he has to pay a monthly fee to stay in that residence. He's just playing dumb right now, and it's just sad that people actually do this. Like this is embarrassing. He should feel embarrassed for himself.
What does the
And that's what it means. Like it gets them to go to court and just act like it turns their brain into fucking mush with this belief system. Like he doesn't even believe what he's saying. But he paid for the package, so he has to feel like he gotta get his money's worth. But he don't even believe one word that he's saying that is true.
bank account have to do with?
Because that's usually how people pay for their rent.
Your Honor, all I'm doing is enforcing my rights.
I'm not sure what rights you think you're enforcing. Because I haven't heard one yet. Is there any other reason you believe that you don't owe this 332017 that you have not already stated to me?
Any other reason?
Bro, just save the shame, bro. Just save us all. Just go ahead and just say it, man.
No, I don't have any other reason besides, like I said, Your Honor, it's already prepaid. And
Besides it's already prepaid, I have no other reason. Thank you. Thank you.
trying to make me pay twice, acting in dishonor, accepting and not returning, not saying anything of it. They're not accepting. So they've been taking it ever since I started, maybe March last year?
Because they don't, if it was accepted, it would have showed up on your balance as 0 at the end of the month. It kept accruing to $3,000. So you should have known it didn't work. You see your account balance steadily growing. You steadily sending that shit in, but it's steadily growing. It ain't reducing. It ain't subtracting. It's steady adding. That means, hold on, they didn't set it off. At that point, you should have got on the phone, called, set up a payment plan. But they get so caught up in you could get everything in this world for free. You don't have to pay for shit. And if they try to get you to pay, your account already paid for it. Don't pay. It's double pay. Like this sovereign citizen teachings and stuff got grown adults acting like children.
Ma'am, your name is
It's Dane.
Jane, full name?
Jane Hogan.
Ms. Hogan? And what is your position with Peninsula Place?
I'm the property general manager.
Okay. And you would be familiar with the books and ledger regarding this particular unit?
Yes.
You had an opportunity to review that prior to coming to court today. Is it true that $3,320.17 is the balance that's owed on this account?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, is there any other reason why you don't think you owe that money?
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm about ready to rule.
Bro, I thought supposed to get a jury trial.
Now you're talking about a goddamn jury trial. Bro, just stop.
No. I set this for trial sometime back in December, actually.
So so you waiving it for a non-jury trial? Okay.
Excuse me, sir, but it doesn't matter if it's a jury trial or the judge rules on it. Either situation, you are going to lose because you owe the money, point blank, period.
And you not even convincing the judge of your method of payments are legit. So what the hell you think you will get in front of? You gonna have them scratching their heads. You get in front of 12 jurors, they were like, what the hell are you talking about?
Sir, you gave no objection nor request to the jury trial. So.
Yeah, I gave no objection. Okay.
When I set the date on December 23rd, there was no objection to that. And because you had not requested a jury trial at any given point. So I'm not even going to get into that. You waived that right.
That's an absolute fact. If you don't express your rights, you waive them.
Any other reason why you don't think you owe the money that's been testified to, sir?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. That was the smartest thing you said. No, Your Honor.
Mr. Pantera, you forego closing argument.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, anything else you want to say to the court?
I have federal questions to appeal. Higher court.
Yeah. As soon as I enter my judgment, you'll be able to appeal all you want, if you can perfect it. So the court, having heard the testimony in this case, the court would find that plaintiff has sustained their burden of showing that the defendant owes $3,320.17 in outstanding rent and charges on this account. And the court would order a judgment to the plaintiff in that amount, plus its cost. That would constitute then the redemption amount on this premises. The defendant would have 10 days to pay that, which means he would have to pay that by February 24th, or a writ of restitution or order of eviction may issue. I will sign it, Judge.
Should I show it to Mr. Lupin?
Show it to him if you like, or you present it to the court. I've issued my judgment.
Once release out their obligation, it's the same accounting mechanism. It's the same one. You're calling yourself a teacher.
Welcome to this episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark, where knowledge is dark and ignorance is light. Stick around to the end of the video as Thomas Legacy dissect another social media guru.
So you are being sued. You got a summons, and this is why I want to talk about securitization, because
And this is where she's wrong from the beginning, because once you're being sued, that's it. So if you're being sued, that means you're coming in as the defendant. Already wrong.
A lot of y'all are confused on what securitization really is.
I'm getting so many emails. I mean, when I tell y'all, my emails, my DMs are flooded with requests on summonses. Okay, so we're going to talk about what securitization really is.
According to the top investment bankers, the FDIC, the SEC, all of the accounting institutions, securitization is a process of converting long-term illiquid debt into short-term liquid cash, pledging of long-term debt to get short-term cash. That is the gist of it. Let's see what she says.
Sending out a securitization request letter, you are seeking true ownership of the debt. So they have to prove something to you. They have to provide some documentation that proves that they own the debt.
Wrong again, because what you ask them, that's what they're going to send you, or they remain silent. It doesn't mean you're going to get out the debt. I'm telling you, they will send you something back.
Creditor is suing you. You have to know and understand that even the original creditor, Capital One, Chase, whoever, they don't even own the debt. The creditor is just a servicer.
Creditor is just a servicer.
Small misunderstandings like that can throw your whole defense off.
There are multiple owners when it comes to a lawsuit from a creditor and a debt collector.
Wrong.
See, when you went to that lender to get that loan.
But you said the creditor is the servicer. So how do you go to a servicer to get a loan?
Okay, that auto loan, that personal loan, student loans, whatever. The bank then creates a SPV. Okay, so the SPV stands for Special Purpose Vehicle.
So they sell the loans into the SPV.
This is the problem with just regurgitating what you think is true. That's false. That is wrong. I'm not going to tell you on here. That's reserved for my groups, though.
See, the SPV acts as a trust account. So
see, that's limited knowledge, because they also act as a LLC, a corporation, a partnership. So depending on the structure, that's how they function. Why did you just say trust account when it's more?
What they're doing is a true sale agreement, which means that now the loans is transferred.
Okay, I'm gonna need my Supreme Elite team members on here and the members that was just in the last webinar. You already know that's wrong. That's the biggest thing. That's what they all believe. Truth, I'm telling you, you in that webinar, you saw it black and white. She doesn't understand what's really going on. She doesn't understand that's not what's going on. That's the biggest trick.
To the SPV. This is securitization, where it goes from one hand to another.
Supreme Elite team, stand up. Now y'all see the value of the group, because securitization is the packaging and pulling of long-term illiquid assets and converting them into short-term liquid assets. The securities are sold through the issuing entity, backed by the long-term illiquid assets, and sold to investors on the secondary market or institutional lenders. That's what securitization is. It's not this.
This is securitization, where it goes from one hand to another.
So there is something called asset-backed securities, okay? So asset-backed securities is financial instruments. So financial instruments is
nothing but a promissory note.
This is another reason why these spaces are dangerous. She's saying financial assets are nothing but promissory notes, and that's simply not true. The top accounting firms, the government, the regulatories, the FDIC, SEC, they don't even define financial assets as just promissory notes, because they encompass a broad range of financial instruments. Stocks, bonds, notes, securities, deposits, anything that has a value that evidences the right to receive payment for one party to another party can be a financial asset. So by her just limiting, and if you can see right here, financial institutions, her limiting the definition of financial assets to a promissory note, let me know she's just still a rookie.
To that financial institution, you made a promise to pay in writing with the lender. That is what created the promissory note.
No, ma'am, that's not what it created when you're dealing with a securitization or any finance transaction. It's not creating a promise to pay. A promise to pay is embedded in the contract. I can't even say the word because they're going to steal that. But that's not what it created.
So the promissory note is what they call a financial instrument. So
along with a stock, along with a bond, along with a shares, along with any other security.
Your signature agreed to pay them with interest. Once that promissory note was signed, that instrument now becomes the foundation, okay, of the debt.
And this is the benefits of being in Supreme Elite Team. My students know more than these teachers. They know more than them because that's not the basis. The basis of your debt already started before you even walked into the financial institution. It already started before. There's 4 transactions going on at the same time. That's the part that people don't understand.
Now this so-called debt can be sold, assigned, transferred to other entities, other companies, and investors.
This is why the securitization request letter is so powerful when you know how to properly utilize it the right way.
There we go. I was waiting on it. I was waiting for the punchline. She's selling a document. She's selling a document that you're going to go send to them and request a securitization. That's what she's going to do after you already used the credit card, after you already got the services, after they already sue you, you're going to come in and say, request the securitization. Well, let's just see how that normally works out.
This is why the securitization request letter is so powerful.
So, Mr. Chavez, what is the defense on this case? What is your defense?
Needed to see one of the documents. Well, my defense is that, I've been researching the law and, the powers of the banks, and it's more of a accuracy of the actual accounting that I'm trying to make sure, and, make sure that everything is accurate. So it's not my intent to not pay anything, but I need to know, based off the accounting, that I am paying what I'm supposed to be paying. And based off of what they're saying,
your last payment, back on 5/15/23, you owe $3,398.36.
After you already used the card and made payments on it?
And they're coming for $3,398.36. That was the balance on the card at that time. Disputing that you had the card, right?
But that's not the issue at hand. Is what I'm saying.
No, it is the issue at hand. The issue at hand is, did you have a credit card? Did you use money on that card? And did you not pay the card off? That's the only question.
Oh. Right.
Those are the questions.
Okay, my defense is I am the lender and they borrowed from me.
What did they borrow from you?
My personal security, which I'm
No,
entitled to.
I'm not buying that. No. Listen
Okay.
to me. Listen.
It's not about, I have it.
I'm going by the law, I'm not just making
No, you're not going by the law. You're making up the law as you go along. You took a credit card out. You agreed with that. And then you had a credit card. You used the credit card. You have a balance on the card. And you didn't pay on the card. They don't owe you anything.
So so when I asked for the application, the evidence that opened up the account, because they go by GAAP accounting principles. If my application opened up the account, that means there will be a credit in my account because that's a cash equivalent. That's what the law says.
All right, when you walked into that financial institution, you made a promise to pay in writing with the lender. That is what created the promissory note.
Mr. Royce, I don't have a motion for summary disposition in the file.
This is why the securitization request letter is so powerful.
Here's the next hearing.
Mr. Chavez, do you have a defense on this case?
I just want to go through the due process.
Okay. All right. Here's what we're going to do. Do we need discovery on this? What, Mr. Goldthal, so this is a credit card bill?
Yes, Your Honor, a Discover card.
All right, and this is Discover Bank, so there's no issue as to whether or not it's transferred hands?
No, Your Honor, we represent the original creditor.
When a creditor is suing you, you have to know and understand that even the original creditor, Capital One, Chase, whoever, they don't even own the debt.
Well, it looks like he's being sued by the original creditor.
All right, this is an account stated under NCR 2.116.
The answer from Mr. Arnold indicates that he does not dispute that the card was taken out.
The only dispute he appears to have is that a few paragraphs here, he does not agree with the fact that by virtue of defendant's default and breach, the entire balance of the account is now due, and these statements were attached, that the contract and or monthly statements are written instruments, evidence indebtedness with a specified interest rate, and that he disputes whether or not its account is stated. It clearly is.
It's the original creditor. There's no sort of defense regarding assignment on this case. The balance
at the time of the complaint was $4,378.29. Under MCR 2.116, parent I, parent 1.
The pleadings show that a party is entitled to judgment as a matter of law, or if the affidavits or other proofs
show that there was no genuine issue of material fact.
the court shall render judgment without delay, and the court is doing so.
So let's say you got negative accounts on your consumer report, like an auto loan, a personal loan, student loan. We know that these type of loans are transferred into an SPV. Okay, so if you got creditors or debt collectors reporting this information, that is not correct. Okay.
Actually, ma'am, you are wrong once again. Just because your loan was securitized does not mean the servicer cannot report to the credit agencies. They do it all the time. They're authorized by law. People have tried to sue because of it. It's going to get shut down. Just because your loan was securitized does not mean it's not going to be reported to the credit agencies. And this is another problem with people trying to teach this highly complex, highly advanced system of financing with just their little vague beliefs of what they know what's going on. That cannot be farther from the truth. This is what happens when you don't join the Supreme Elite Team group. You'll get documents and packages, but you won't get deep dive understanding of what's really going on, black and white.
That is unlawful, and you have the right to set up a paper trail, okay, requesting documentation, sending out your securitization request letter, sending your notice to the CRAs, Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian, that forces them to prove accuracy, okay? And if they can't prove accuracy, they have to remove that account, those accounts, completely from your consumer report.
The creditor can use a servicer to report to the credit agencies.
You letting them know in your notice that you believe the accounts have been sold, assigned, or securitized. The CRAs have to provide documentation from the creditor proving ownership, okay?
So when they respond as the new creditor, then what?
So even if you believe that a creditor is possibly trying to sue you, but they haven't filed the claim yet, you can send them the securitization request letter, okay? Request the documents, beat them to the punches. So securitization is pretty much change of ownership, okay? So you're challenging the creditor's ownership, okay? So if they transfer the loans into an SPV account, special purpose vehicle, they no longer owns the debt.
She thinks that she thinks that an SPV is set up as soon as you go get the loan. The SPV's been set up years before you even thought about getting the loan. And she also thinks that when they transfer it to an SPV, they no longer own the debt. The assets being transferred to the SPV is on behalf of the creditor. And the original servicer is just servicing the debt, lady. They're just servicing it. You're wrong again.
So if a creditor is bringing about a claim, it is unlawful.
So, John Michael?
John Michael, yes, sir.
Okay. What did you want to tell me about your motion?
Well, I asked all of the parties involved for validations, and I sent a statement of facts, and none of which were responded to, so that would be acquiescence to the truth of my statements, which should stand in truth and commerce.
None of the information is correct.
I asked for a contract and demonstration where there was adequate consideration given, and did not receive any of that. It's my understanding that the
consumer credit transaction or the application was taken by the Citibank and Best Buy to securitize the collateral to the Department of Treasury for their funds, to securitize the collateral.
This is why the securitization request letter is so powerful.
They were paid, and now they're asking for me to pay in addition to that. I did not realize any of this was true until recently.
I find it odd that nobody knows what's going on until they're being sued, till they got some debt, till they're getting summons. Nobody knows. Nobody's doing any investigation until they run into financial troubles or getting sued. I find it odd that nobody knows until those moments.
And now if I'm continuing to be required to make payments in any form of negotiable instruments, they're, in my opinion, are being unjustly enriched. They've never given me a contract with a signature. They've given me
Verification by bills and statements, but never anything that would demonstrate that they ever had anything at risk or that they lost anything.
You need to know how to enforce your rights and know how to play the game. So if you are being sued or you suspect a lawsuit may come, you need to send a securitization request letter, okay? And if they already filed a claim, you receive the summons, you still have the right to send that securitization request letter.
Emotional, damn it. This is what I mean all day, every day is what I see on here. It's the same misinformation, misguided, no context. Everything in this lady's video was 100% false in the execution. All the stuff that I commented in the video, I'm not going to rehash now, but she did say something that I'm going to speak on now. She said if you're being sued, if you get a summons or they've already done it, you can still request the securitization packet. That's not going to stop them from suing you. That's not going to stop nothing. Once you're being sued, you're in court. That's it. And you are going to lose as the defendant. The Supreme Elite team, we don't wait for these moments like what she's saying. She is telling you to be defensive. And all these teachers are telling you to be defensive because they don't know how to step in federal court and get federal rules enforced accurately. Why would you send a securitization letter to them when you're already being sued? They're coming after you at that point and they're not going to respond because you're being sued. It's in court now. You think that letter is going to scare them off en masse? No. Every company is not going to roll over and play dead for y'all. That's not how it goes. Supreme Elite team, we teach you how to go on the offense and you sue them first. We don't wait to be sued. We go get them first. And if you're using a credit card and you've made payments on the credit card and then you are being sued on that credit card, you cannot come in and say securitization because once you swipe the card, that is an admission and all that stuff behind the scenes doesn't matter. What you have to do is make sure the balance is zero or you're current. Stop using the card or send it back to them and then sue as the plaintiff. These defensive mechanisms don't work. What she said is going to lead a lot of people to get in judgments, defaults. People are going to lose their homes, their cars, everything. And I live what I teach. I live it every day. And I'm telling you, this is not the way to go. And I have professionals on my team. So y'all tap in. ThomasLegacy603@gmail.
Empire Talk, Boardroom Aura, New Culture. we set order. Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume, war stories in the fine line. Supreme elate, circle around the table, every seated throne. Consumer finance in his bloodstream, built it from a student loan. He can read a balance sheet like a Judge Raton. See the trap in every clause before the ink is dried on. They sell dreams on installments, he just ordered the spell. Break a predatory scheme down to decimal hell. Securitization flow, turn a contract to a bond chain. Money trail backwards, same lane, receipts in the case, dates, times, bank names. You bring vibes to the courtroom, he bring numbers in case names. Supreme elite, we don't speak, we file. He got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees, we light up the fee sheet, breathe with these. Supreme elite, we don't speak, we file. He got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees, we light up the fee sheet, breathe with these. Seen lenders flip scripts, turn a whip to a shackle. Interest climbing every month to your paycheck battle. But he peel back price and APR under the mask. See the spread versus the funding, who's skimming off the past. See no chalk off, road rates lost curves in his sleep. How they package up defaults and sell pain on Wall Street. He cross-check statements with the filings and the forecast. Find a misstep and turn one comma to a court clash. Consumer on the stand, heart racing in the cheap suit. He translate legalese to plain talk, clean truth. Litigation in his left hand, excel in his right. Tell the judge what the bank did, cell by cell, line by line. Supreme elite, we don't speak, we file. We got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees, we light up the fee sheet, breathe with ease. Supreme elite, we don't speak, we file. We got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees, we light up the fee sheet, breathe with ease. They move in the margins, he read in between. They hide it in footnotes, he pull it on screen. From the boroughs to the boardroom, same concrete. Thomas built a whole empire off one word, receive. He pay vision, JD rhythm in his cadence. Double check the debits, then dismantle all the plaintiffs. Underrated models, he can see where they cheat. Assumptions too rosy on a loss rate sheet. Dockets on the desk, he align them like a chessboard. Case law, cash flows, every step, next chord. Supreme elite follow, blueprints not gossip, they talk bag. He talk tax, keep profit, new culture empire. This is financial defense, teaching credit as a weapon, not a lifelong sentence. From credit acceptance battles to the hallways of appeal, Thomas turned every closed door to a signed, sealed deal. Supreme elite, we don't speak, we file. We got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees, we light up the fee sheet, breathe with ease. Supreme elite, we don't speak, we file. We got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees, we light up the fee sheet, breathe with ease.
Running in band, whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van, smoking that leaf on global stand. On my wrist like a stage, they can't claim. You look like you wanna let go straight. What's up? I thought so, okay. I'm back in the symphony, stuck on the band. What's up? I thought so, okay. Yeah. Run it up, running in band, whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van, smoking that leaf on global band. It's band. Fresh white tee, chrome on the rim, big body slide, whole block looks slim. Wrist on chill, but the boy too hot. Turn my last L to a key to the spot. Plug on the phone, say let's slide. Came from the back, now we front row live. Couch full of cash, can't sit, can't fold. Used to pray for a play, now it's overload. Run it up, running bang, bang. Whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Spending that leaf, going global. Ooh, expand. Blue. Shorty too thick, attitude too. Say she want a boss, not a boy in the crew. Stamp my name on the side of her glass. Say she feel safe when I'm hitting the gas. Mama in the crib, fridge stay packed. All them long nights, put food in the stack. Talk about stay down, I really did that. From the floor to the floor type check. Had nothing but hope in the half tank. Now it's 10 toes down, all gas. No thanks, till they cross that line, that's a bad move. We don't double back, we just improve. Run it up, run it up, running mid-range. Whipping up heat, got sauce in my hands. She rolling the dice, got looking at things. Smoking that leaf, going global. Expand.
You're rocking with the